Chapter 35-33. You misunderstood. I am not going to join the Purple Mansion Academy now. That Purple Mansion Special Envoy is actually a disciple of the Purple Mansion Academy. And the disciples of the Purple Mansion Academy would sometimes choose people with outstanding aptitude to be their disciples. Once you become their disciple, it would be highly possible for you to enter the Purple Mansion Academy in the future. I just want to try my luck. That's right, Brother Ling. You should also try. With your aptitude, you might really succeed. Meng Fian explained. I can try my luck. Ling Xiao nodded and said, but there shouldn't be many disciples in the Purple Mansion Academy. The requirements are so high. Brother Ling, you guessed wrong. The Purple Mansion Academy is the #1 academy in the Purple Mansion Kingdom. They have more than 300,000 students. Meng Fian said with a smile. How many? Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. 300,000. What kind of concept is this? The sects that he encountered before were already considered top-notch sects if they had tens of thousands of students. This guy actually wants 300,000. 300,000 martial artists at the 3rd level of the Divine Pulse Realm and above? And this is only the students of the Purple Mansion Academy, not including the instructors. Also not including the martial artists outside the Purple Mansion Academy. And from Meng Fian's words, this Purple Mansion Academy isn't the only academy in the Purple Mansion Kingdom. How many people does the Purple Mansion Kingdom have? Ling Xiao asked again. According to last year's statistics, the population of the Purple Mansion Kingdom has already exceeded 1 billion. In the entire Purple Mansion Kingdom, there are a total of 700 million martial artists at the Divine Pulse Realm and above. Instead, there are fewer Reincarnation Realm martial artists. Meng Fian smiled bitterly. F***K. Ling Xiao cursed again. A mere Purple Mansion Kingdom has a population of 1 billion. And the Eastern Victory Kingdom has 300 kingdoms. Doesn't that mean that the population is close to 300 billion? What kind of F***king concept was this? Ling Xiao was completely dumbfounded. He once accidentally obtained the memory of another world. That world, the entire world, only has a population of 6 billion, which is already considered a lot. A population of 1 billion is definitely considered a superpower. And there are 300 such kingdoms in the Eastern Victory Kingdom. In the entire Golden Sky region, there are 4 other kingdoms that are similar to the Eastern Victory Kingdom. Damn, this is really unthinkable. If a person was thrown into this place, he would be as small as a grain of sand. As expected, the 4 great regions were on a completely different level from the Western regions. Is there anything special about this Zifu Academy? Ling Xiao asked curiously. It wasn't easy to choose 300,000 students from 1 billion people. There must be something special about this academy. Of course there's something special about it. In the entire Purple Kingdom, apart from a few great powers that possess 1 or 2 sets of Emperor-class martial skills, there's no one else. Most of the Emperor-class martial skills were stored in the Purple Mansion Academy. It was said that so long as one became a disciple of the Violet Mansion Academy, one would immediately be able to obtain a peak king rank martial skill. After a year, if one's performance was outstanding, one could even obtain an Emperor-level martial skill. Big Brother Ling, you should know that in Raging Flame City and other places, even king-level martial skills are extremely precious. Not to mention peak king-level martial skills, or even Emperor-level martial skills. This is the reason why so many people want to join the Purple Mansion Academy. Speaking of this matter, Meng Fian's entire face was flushed red with excitement. Ling Xiao was also shocked. In the entire Western regions, there were only 1 or 2 sets of peak king-level martial skills. Emperor-level martial skills, only his 9 turns godly demon technique. In these 4 great regions, just 1 Purple Mansion Kingdom had so many peak king-level martial skills and Emperor-level martial skills. It seemed that he really didn't come to the wrong place. This place was full of opportunities. It was also full of motivation to climb up. With better martial skills, my battle prowess will increase even faster, and my cultivation will also increase even faster. It seems that it's not as difficult as I thought. Ling Xiao was full of enthusiasm. Although with his current strength, it was still somewhat impossible to be included in the Purple Mansion Academy. But he believed in his potential. Everyone was talking as they hurried along. Not long after, The outline of the raging flame city became more clear. The huge city walls were like giant beasts lying on the green plains. It exuded a solemn aura. This ordinary city felt as if it was comparable to the former capital of the Sword Dynasty. I really don't know how big the main city is. Young miss, we're almost there. It was really thrilling along the way. I don't know if we can meet the student of the Purple Mansion Academy. If we can accept young miss as a disciple, then our Meng village will have face in the future. Even if the Black Warriors want to deal with us, they have to think twice. Mengi looked at the huge crimson city walls and said excitedly, "Don't be too excited. We're just going to try our luck. Lest the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment." And that's the student of the Purple Mansion Academy. You must be well-behaved and don't dare to make mistakes. Otherwise, if you offend the student, I'm afraid it will harm the entire Ming village. You must have heard before that there was a student who directly destroyed a city, just because the city lord of that city was disrespectful to him. Our Meng village is far worse than a city, so you must be careful. Meng Fian's expression was very serious. For her, this was just an opportunity to try her luck. She must not let this opportunity turn into a nightmare. "Young miss, don't worry, we understand." Mengi cupped his hands and said, "There was a fire spiritual vein under the raging flame city, so it was named." When they arrived near the raging flame city, they could feel the heat. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of Xiao Jin. If he was here, he would be very happy. "Big brother Ling," Meng Fian looked at Ling Xiao and said, "I know you are very strong, but after entering the raging flame city, don't mess around. The army of the raging flame city is also very strong. Basically, they are all 8th and 9th level reincarnation divine realm martial artists. After all, you can't fight against 4 with 2 fists, so you must be careful." Meng Fian was afraid that Ling Xiao would cause trouble, so she warned him. "Don't worry, I don't like to cause trouble, but if others find trouble with me, I won't be a coward." Ling Xiao didn't need to hide his aura, because 8th level reincarnation divine realm martial artists were too common here. Stepping into the raging flame city, Ling Xiao was even more surprised. What Yuan Zun said was right. The 2 or 3-year-old children running around in the raging flame city were actually life seizers. If the martial artists of the western region knew about this, they would be so depressed that they would vomit blood. These children didn't need to cultivate, and they were born with first revolution life seizers, which was really enviable. And those 8th level reincarnation divine realm martial artists, who could be called the top experts in the western region, were doing the lowest level of guard work. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. It was just that perhaps they were affected by the laws. Although the cultivation of the people here was strong, but the things they did were not much different from those in the western region. To put it bluntly, although these people were all experts, the things they did were no different from the civilians in the western region. Chapter 35-34. Big Brother Ling. We plan to find an inn to stay in first, and then we'll find the whereabouts of the Purple Mansion Special Envoy. Do you want to come with us? Meng Fian's eyes were filled with anticipation. After all, although Ling Zhao's cultivation was not strong, his combat strength was very strong. A 9th level reincarnation divine realm martial artist was nothing in front of him. With such an expert by his side, it was always safer. Well, then I'll have to trouble you. After all, I'm really not familiar with this place. Ling Xiao nodded. Great. Not only Meng Fian felt that it was good, but Meng Yi and the others also felt that it was good. Although Ling Xiao was about the same age as them, it was obvious that he had experienced much more than them. Following by Ling Zhao's side, they could learn a lot. After all, Meng Fian was the young miss of Meng Village. In terms of money, it was not a problem. Therefore, they found the best inn in Raging Fire City and booked a sky room. There was no need for Ling Xiao to worry about anything. Ling Xiao was also happy to do so. He had never been willing to waste too much time on these small things. After staying in the room, everyone else was taking a nap. Ling Xiao began to cultivate. Ever since he came to the 4 major regions, he felt that the barrier of his cultivation had automatically torn apart. A huge gap had opened up in the door of breakthrough. It was probably because the spiritual qi here was too abundant. That was why it was like this. He spent only a moment to raise his cultivation from the 8th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm to the 9th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. The breakthrough this time was as easy as eating a meal. Ling Xiao suspected that the cultivation of the 4 major regions was probably the Divine Vein Realm. The cultivation of the Reincarnation Divine Realm was probably relatively easy. The 9th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm is still too weak, even if I use all my trump cards. I'm afraid I can only contend with a martial artist at the 1st level of the Divine Vein Realm. I have to find an opportunity to break through as soon as possible. And this opportunity is naturally a battle. When he was in the immemorial Divine Tomb, he obtained a lot of potential and urgently needed to stimulate it through battle. It was a pity that he had not encountered any strong opponents after coming to the 4 major regions. Perhaps my goal should be the Purple Kingdom. There must be many experts there. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered. He already had an idea. Of course, the best way to go to the Purple Palace Great Kingdom was to follow the Purple Palace Special Envoy. Otherwise, he would definitely encounter a lot of trouble if he went alone. But no matter what, he had to stay in Raging Fire City for a while. At the very least, he had to have a good understanding of the situation in the Purple Kingdom. Otherwise, he would be in the dark. Just as he was thinking about these things, the heart of gold, which had been lying quietly in his storage ring, suddenly moved. This was not the first time. Ever since he stepped into the 4 great regions, the heart of gold had only moved once. However, Ling Xiao had never understood the reason for this. This time, the heart of gold was even more tempted. After thinking for a while, Ling Xiao took out the heart of gold. He activated his Tai Chi Eye and unleashed the aura of the tyrannical martial spirit. After all, the Tai Chi Eye was a divine ability derived from the tyrannical martial spirit. Naturally, there would be the aura of the tyrannical martial spirit. The moment this aura covered the heart of gold began to tremble violently, as if it was afraid of something. Is it afraid of my tyrannical martial spirit? Ling Xiao was a little stunned. This martial spirit was indeed the strongest martial spirit in the mysterious world. Even this mysterious heart of gold was afraid? Boundary martial spirit. Ling Xiao directly released the boundary, and then the tyrannical martial spirit came out. At that moment, the whole room seemed to be swallowed by the pitch-black universe. The heart of gold's trembling became even more violent. It was as if something was going to crawl out of the heart of gold. Buzz. The heart of gold suddenly turned into a golden light and shot into his heart. It actually quickly merged with his heart, and the originally blood-red heart turned golden at this time. It was as if it was cast in gold. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the strength of his heart had reached a very terrifying level. He believed that even if someone could pierce through his body, they would not be able to pierce through his heart. He was planning to further study this heart of gold. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside, and the door was frantically knocked on. His face suddenly became gloomy. Just as he was about to get up to take a look, someone suddenly kicked the door open. A few strangers walked in from outside. Their faces were arrogant and despotic. Hee, there's someone here. I thought this was empty. Kid, you didn't even respond when we knocked on the door. I think you're that thief. Come, search for me. One of the strangers saw Ling Xiao. With a sneer, he ordered the few people behind him to search the room randomly. A trace of killing intent flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He did not want to provoke trouble, but there were people who just had to provoke him. As soon as these people came in, they said that they were looking for a thief, and then they began to search his things randomly. They did not even greet him, as if he was really just air. Boss, there's nothing. After a moment of searching, they did not find anything. Ling Xiao thought that these people were going to leave. Who knew that they would take a mile after taking an inch? Search him. The leader of the martial artists shouted sternly. Ling Xiao listened to Meng Fian's words and did not want to provoke trouble. He even endured his anger and watched the other party rummage through his things. He did not expect that these guys would actually search him. He directly removed the barrier martial spirit. He looked coldly at the few of them and said, I want to see who dares to search me today. Even a clay figurine had 3 points of anger. Moreover, Ling Xiao's temper was not very good to begin with. Hey, in the city of Raging Fire, there is actually someone who dares to be so arrogant with us? Where did this hothead come from? Beat him up. The leader of the martial artists shouted angrily. It seems that you all really deserve a beating. Ling Xiao sneered and took a step forward. A cold air was suddenly released. The extreme cold domain instantly enveloped the 7 or 8 people in front of him. The cultivation of these people was only at the 8th level of the reincarnation divine realm. They actually dared to behave atrociously in front of him. He did not even need to use martial skills. He directly froze them all with an extreme cold domain. Then, they were all sent flying out of the room. Outside, there seemed to be the sound of fighting. Ling Xiao thought of Meng Fian and the others. Since someone came to find trouble with him, then they would definitely find trouble with Meng Fian and the others. With the personality of those youths, they would probably not be able to endure the humiliation of being searched. They would definitely fight. It's fate that brought us together. Since these guys have provoked me, I'm not going to let this matter rest. I want to see who is so awesome that they dare to cause trouble in the best inn in the city of raging fire in broad daylight. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao lifted his foot and walked out of the room. The room he lived in was on the 2nd floor. As soon as he arrived outside the room, he saw a few martial artists lying on the ground in the lobby on the 1st floor. Who else could it be but the children of the Ming family? The 1st floor of the inn was originally a place to eat, but at this time, there were no guests sitting in their seats. They all retreated outside and stared at the changes inside. Chapter 35:35. Ling Xiao walked out of the room. He found that Meng Fian and Meng Yi were fighting with a group of people. However, the disparity in strength was too big, because their opponent was a young girl who was not even 20 years old. However, this young girl's cultivation had already reached the 1st level of the divine vein realm. The young girl did not even let her subordinates attack. She was alone, and the people from the Ming village could not fight back. In a moment, more than a dozen people were lying on the ground. Only Meng Fian and Meng Yi were still stubbornly resisting. Although those who were beaten to the ground were not dead, they were all seriously injured. She was even more domineering than the black warriors in the sleeping forest. The young girl's appearance was not good, but her clothes were extremely luxurious. Just the various accessories on her body were worth tens of thousands of gold. Moreover, it seemed that each of them had a special effect. Needless to say, this girl must be from an extraordinary family. Otherwise, she would definitely not be able to afford such good things. Perhaps because of excessive nutrition, this girl's body was extremely fat. At the very least, it was comparable to 4 Ling Xiao's. However, that fat body did not affect her performance in the battle. Instead, it allowed her to have terrifying strength. It was fine if she was ugly, but she was actually so vicious and rude. She really did not have any good points. Bastards, you should have obediently cooperated when I searched your body. You actually dared to resist. I can tell at a glance that you lowly commoners are related to that thief. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so resistant. The woman waved a huge mace in her hand. Every time she smashed it, a hole would be left on the ground. One must know that the laws of the 4 major regions were extremely strong. It was very difficult for Ling Xiao to destroy a tree. The fact that this girl could leave a hole on the ground was enough to prove that her strength was very powerful. At the very least, her cultivation was at the divine vein realm. Bang! After all, Meng Fian was much weaker than her. After being hit by the huge mace, she spat out blood and flew backward. Her face became extremely pale. However, this woman was still unwilling to give up. I feel disgusted when I see you beautiful women. What's the use of relying on your seductive appearance? Without strength, you're nothing. She jumped up and waved her mace in the air, smashing it down towards Meng Fian. Meng Fian was already heavily injured and dizzy. Even standing up was difficult. If he was hit by this attack, his head would definitely explode. Sigh, these people are really pitiful. Unfortunately, Miss Ma's things were stolen. He was in a bad mood. They refused to cooperate with the body search. He even dared to talk back. I'm afraid they're all dead now. Yes, Miss Ma is from a prominent family. The current city lord of Raging Fire City is her godfather. Even if she casually kills people in this Raging Fire City, no one dares to do anything to her. The people outside the door sighed, even though they knew that Miss Ma was in the wrong. However, no one dared to say anything. Whoever offended Miss Ma would definitely die. Not to mention the outsiders, even some of the big families in the City of Raging Fire were also unlucky. Young Miss Meng Yi saw that Meng Fian was shot down to the ground and was about to lose her life. His eyes were bloodshot as he screamed crazily. Unfortunately, it was useless to shout. In this world, the strong were respected. No matter how loud the voice was, it couldn't save people. He was stopped and could only watch as Miss Ma's mace smashed towards Meng Fian. Bang! A loud rumbling sound rang out. Meng Yi directly fell to the ground. Even in the face of death, he had never been so desperate. But the young miss was dead. How could he explain it to the Lord? As a guard, it was a disgrace to watch the person he was supposed to protect die. However, the smoke and dust dissipated. Meng Yi was pleasantly surprised to find a person standing there. A man. An indomitable man. He reached up with one hand and actually caught the huge mace. He protected Meng Fian. Big Brother Ling. Meng Yi cried out directly. Saved. The young miss was saved. Boy, where did you come from? How dare you attack me? Ma Qianqian. Do you know who I am? Ma Qianqian put away the mace and looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. Her eyes released a cold, killing intent. However, she did not immediately make a move. Ling Xiao was actually able to block her attack with one hand. His bones did not shatter. He was definitely not simple. She wanted to see what kind of background this unfamiliar face had. Everyone also looked at that young man. He was probably only 16 or 17 years old, but his figure was taller and sturdier than the average young man. That face was very delicate and handsome. Any woman who saw it would blush, and her heart would beat faster. But this world was not a world that looked at faces. It looked at strength. Without strength, casually making a move would be unlucky. Meng Yi, give this to everyone. Ling Xiao did not look at Ma Qianqian at all. This fat pig-like woman was given such a delicate name. It really did not match. And Meng Yi walked towards Ling Xiao. However, he was stopped by Ma Qianqian's subordinates. Scram! Ling Xiao suddenly shouted, sounding like a thunderclap in the hall. The two martial artists who stopped Meng Yi actually fainted on the spot. A mere 8th-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist could not resist Ling Xiao's soul attack. Meng Yi walked over and took the healing pill from Ling Xiao's hand. Then, he fed it to the people of Meng Village. Even Meng Fian, who was the most injured, had already recovered a lot after taking the pill. She could even stand on her own. This was a pill personally refined by Ling Xiao, so the effect would naturally not be bad. Brat, I'm asking you a question. Ma Qianqian was very angry. Someone actually dared to ignore her. This made her extremely angry. Her voice became even colder. Don't be so loud. I can hear you. Ling Xiao rubbed his ears and said, I don't care who you are. You barged into the inn rashly. Not only did you disturb our rest, you even wanted to search us. You even framed us as thieves. Just based on this point, even if you don't do anything, I will. He was very unhappy now. Originally, there were some changes in his cultivation. The golden heart had mutated, and he was studying it. But he was interrupted by this woman's subordinates. He was in a bad mood. The consequences were very serious. He had seen many young men and women who relied on their family background to do whatever they wanted. He had also killed many of such people. The most recent incident happened in the God Devil City. To be honest, he still wanted to keep a low profile when he came to the 4 major regions. After all, he was unfamiliar with this place. But others had already ridden on his head and pissed on him. How could he tolerate it? That was not keeping a low profile, but simply a turtle. Oh, you brat. You're even more aggressive than me? Ma Qianqian was stunned for a moment. She still wanted to find fault with this brat. She did not expect him to find fault with her first. Looking at the aura you released just now, you should only be at the 9th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. I really don't know where you get the courage to shout at me, a martial artist at the 1st level of the Divine Vein Realm. Ma Qianqian sneered. Chapter 35-36. Ma Qianqian was so angry that she laughed. You look pretty good. How about this? You go back and be a gigolo for me. Accompany me for a while, and I will let your people go. To be able to become the #1 beauty of my raging fire city, you should feel infinitely honored. #1 beauty? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. With your fat pig-like figure, I didn't discriminate, but you actually said that you were the #1 beauty. Please have some self-awareness, okay? It's fine if you're ugly, but it's your fault to come out and scare people. #1 beauty, you don't even have a beautiful appearance or a beautiful soul. You're simply the ugliest ugly monster I've ever seen. Oh no. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Ma Qianqian's subordinates all rushed out of the inn. Their Miss Ma, what she couldn't bear to hear was others calling her ugly. That was her reverse scale. Those who touched it would die. And once this Miss Ma got angry, she would really not distinguish between friend and foe. As long as it was something around, it would be destroyed. If they didn't escape, they would be implicated later. Do you dare to say it again? Ma Qianqian was like a bomb that could explode at any time. It's the same no matter how many times I say it. You ugly and bad ugly monster. I've never seen such an ugly and shameless person. Ling Xiao's voice rose a lot. Ah dash. Ma Qianqian suddenly roared, like a ferocious beast roaring there. Meng Fian, Meng Yi, and the others were so scared that they hurriedly retreated to the side. Big brother Ling, can we do it? If not, let's run away. This woman doesn't look easy to deal with. Meng Yi didn't want Ling Xiao to be killed by this humanoid beast-like woman because of their matter. Yeah, Big brother Ling, there's no need to fight head-on. Meng Fian also said, you don't have to say any more. I'm in a very bad mood right now. I was just looking for someone to fight with. Damn fat pig, do you dare to fight with me? He waved his hand, telling Meng Fian and Meng Yi not to speak. Then he looked at Ma Qianqian and said, Crazy, crazy. This kid is really crazy. He's just a LV9 Divine Realm martial artist. He actually wanted to fight against a Divine Vein Realm martial artist? Is he tired of living? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to take it either. I didn't steal anything, but I'm being treated like a thief. However, it's a pity that he has no chance of winning this battle. Actually, he's not wrong. With Ma Qianqian's looks, shut up. Do you not want to live anymore? In the past few years, how many people have been killed because they said she was ugly? Do you think that young man is lonely and wants to die too? Most of the people outside the door felt pity for the young man Ling Xiao. He could have offended anyone, but he just had to offend Miss Ma. Even if she's really unreasonable, you have to go along with her. Otherwise, you'll die. You. How dare you call me ugly? How dare you call me ugly? I will give you one last chance, in front of these people. Say that I am the most beautiful woman in the Raging Fire Castle. I'll spare you and make you one of my men. Ma Qianqian roared. Even if I don't marry for the rest of my life, it's impossible for me to marry an ugly and bad woman like you. Ling Xiao didn't seem to understand Ma Qianqian's anger at all and continued to talk to himself. Since it had already come to this point, then don't admit defeat. And in order to break through to the Divine Vein Realm as soon as possible, he had to fight. He had to fight with the strong. It had to be said that Ma Qianqian was too unlucky to be used as a stepping stone for him to break through his cultivation. Boom. A terrifying aura was released from Ma Qianqian's body, rolling towards Ling Xiao like it was covering the sky and covering the earth. Ling Xiao's body swayed, and he actually looked like he was going to kneel down. His body seemed to be directly bent by this terrifying aura. Kneel down and apologize. Ma Qianqian roared like a violent giant bear. She looked down on Ling Xiao too much. After all, she had seen too many 9th-level reincarnation divine realm martial artists. Just the aura of Zishan was enough to make these martial artists kneel down in front of her and lower their heads to admit their mistakes. Seeing Ling Xiao's reaction, Ma Qianqian laughed proudly. Look, with just this little bit of skill, you actually dare to shout in front of this young lady. Since you like to shout so much, this young lady will definitely let you shout enough. But not here, but on the bed. She felt that she could completely rely on her aura to completely subdue Ling Xiao. There was no need to even make a move. Although the mace was blocked by Ling Xiao, it was just her most ordinary attack. She didn't even use any martial skills. Even if it was blocked, there was nothing strange about it. Kneel. Ma Qianqian roared again. Her aura rushed out even more crazily, like a terrifying demon beast pressing down on Ling Zhao's body. "Big brother Ling, let me help you." Seeing Ling Zhao's situation, Mengyi became anxious and hurriedly shouted, "Stand there!" Ling Zhao roared. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at Ma Qianqian. "The aura of the divine pulse realm is just, I thought it would be more powerful." Boom. As he spoke, he had completed the beast soul transformation. He had entered the ultimate heavenly rat beast soul transformation state. However, it wasn't over yet. Innate level 30, divine demon sword soul. Boom. Once again, Ling Zhao's aura skyrocketed. It was like a sharp sword that directly pierced through Ma Qianqian's aura. At this moment, Ling Zhao's strength was infinitely close to the first level of the divine pulse realm, and he had yet to use the Sky Tyrant martial soul. He was like a ferocious beast with a bloody and murderous aura. He was also like a peerless killing blade that was unsheathed, with a crazy and sharp aura. The ultimate heavenly rat beast soul and innate level 30 divine demon sword soul were a perfect combination. It made him even more terrifying. What? Seeing Ling Zhao's sudden change, not only Ma Qianqian, but also the people outside the door were stunned. How could a weakling suddenly become so powerful in an instant? Brother Ling really didn't use his full strength before. Yeah, he was just casually attacking at that time. Meng Fian and Meng Yi were a little emotional. The brother Ling in front of them had become more mysterious and more respectable. "Ugly, aren't you awesome? Didn't you want me to kneel down? Now, kneel down." Ling Zhao took out two swords. One was the Fire Supreme Sword, the other was the Ice Supreme Sword. The crazy sword aura was still rising. The terrifying sword essence made Ma Qianqian's forehead sweat. Kill. Ice Supreme Sword Art. Fire Supreme Sword Art. 2 swords in 1. The 2 swords in 1 was an advanced king-level martial technique. In the City of Raging Fire, this martial technique was definitely very rare. Seeing the terrifying attack coming, Ma Qianqian panicked for the first time. Although her cultivation was good, the martial technique she used was only a medium king-level martial technique. Facing the 2-colored sword light that tore through the void, she had no way to deal with it. In a panic, she could only try her best to block it. Chapter 35-37. Why? Why is this happening? How did this guy become so powerful all of a sudden? Ma Qianqian's shock was the same as the onlookers. No wonder that young man dared to be so presumptuous. He's a hidden expert. Miss Ma has kicked a metal plate this time. I wonder if she'll be in trouble. The crowd sighed. In the blink of an eye, the situation had turned around. It was really shocking. Kill. Ma Qianqian couldn't dodge Ling Zhao's attack. She could only swing the mace in her hand with all her might. The mace was surrounded by flames. It was obvious that she had used a martial technique. It was the intermediate king-level martial technique that she was most proficient in. It didn't matter if she could block it or not. She had to try. Otherwise, was she going to wait for death here? However, this kind of attack was not worth mentioning at all in Ling Zhao's view. The infinite heavenly rat beast soul transformation coupled with the innate third-level god fiend sword soul, coupled with an advanced king-level martial technique. Ling Zhao's attack completely crushed Ma Qianqian. The 2 tyrannical swords instantly sent the huge, spiked club flying. The Ice Supreme Sword and Fire Supreme Sword landed on Ma Qianqian's body at the same time. Ma Qianqian's fat body was thrown out and hit the ground heavily. She was seriously injured. Ling Zhao took a few steps forward and pointed the Ice Supreme Sword at Ma Qianqian's throat. The cold sword intent almost pierced Ma Qianqian's soul. It made her tremble. The crowd was stunned. In the blink of an eye, the arrogant Ma Qianqian was seriously injured. And now, her life was in the hands of someone else. As long as the sword was slightly pushed forward, Ma Qianqian would die. It didn't matter if she was Miss Ma or Clown Ma. She couldn't live. Are you still so stubborn now? Ling Zhao looked at the trembling woman in front of him mockingly and said coldly, "You should be glad that you didn't kill anyone earlier. Otherwise, my sword would have pierced your throat. Now, take your people and get lost. You'd better not let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Ling Zhao moved the Ice Supreme Sword away. Ma Qianqian still didn't dare to do anything. The fear that Ling Xiao brought to her was something that went deep into her soul. At least in front of Ling Xiao, she didn't even dare to talk back. Ma Qianqian got up from the ground and touched her neck. There was a red dot there. It was a scar. If the scar was a little deeper, she would really die. She, Ma Qianqian, actually lost to a martial artist at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. Anger and killing intent surged in her heart, but she didn't dare to show it, because she was afraid that he would kill her in a fit of rage. Let's go. Ma Qianqian called out to her people and turned to leave. Did you forget something? Ling Xiao's voice was cold and stern. I'm sorry. What happened today was our fault. Ma Qianqian turned around and apologized. I don't care about your apology. In order to heal them, I used up a lot of medicinal pills. Don't you think you should make up for it? Ling Xiao said coldly. How much do you want? Ma Qianqian asked. She knew that she had failed today. No matter what he said, she had to do it, because nothing was more important than her life. I won't ask for too much. How about 1,000 high-grade spirit stones? Ling Xiao said indifferently. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones was enough for a divine pulse realm martial artist to cultivate for a year. It didn't sound like much, but it was a huge amount. After all, high-grade spirit stones were much more precious than middle-grade spirit stones. Here, Ma Qianqian didn't even frown when she saw so many high-grade spirit stones. She gave them to Ling Xiao. The Ma family had nothing else but enough spirit stones. Otherwise, the city lord of Raging Fire City wouldn't have taken her in as his goddaughter. Get lost. Ling Xiao took the spirit stones and put them in his storage ring. He could feel that middle-grade spirit stones were no longer helpful for cultivation in the 4 major regions. Here, people spent high-grade spirit stones. Mid-grade spirit stones could only be used as the lowest level of currency. Gold and silver weren't even qualified to be used as currency. How should I address you? Ma Qianqian asked before leaving. What? Are you coming to settle accounts with me after knowing my name? Well, there's no harm in telling you. My name is Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao wasn't satisfied today. As a divine pulse realm martial artist, Ma Qianqian was too weak. The key was that her martial arts weren't strong enough, so she was instantly suppressed by him. It didn't help his cultivation at all. He hoped that there would be a stronger opponent. Ling Xiao? I've never heard of this name. Are you not from Raging Fire City? Ma Qianqian asked again. Don't you think you talk too much nonsense? Do you want me to cut off your tongue? Ling Xiao frowned. Ma Qianqian was shocked and quickly turned to leave. She was afraid that Ling Xiao would suddenly change his mind about letting her go. Godfather! Ma Qianqian suddenly exclaimed when she reached the door of the inn. Ling Xiao frowned. Ma Qianqian's godfather was the city lord of Raging Fire City. Trouble. Hurry up and leave from the back door. If you provoke that Ma Qianqian, I'm afraid it's impossible to worship the Zifu special envoy as a teacher. Ling Xiao wasn't worried about himself. Raging Fire City was just an ordinary city. The martial artists here shouldn't be too strong, so he was sure to protect himself. But if Meng Fian and others followed, it would be a bit troublesome. Meng Fian seemed to know that they would be a burden if they stayed. Without much hesitation, she turned to leave. Unfortunately, this inn didn't have a back door at all. They could only wait. Ma Qianqian had returned at this time. Behind her, there was another group of people. 3 of them were particularly eye-catching. The first was a young man, only 16 or 17 years old, but he felt that his cultivation was much stronger than Ma Qianqian. The young man had fiery red hair, and his skin was also red. It was as if he was born from the fire. In those eyes, there was a strong arrogance and confidence. Needless to say, it was naturally the son of the city lord of Raging Fire City. Ling Xiao had traveled extensively and experienced so many things. He still had this eyesight. The second person was a middle-aged man, wearing a gray-white robe, walking quite gracefully. At first glance, he was an expert. His every move revealed the feeling of a person in a high position. Needless to say, it must be the city lord of Raging Fire City himself. It was difficult for Ling Xiao to judge the true cultivation of this person, even with the help of the Tai Chi eye. The third person was also a young man, about the same age as Ling Xiao. But that aura made people feel very strange. The city lord of Raging Fire City was respectful to him. Just from this point alone, it could be seen that this person's status was definitely not low. But what was his identity? Ling Xiao still couldn't tell. The last possibility was the Zifu special envoy. Chapter 35-38. The third young man was wearing a purple robe, but this robe was very special. On the robe, there were all kinds of special patterns. They formed countless arrays. This caused this seemingly ordinary robe to have the power of a magic treasure. Big Brother Ling, that's the Purple Mansion special envoy. The disciples of the Purple Mansion Academy all wear that kind of robe. Meng Fian said in a low voice behind Ling Xiao. After all, she was from the Purple Mansion Great Kingdom and was more familiar with the people of the Purple Mansion Academy. Oh, how can you be sure? Ling Xiao asked curiously. The robe worn by the students of the Purple Mansion Academy is called the Purple Spirit Robe. In battle, it can increase a warrior's strength by almost 2 times. It's very scary. Meng Fian explained. Yes, the Purple Spirit Robe is not only handsome but also has special effects. However, the Purple Mansion Robe, which was of a higher level, was even more powerful. Not only could it increase one's strength by nearly 5 times, but it could also increase one's strength by almost 5 times. It can also store a lot of things. It's better than a storage ring. Meng Yi said with emotion. Whether it was the Purple Mansion Robe or the Purple Spirit Robe, to Ling Xiao, it was a special equipment made with arrays. It should be considered a magic treasure. Others might think it was mysterious, but in his eyes, it wasn't too mysterious. In fact, what interested Ling Xiao more was the cat on the shoulder of the Purple Mansion special envoy. It looked almost no different from a real cat, but under his Tai Chi eye, its true appearance was revealed. It wasn't a cat at all. It was an extremely powerful puppet. It even felt a bit stronger than the Purple Mansion special envoy. The power of arrays flowed on the puppet's body, circulating along the patterns. When he was in the Western region, he had seen the terror of puppets. A weak person, as long as he had a powerful puppet, could immediately turn the tide of the battle. And the people of the Sword Dynasty had always been researching powerful puppets. It seemed like their knowledge had been passed down from the 4 major domains, and the knowledge of the 4 regions was probably passed down from the Shinji continent. The Purple Mansion special envoy was very different from the sect disciples Ling Xiao had seen before. Although he was young, his whole body was emitting a strong, murderous aura. Ling Xiao absolutely believed that when he was in the Purple Mansion Academy, he had surely experienced countless actual battles. He was a man with a terrifying combat record. He was definitely not an inexperienced student. Judging from this point, this Purple Mansion Academy was really extraordinary. When they entered the inn, they found that the lobby on the first floor was in a mess. Although the laws here were very strong. However, Ma Qianqian and Ling Xiao were not weak. So many tables and chairs were still smashed. Envoy Wang, why don't you just stay in the City Lord's mansion? As you can see, the inn is in a mess. The City Lord of Raging Fire City looked at the young man in the purple robe and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, City Lord Liu, but this place is pretty good. I'm just an ordinary student of the Purple Mansion Academy. You don't have to call me Special Envoy. I can't afford it." The student surnamed Wang was very modest. "I came to Raging Fire City this time just to complete a task." He wasn't here to enjoy himself. Fortunately, only a few tables and chairs are broken. Is the guest room okay? He suddenly looked at the shopkeeper and asked. The guest room is okay. You can rest assured. The shopkeeper also wanted to curry favor with the Purple Mansion Special Envoy. If the Purple Mansion Special Envoy could come to live with him, then no one would dare to come here to make trouble. Even Ma Qianqian didn't dare. And even if the Purple Mansion Special Envoy left in the future, the business of his inn would inevitably rise. That's good. The young man surnamed Wang smiled and said, "Give me a heaven room?" "No problem. Please go upstairs." The shopkeeper personally entertained. This was a very rare thing. "Envoy Wang, you came to Raging Fire City for the legendary Dark North Divine Water, right?" The City Lord of Raging Fire City suddenly said, "You know it too?" Envoy Wang didn't seem surprised. This dark north divine water is rumored to appear in the heavenly dragon auction house, but it has never been accurate. Qianqian, go back and let your father investigate to see if there is really such a thing as the dark north divine water, so that the envoy doesn't come here in vain. The city lord of Raging Fire City suddenly looked at Ma Qianqian. Ma Qianqian's father was the shopkeeper of the Heavenly Dragon Auction House in Raging Fire City. That's why the city lord of Raging Fire City said this. No problem, Godfather's matter. I will do it well. Ma Qianqian said excitedly. Then I'll have to trouble City Lord Lu and shopkeeper Ma. This special envoy Wang seemed to be very calm all along. His emotionless appearance made it impossible for others to see through his thoughts. By the way, Qianqian, who did you say hit you? It's just that the envoy is here. He can definitely uphold justice for you. City Lord Lu suddenly said. With the people of the Purple Mansion Academy, even if they encountered people who were not easy to deal with, he believed that they could definitely deal with it. After all, the Purple Mansion Academy was the most powerful force in the Purple Mansion country. And in the Imperial Court of the Purple Mansion country, they were basically the old students of the Purple Mansion Academy. The power of the Purple Mansion Academy was definitely not what outsiders could imagine. Ma Qianqian heard this and hurriedly knelt down. She said to the Envoy Wang, Envoy Wang, today my daughter was walking on the road and her pet was stolen. They chased her all the way to this inn. But I didn't think that those people turned out to be the accomplices of the thief. Not only stopped us from catching the thief, but also seriously injured my daughter. Sir Special Envoy, you have to make a decision for my daughter. If the Northern Underworld Divine Water really exists, I will let my father give it to you with both hands. That's not necessary. Although the Northern Underworld Divine Water is precious, it is only a valuable thing after all. As a student of the Purple Mansion Academy, I don't lack that spirit stone. Envoy Wang smiled and then looked at Ling Xiao and others. Before he spoke, the young lord of Raging Fire City had already exploded. A terrible aura was released from his body. Envoy Wang, this is just a small matter. We can solve it. We dare not bother you. The young lord of Raging Fire City, Lu Ruhua. He was a violent man and a powerful young man. But this person had a quirk, that was, he liked fat women. Ma Qianqian was exactly what he wanted. Suddenly hearing that someone had hurt his sweetheart, how could Lu Ruhua not be angry? He was angry because of his sweetheart. Even if his sweetheart was fat, it would not affect his anger. The envoy surnamed Wang did not speak. Lu Ruhua felt that he acquiesced, so he took a step forward and stared at Ling Xiao fiercely. Where did this dog come from? Even hurt my sister Qianqian. Today I will not break your dog leg. I am not called Lu Ruhua. Ruhua, with Envoy Wang here, don't be so unruly, speak civilly. City Lord Lu frowned. He was a cultured man, but why did he have a son who was simply unbearably rude? Although his talent was good, he just liked to use dirty words. Chapter 35-39. Mr. Special Envoy, I'm really sorry. My son is a little rude. But it's mainly because his beloved was bullied. He's a little angry. City Lord Lu hurriedly apologized to Mr. Wang. I can understand. Mr. Wang nodded. But this is an inn after all. It's not appropriate to fight here. Ruhua, did you hear that? Mr. Special Envoy chose this inn to stay temporarily. Even if you want to fight, get out of here. Don't disturb Mr. Special Envoy here. City Lord Lu glanced at his son and said. Lu Ruhua was a little depressed, but he didn't dare to fight in front of Mr. Wang. He said that he didn't want to see a fight here. If he didn't listen, he would offend people. Lu Ruhua still wanted to rely on this special envoy to enter the Zifu Academy. He couldn't do that. Although he wasn't a smart person, he still had a brain. Ling Xiao glanced at Lu Ruhua indifferently. This kid had a violent temper, but he didn't take it to heart. Although he was more powerful than Ma Qianqian, he still had a 50 to 60% chance of winning. In fact, the more troublesome ones were Mr. Wang and the City Lord of Raging Fire. These two people were a little strong. At least with his current strength, he definitely couldn't win. But now it seemed that the two people didn't mean to fight, so it was easy to deal with. Kid, if you have the guts to steal Qianqian's things, you should have the guts to accept my challenge. Come out with me, or I'll kill all of you. Lu Ruhua looked coldly at Ling Xiao and shouted, "First, I haven't even seen your fat girlfriend's things, let alone steal them. Second, I can fight with you, but we have to make a life and death contract so that your father and the special envoy can be witnesses. If you die, no one can complain. Do you dare?" Ling Xiao looked at Lu Ruhua without showing weakness and said coldly. He hated it when people threatened him with his friends. Although Meng Fian and others could only be regarded as ordinary friends, it was still not enough. The feeling of being threatened was very uncomfortable. "How dare you, a lowly person, to make a life and death contract with me?" Lu Ruhua said disdainfully. "Are you scared?" Ling Xiao mocked. "I am only at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. You are much stronger than me. You don't even dare to do this?" "It's not that I don't dare, it's that I don't care," Lu Ruhua said coldly. "You really know how to find excuses." Ling Xiao curled his lips and said, "Fei Yan, you guys go first. I want to see if the city lord of Raging Fire City and his son are reasonable people." "Yes, big brother Ling." Meng Fian had already given up on the idea of becoming his disciple. She was already very happy to be able to return to Meng village safely. And if she stayed here now, she would be a burden to Ling Xiao. The earlier they left, the better it would be for Ling Xiao. "Stop." Just as Meng Fian was about to leave, the special envoy surnamed Wang suddenly shouted. Ling Xiao frowned, but did not do anything. He did not know why special envoy Wang stopped Meng Fian. "What are you doing in Raging Fire City?" Special envoy Wang asked faintly. "I don't dare to hide it from special envoy. I came to Raging Fire City hoping to be lucky enough to be accepted as a disciple. In the future, I will enter the Zifu Academy to cultivate." Meng Fian did not dare to lie. "Ha ha ha, a lowly commoner like you, with your trashy strength, why would Lord Special Envoy fancy you?" Lu Ruhua heard Meng Fian's words and could not help but laugh. His father had curried favor with Special Envoy Wang, so that he could become Special Envoy Wang's disciple, and then smoothly enter the Zifu Academy to cultivate. But even then, Special Envoy Wang did not reply. If he couldn't do it, how could Meng Fian do it? Meng Fian was also a little embarrassed. If she knew earlier, she would not have come to Raging Fire City. It was dangerous and embarrassing. "Little girl, go back. Don't think about these things that are beyond your grasp." Special Envoy Wang waved his hand. "Did you hear that? Hurry up and go back. Don't come here to make a fool of yourself." Lu Ruhua laughed even more proudly. "Special Envoy." Ling Xiao suddenly spoke. "What? You also want to be my disciple?" Special Envoy Wang asked faintly. "That's not it. I just want to say that this girl has the innate golden body, but she hasn't noticed it yet. Don't you want to think about it?" Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye was very vicious. Meng Fian was definitely a piece of jade. As long as she was carefully carved, she would definitely be able to be cultivated into a great martial artist. At the very least, the reincarnation divine vein realm would not be able to stop her. It was estimated that she could at least cultivate to the reincarnation divine core realm. "Oh?" Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Special Envoy Wang's feet shook slightly, and his figure had already arrived beside Meng Fian, and then he grabbed her shoulder. After a moment, he said in surprise, "It really is the innate golden body. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect it. This time I came to a remote place like Raging Fire City, and I can still find such a treasure." "Little girl, you just said that you want to be my disciple?" "Yes." Meng Fian was a little confused. She had never heard that she had a golden body in her entire life. But listening to Special Envoy Wang's words, it seemed that he really wanted to accept her as a disciple. "Well, then you can be my disciple now. I am Wang Yongming. What is your name?" "Brother." Disciple Meng Fian. Meng Fian felt like she was dreaming. What was originally impossible had now become possible. At this time, Lu Ruhua, who was laughing at Meng Fian just now, was the most oppressed. He couldn't believe his ears. He had just mocked Meng Fian for overestimating herself and being a trash martial artist. Now he was slapped in the face by Wang Yongming. The feeling was really unpleasant. Could it be that he, Wang Yongming, was inferior to a lowly servant? Meng Fian, very good, although you are a little old. These years can be considered as a waste. But it doesn't matter. You have the innate golden body, and your cultivation can at least reach the reincarnation divine core realm. You will definitely become a powerhouse of my Zifu Great Kingdom. Wang Yongming said with a smile. I am afraid that even I will not be your opponent in the future. Really? Meng Fian still felt like she was dreaming. She couldn't believe that this was a fact. Special Envoy, I am not convinced, Lu Ruhua suddenly shouted. How can this lowly servant have a better aptitude than me? What he couldn't accept the most was a trash that could be trampled under his feet. She might even surpass him in the future. Lowly servant? Wang Yongming's face turned cold. You said that my disciple is a lowly servant? Ruhua, why aren't you apologizing? Sensing Wang Yongming's displeasure, City Lord Lu hurriedly said. Although he was a city lord, to be honest, any disciple of the Zifu Great Academy could easily replace him. In front of these people, he didn't dare to offend them. Who would have thought that he would have such a stupid son? Lu Ruhua also felt the terrifying killing intent from Wang Yongming. At this moment, he felt like a pitiful person drowning in the sea. He struggled with all his might, but even breathing became difficult. Chapter 3540. Lord Envoy, please spare my life. Just now, I was careless and said the wrong thing. It was an unintentional mistake. Please spare my life, Lord Envoy. In front of Wang Yongming, the arrogant Lu Ruhua was like a pitiful ant. He was so scared that he couldn't even speak properly. Get up. I won't kill you for your father's sake. However, I can give you an answer to your previous request now. You are not qualified to be my disciple. Wang Yongming said coldly, but your father is a good person. I don't want to cut off your thoughts. How about this? If you can reach the third layer of the divine vein realm before the age of 20, I will give you a recommendation. I will recommend you to enter the Zifu Academy to cultivate. If you can't, then don't bother me anymore. Hearing Wang Yongming's words, Ling Xiao secretly praised. This person was really powerful. Using this matter, not only did he suppress City Lord Lu, but he also gave him a sweet fruit. Not only would he not offend City Lord Lu, but he also saved himself a lot of trouble. Presumably, City Lord Lu wouldn't do such a stupid thing for his son's future. Hurry up and thank him. City Lord Lu kicked his son's body and urged. Thank you, Lord Envoy. To be honest, Lu Ruhua looked down on Wang Yongming. He felt that his aptitude was better than Wang Yongming. As long as he had the chance to enter the Zifu Academy, he naturally didn't want to become Wang Yongming's disciple. It could be said that he was very satisfied with Wang Yongming's decision. The only thing that made him unhappy was that he was robbed by a commoner. This was simply a disgrace. But Meng Fian had already become Wang Yongming's disciple. No matter what, he didn't dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, with Wang Yongming's strength, he could easily take his life. Ma Qianqian was even more unhappy than him. Originally, she wanted to take revenge because Lu Ruhua came. But now, Meng Fian suddenly became Envoy Wang's disciple. How could she take revenge? She could only obediently leave with City Lord Lu and Lu Ruhua. But Ling Xiao knew that this group of people didn't dare to provoke Meng Fian and the people from Ming Village. But to him, they wouldn't let him go. But would he be afraid? He couldn't wait for Lu Ruhua to find trouble with him. Without any worries, he could go anywhere he wanted. If he wanted to fight, he could fight. A small place like Raging Fire City couldn't trap him. After City Lord Lu left with his people, Meng Fian formally carried out the apprenticeship ceremony. Wang Yongming then gave her a day to say goodbye to her friends and family. Then, he returned to his room. Everyone set up a few tables in the inn to celebrate. Meng Fian, on the other hand, sent a messenger pigeon to inform them of what had happened. Fei Yin, first of all, I have to congratulate you for getting what you wanted. But remember, when you're alone outside, don't be as naive as before. Keep in mind at all times that if anyone in this world is too kind to you, a stranger, you will never know. He definitely had other motives. Take me as an example. The reason why I helped you was because I wanted to borrow your strength to reach the city of Raging Fire. As for your current master, that Wang Yongming, he is not a simple person. Always be careful. Don't get sold off, and even help them count the money. Ling Zhao's words came from the bottom of his heart. They came from his own experiences. Brother Ling thinks that there's something wrong with Master? Meng Fian asked. That's not it. What I'm saying is just a universal truth. Remember, just be careful and be on your guard. At least at this stage, don't trust him too much. Time will reveal a person's heart. Take your time and see. Ling Xiao said. Fian knows. Meng Fian nodded. She was too happy before and didn't think about these things at all. But after careful consideration, even Meng Chang's childhood sweetheart would betray her. Not to mention Wang Yongming, the master she just met. It's good that you understand. Of course, nothing may happen. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Right, let's not talk about this. Today, I saw Wang Yongming wearing a purple spirit robe. Is that purple spirit robe the exclusive equipment of the Zifu Academy? And the cat on Wang Yongming's shoulder, I can feel that it's a puppet beast. But such a magical puppet beast, it's the first time I've seen it. Do you understand? After asking 2 questions in a row, Ling Xiao himself was a little embarrassed. But Meng Fian didn't think much of it. She smiled and said, Big Brother Ling really came from a small place. You don't even know this. Actually, whether it's the purple spirit robe or the puppet beast, the fundamental principle is the result of the combination of arrays and incantations. I think Big Brother Ling has heard that the Shinji continent is the most famous place for making puppets and mechanical beasts. But it's a pity that it's very far from us. But there were martial artists from the Shinji continent who fled here and developed their skills. Thus, the 4 major regions have the 2 professions of puppet master and spirit augmentation master. Puppet master is a profession that makes use of arrays to make puppets. In the 4 major regions, the utilization rate of puppets is quite high. The pigeons and the messenger pigeons that I mentioned before are puppet pigeons. Arrays operate. Using spirit stones, they can fly for a long distance. Of course, there's another type of puppet. Because it has a charging array, it can be used for a long time after charging once. It doesn't need to use spirit stones. The most powerful puppets don't need spirit stones and don't need to be charged, because they can already absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth to move like martial artists. Unfortunately, in the 4 major regions, there are probably less than 10 people who can make these top-level puppets. They're very rare. The cat on Master's shoulder should be an ordinary puppet that consumes spirit stones to move. It's not bad. As long as there are enough spirit stones, they can perform equally well. I see. Then what about spirit augmentation masters? Ling Xiao asked again. Spirit augmentation masters and puppet masters are a bit similar, because they both use arrays to achieve their goals. The only difference is that puppet masters make puppets. Spirit augmentation masters make magical treasures. As long as they combine arrays with incantations, they can make an item produce special effects. The purple spirit robe is such an item. There are also talismans made by imitating the ones in the Immortal Court. Although their power can't be compared to the talismans in the Immortal Court, it's enough in the 4 major regions. The most terrifying one was that it could instantly kill a reincarnation divine core warrior. That's why puppet masters and spirit augmentation masters are always in high demand in the 4 major regions, no matter where they go. They're always the focus of attention. Meng Fian knew a lot of things. It seemed like she had been paying attention to the outside world since she was young. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought of studying in the Purple Mansion Academy. Last question. What is the Northern Underworld Divine Water? Since Meng Fian was a walking dictionary, of course he had to ask. From what those people said, the Northern Underworld Divine Water seemed to be very precious. Although it wasn't a priceless treasure, it must be good. Meng Fian thought for a moment and said, Speaking of the Northern Underworld Divine Water, we have to talk about alchemists. In other places, alchemists might not be separated from doctors. Chapter 3541. Meng Fian continued, In the 4 major regions, alchemists are not only separated from doctors, and they are as popular as spirit augmenters and puppet masters. That Northern Underworld Divine Water is the most important ingredient to refine the Divine Pulse Pill. I guess Master is trying to refine the Divine Pulse Pill. Meng Fian replied. Ling Xiao touched his storage ring. There was a God's Vein elixir in it. It was refined by his mother, Yu Xianyue, and the ancient Sword Emperor gave it to him as a gift. As long as the energy in his cultivation C increased to 100%, he could use the Divine Pulse Pill and the Reincarnation Immortal Bone to advance to the Divine Pulse realm. However, the effect of the Divine Pulse Pill was not just that. The Divine Pulse Pill could not only help a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm to advance to the Divine Pulse realm. It could also strengthen the Divine Pulse and allow a martial artist at the 1st level of the Divine Pulse realm to advance by 1 level. And martial artists at the 2nd level of the Divine Pulse realm and above could use the Divine Pulse Pill to improve and restore their true essence. Strengthening the Divine Pulse. It was very useful all the way to the 9th level of the Divine Pulse realm. If there was a chance, he could try to get the Northern Underworld Divine Water. To Ling Xiao, the more God Meridian pills he had, the better. He always liked to have pills on him, so he didn't panic. At present, he only had 1 Divine Pulse Pill, which could only help him break through to the 1st level of the Divine Pulse realm. But he couldn't use it later. After all, pills were also part of his overall strength. Heavenly Dragon Auction House, what a familiar name. Ling Xiao touched the Supreme card in his storage ring. That was the top membership card of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. With that thing, he not only had priority to buy things in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, but he could also buy at half price or even at a discount. That Supreme card was approved by the headquarters of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company in the Immortal Court continent. In the entire mystic world, there were probably not many of them. But the Supreme card was too eye-catching. With his current strength, without a backer, it would be easy to get into trouble. It was better to bid with spirit stones as much as possible. If he really couldn't get it, it wouldn't be too late to take out the Supreme card. Others were afraid of Wang Yongming, but Ling Xiao didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. To put it bluntly, Wang Yongming was just an ordinary student of the Purple Academy. It was just that the Raging Fire City was too small, so that this ordinary student could become the #1 master here. That was why everyone feared him. But what was he afraid of? Oh, as long as he could break through to the Divine Pulse realm, he would be able to fight with Wang Yongming. Even now, he could use the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique to escape. He only wanted to improve Yue. He wanted to reunite with his sister of this life. Who knew what would happen underworld God could you? After the Yun, everyone of heaven and was you, on Yu's Yayan Yu's. Master, Meng Fian said that if you want to use the teleportation formation, your cultivation must at least reach the Divine Vein Realm, S. How did they directly pass through the Golden Sky region from the immemorial Divine Tomb to the Savage Beast region? Previously, Ling Xiao had been intimidated, so he did not think too much about this matter. The Yuan Venerate explained, I have always wanted to say that those fellows aren't that weak. They must have used some kind of magic treasure to forcibly suppress their own cultivation. It was similar to what the 2 parasitic martialists did when they entered the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum. Because the laws of the immemorial Divine Mausoleum are lax, they can't support their true strength. Once their strength is fully released, the entire world might collapse, or they might be obliterated by the laws. This is why the strongest martialists of the 4 great domains invading the western region are only at the 9th level of the Reincarnation Divine Boundary. I see. Ling Xiao nodded. You don't have to think too much. It's not like you can't go to the Eternal Emperor region now. Even if I have to exhaust my soul, I can help you do it. But what will happen after you go? Given your current strength, you will only be killed if you meet Yu Fenghua. Do you really think that's a good idea? The Yuan Venerate said solemnly, Your disciple understands. I was too anxious. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He lost his composure at the thought of the Moon Lady. Fortunately, he had a Yuan Venerate by his side. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know what to do. Actually, you don't have to be anxious. Given your cultivation speed, it won't take long. I estimate that you will be able to head to the Eternal Emperor region in at most a year. The Yuan Venerate encouraged him. Thank you for your encouragement, Master. Don't worry, I'm fine. Ling Xiao smiled. I can't be discouraged. Besides the Moon Lady, there is also your matter, Master. Perhaps the Heavenly Dragon Trading Firm in the city of Raging Fire also has treasures that can repair souls. I will definitely get them for you. Just do your best. I won't force you. After all, Treasures that can repair souls are rare and expensive. You lack the means to make money now, so it's better to take it easy. The Yuan Venerate was very considerate. It's all right. I'll just refine more elixir pills when I have the raw materials. Given my alchemy skills, I'm afraid no one in the city of raging fire can compare to me. Ling Xiao was still very confident in making money. Alchemy, at any time, would never fall behind. Then Master will look forward to it. I'm going to rest. The Yuan Venerate turned into a wisp of green smoke and entered Ling Xiao's mountain river realm. Ling Xiao began to take out the medicinal herbs in his storage ring. After taking a look, he immediately shook his head and destroyed them. This was the 4 great regions. The medicinal herbs in the west region were too inferior. Even if they were used to refine elixir pills, the effect wouldn't be good. Anyway, he still had some capital. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and left the inn. In a dark corner, a sparrow stared at Ling Xiao as he walked out of the inn. Then, it flapped its wings and followed closely behind. Bang! Suddenly, Ling Xiao, who was walking forward, turned around and pointed his finger. The sparrow's body was directly pierced through. It landed on the ground. However, it didn't look like the corpse of an animal. It was actually cremated strangely. He walked over and picked it up. A puppet bird? Ling Xiao frowned. There was no need to ask. This thing was definitely used to monitor him. Presumably, Ma Qianqian still hated him very much for not being able to deal with him. Thus, she was always monitoring him. As long as he left the inn, she would make a move on him. Bang! Ling Xiao crushed the puppet bird as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. He had spared the fat pig's life, but he hadn't expected the fat pig to be so ungrateful. He still wanted to make a move on him? All right, in that case, I'll wait for you. He looked up and saw an eagle soaring in the sky. He sneered and didn't make a move again. Instead, he continued to walk into the distance. The eagle kept following him until he walked into a hidden alley. Suddenly, a group of martialists charged in from outside the alley. They blocked his way. Chapter 3542. Kid, you didn't expect that, right? Although that Meng Fian has become Wang Yongming's disciple, I can't touch her. But anyway, Qianqian only wants your life. 2 people walked out of the crowd. One was Fat Pig Ma Qianqian. The other was Lu Ruhua. What do you want to do? Don't tell me you're going to kill someone in broad daylight in the middle of the world? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Ruhua and Ma Qianqian and asked coldly, Are you an idiot? Who am I? I am the son of City Lord Lu, the young City Lord of Raging Fire City. I am the king of this place. Not to mention killing you. Even if I chop you into minced meat, no one will dare to say anything. Lu Ruhua looked at Ling Xiao contemptuously and mocked. Hee, are you afraid now? You had so much fun beating me before. Now that my brother Ruhua has made his move, you are dead. Ma Qianqian sneered and was very proud. It was as if the Ling Xiao in front of her was already a dead man. Fat pig, I seem to have told you not to let me see you again. Otherwise, it will be your death date. You don't seem to take it seriously. Forget it, I didn't bring much money today. Most of the spirit stones were left at home. You two have prominent families, so you must have a lot of spirit stones on you. All of them are mine. Ling Xiao looked at Ma Qianqian, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a sneer. Ha ha ha, this kid really has a problem with his head. Could it be that he thinks he can still win? Our subordinate's cultivation is about the same as his. With the 2 of us, killing him is as easy as stepping on a bug. I say, Qianqian, are you sure it was this fool who hurt you? Did you make a mistake? The more Lu Ruhua looked at Ling Xiao, the more she felt that Ling Xiao was stupid. Everyone could see that it was impossible to win the battle, but this guy was still quite calm. He even dared to say such harsh words. Ling Xiao did not say any more nonsense. On his body, a hideous armor grew out. In an instant, he entered the limitless heavenly rat-beast soul transformation state. Innate demon god sword soul was released at the same time. Facing Ma Qianqian, he did not dare to hold back. Moreover, Lu Ruhua was even stronger than Ma Qianqian. She had already reached the 2nd level of the divine vein realm, although he had just stepped in. However, his strength was extremely terrifying. Today's battle was definitely going to be a bitter one. Injuries were inevitable. However, it would also be of great help to him. What he needed now was this kind of danger. Only danger could stimulate his potential. He already had the reincarnation immortal bone and the God Meridian elixir. As long as the energy in his cultivation increased to 100%, he would be able to break through directly. There was no need for any preparation. Holding Ice Age in his hand, Ling Xiao beckoned to Lu Ruhua and Ma Qianqian and said, "I'm still busy shopping. If you want to make a move, do it quickly. Go." Lu Ruhua did not personally take action. This time, he had brought over 100 subordinates with him. All of them were at the 8th and 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. He didn't believe that these hundreds of people couldn't take down one person. Facing the group of martial artists charging over, Ling Xiao revealed a trace of a cold smile. 9 Snake General, Death Kingdom Black Poison. Following that, 9 snake heads suddenly popped out from behind him. Terrifying black fog filled the entire place. In just an instant, hundreds of people were all dead. These people were either at the same cultivation level as him or weaker than him. Death Kingdom Black Poison could kill them instantly. The black fog disappeared. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Ruhua with a smile and said, "The trash has been cleaned up. It's your turn." This guy. Lu Ruhua's eyes finally revealed a serious look. However, it was only serious. He was really unwilling to deal with a 9th level reincarnation divine realm warrior. It was completely disdainful. However, there was no other way now. All of his subordinates were dead. He could only do it himself. "I admit that you have some strength, but it's only enough to show off in the reincarnation divine realm. Without condensing the divine vein, how can you fight with me?" Boom. As he spoke, a terrifying aura was released from Lu Ruhua's body. His whole body was burning with blazing flames. A ball of fire appeared behind him. Needless to say, this should be his martial soul. Kill. There was a violent roar. Lu Ruhua directly threw a punch at Ling Xiao. That fist was wrapped in blazing flames and turned into a huge fire fist, wanting to blast Ling Xiao into charcoal. The air suddenly trembled. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly. Even the ground seemed to be scorched. One had to know that the laws of these 4 regions were incomparably strong. To be able to cause a change in the natural environment, it was enough to show that Lu Ruhua was powerful. A 2nd-level divine vein realm warrior, that was really not a bluff. It was indeed powerful. I can't clash with him head-on for the time being. Let's kill Ma Qianqian first. Ling Xiao's heart was as clear as a mirror at this time. If he wanted the energy in his cultivation to skyrocket, he had to fight Lu Ruhua head-on. However, the result of a head-on battle was that he would definitely be injured. It would be very troublesome to face 2 people at the same time. He had to kill Ma Qianqian first. Thinking of this, he moved and used the Blizzard Ice Sealing Step to kill Lu Ruhua directly. What a good movement technique, and it can actually slow down my movements. Lu Ruhua frowned. However, he soon sneered. The raging fire burst. The surrounding coldness instantly retreated. His speed returned to normal in an instant. Fire Dragon Divine Fist. In the roar, several fire dragons burst out from Lu Ruhua's fists and rushed towards Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. This guy was really hard to deal with. This move should be an advanced king-level martial arts technique. Perhaps in the entire Raging Fire City, only the son of the city lord had such a martial arts technique. If it was someone else, it would probably not work. Extreme Cold Domain. At the critical moment, Ling Xiao released the Extreme Cold Domain. Then he used the Blizzard Ice Sealing Step again. He barely avoided the attack of the Fire Dragon. "Can you dodge it?" Lu Ruhua sneered, stomped on the ground, and suddenly jumped up. Although they could not fly, Lu Ruhua's jumping power was amazing enough. She chased after Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. Ma Qianqian was left alone on the spot. "Here's the chance." Ling Xiao sneered. If Lu Ruhua had stayed by Ma Qianqian's side, he would not have been able to kill the other party. However, Lu Ruhua left Ma Qianqian in order to chase after Ling Xiao. Ma Qianqian did not seem to feel anything wrong. Obviously, Lu Ruhua was chasing after Ling Xiao. What kind of accident would happen? "Kid, even if you are a loach today, I will catch you and stew you. Don't think about escaping." Lu Ruhua condensed his true essence on the way, and several more fire dragons spewed out. It was as if this move was his strongest attack. Ling Xiao had a rough understanding of this guy's strength. He would not die if he met force with force. It was just that he had to be injured. But if he was not injured, how could he stimulate his potential? He had long been used to this kind of thing. Little dog, you can't catch your grandfather today. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Chapter 35-43. Vertical Golden Light Technique. This was Ling Xiao's most terrifying technique. It was much faster than Blizzard Ice Sealing Step. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao disappeared from Lu Ruhua's sight. Lu Ruhua turned pale with fright. She hurriedly turned her head to look. Before she could turn her head, she heard Ma Qianqian's cry for help. Ruhua, save me. Ma Qianqian naturally did not stay idle. Didn't I accidentally lose to you once? Do you really think I'm a pushover? Do you think you can bully me? Ma Qianqian was very upset. She felt that she was being looked down upon. Accident? Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. As long as you're happy. The previous battle in the inn was not an accident. He easily defeated Ma Qianqian with his true ability, but Ma Qianqian was unwilling to admit it. Stop! Lu Ruhua rushed back. However, Ling Xiao was closer to Ma Qianqian at this time. Even if he chased her back, it would not make much sense. Ling Xiao held Ice Age in his hand. At this time, Ice Age was no longer a two-handed giant sword. Instead, it turned into a long sword held in one hand. It could allow him to exert his speed to the extreme. The first move of Ice Emperor's sword technique, Instant Freeze. A soft chant was released from Ling Xiao's mouth. Ma Qianqian's attack was instantly frozen and then destroyed by the sword qi. She suddenly understood at this time. The battle in the inn was not an accident at all. That was the inevitable result. Ling Xiao had stronger strength and a stronger martial soul than her. Innate martial soul. At the moment before death, Ma Qianqian suddenly understood. Unfortunately, it was already too late to find out everything. Ling Xiao's body directly passed through Ma Qianqian's body. The woman's body was split into two, but because of the cold, they were still frozen together and did not separate. This made Ma Qianqian experience the most terrifying moment before death. She was going to die, but she did not die completely. At that moment, she regretted it very much. Remember this in your next life. No matter what you do, don't push your luck. I spared your life in the inn not because I was afraid of you, but because I didn't want to be stained with blood. But you just had to throw your life away. I won't hold back either. With a light flick, the blood on Ice Age was flung to the ground. I regret it. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Ma Qianqian uttered the last sound of her life. Looking at this demon-like person holding a sword, she regretted offending him. Why did he still want to take revenge? Ling Xiao didn't care if she regretted it or not. Holding Ice Age in his hand, he pointed it at Lu Ruhua. The next battle was the key. If he couldn't achieve a breakthrough in this battle, even if he used the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, he would still die. Therefore, this was a battle that forced him into a dead end. He must not lose. Seeing Ma Qianqian being killed and dying so miserably, Lu Ruhua let out a beast-like roar. Although Ma Qianqian was ugly, her father was rich. As the shopkeeper of the Heavenly Dragon Auction House in Raging Fire City, Ma Qianqian's father had the most wealth in Raging Fire City. Even his father, City Lord Lu, had to curry favor with him. This was the reason why he liked Ma Qianqian. Otherwise, how could he like that fat pig woman? Ling Xiao killing Ma Qianqian was equivalent to cutting off his source of spirit stones. Ever since he got together with Ma Qianqian, he had an endless supply of spirit stones every day. A large amount of resources could be obtained whenever he wanted. That stupid woman couldn't wait to dig out her heart for him. She let him play with her. But Ling Xiao had completely ruined his dream today. How could he not be angry? The roar represented his anger. The frenzied flames represented his fury. His eyes were wide open, staring fiercely at Ling Xiao, wishing that he could completely turn this guy in front of him into ashes. Very angry? Hate me for cutting off your source of wealth? Or hate me for killing that woman in front of you? Hate your own incompetence? Hate your own idiocy? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Ruhua indifferently, constantly provoking him, making him even angrier. In a rage, his combat strength would soar, but his brain would be even worse. At that time, it would be easier for him to act according to his plan. No matter what the reason is, you deserve to die today. You killed my woman. Today, I will skin you alive and pull out your tendons. Lu Ruhua's temper was rough and violent. Ling Xiao's casual poke had caused him to explode. All he could think about was killing Ling Xiao. As for anything else, he didn't think much about it. Ling Xiao felt the murderous intent of the other party. He didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. He activated his vital essence, and the shadow of a black tortoise wrapped around him. Advanced King Level Black Tortoise Divine Body. The defense against Advanced King Level martial skills could reach 50%. In other words, even if an Advanced King Level martial skill pierced his body directly, it would only cause half of the damage. In addition to the Advanced King Level Black Tortoise Divine Body, he had an even more terrifying transformation weapon. The 7-colored armor was close-fitting, like a thin layer of clothing. However, its defensive power had reached the level of a peak King level martial skill. With it, his opponent's Advanced King level martial skill would not be able to hurt him at all. Even a peak King level martial skill could only cause half of the damage. Of course, Lu Ruhua was not at the same level as him. Lu Ruhua was much stronger than him. This strength allowed Lu Ruhua's Advanced King level martial skill to cause a peak King level martial skill to damage his body. This was the benefit of being strong. Kneel down. Lu Ruhua suddenly jumped up. This time, he was faster than before. In his anger, he abandoned his own defense and used all of his true essence to attack. The moment he jumped up, the ground began to shake. Fire Dragon Burst. It was also an Advanced King level martial skill, but the moves were different. It seemed more ferocious than the Fire Dragon Divine Fist. It was more overbearing. As the punch fell, Ling Xiao waved his Ice Age to block it. In that instant, he felt a terrifying power sweep over him. It was as if a mountain had smashed directly on his body. Bang! His body was bent, and his knees almost fell to the ground. However, he still stood proudly. If this had happened in the West region, the ground would have definitely cracked open. Ling Xiao would have even been smashed directly into the ground. However, this was the 4 regions. Therefore, Ling Xiao could not use burrow to relieve the pressure. He could only meet force with force. Even his spine let out a mournful cry. Instant freeze. Ling Xiao roared, and Ice Age erupted with terrifying power, instantly freezing the surroundings. Even Lu Ruhua's hands began to freeze. However, the fire seemed to be even more powerful. The moment it was frozen, it melted. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his body retreated rapidly. Lu Ruhua punched the ground, and the ground shook a few times. An inconspicuous crack appeared on the ground. Chapter 35-44. Not only that, Lu Ruhua's attack caused a raging fire to burn the sky. Within 10 meters of the surrounding area, everything became a sea of fire. Strong enough. Ling Xiao believed that if he did not retreat just now, his spine would have been smashed. This Lu Ruhua was indeed powerful. He suffered internal injuries. But fortunately, the injury was not too serious. The most peculiar thing was that golden heart. After fusing with his heart, it could actually make his heart stronger than his body. Such a great force actually did not damage his heart at all. Instead, the energy in his cultivation sea instantly skyrocketed by 30%. Die. Without waiting for Ling Xiao to think more, Lu Ruhua's attack came again. This guy jumped and instantly arrived in front of him. Then both fists blasted out again. Fire Dragon Divine Fist. 10 fire dragons roared and pounced at Ling Xiao. This time, Ling Xiao still did not dodge. But if he took this blow head-on, it would definitely not work. Even if he only suffered half of the damage, it would be enough to seriously injure him. So he had to fight back and resist. Ice River 9 turns. Ice Age stabbed out again. An ice river appeared from the void and turned 9 times in a very strange path, attacking Lu Ruhua. Although Lu Ruhua was very strong, he used all his true essence on the attack. His defense was extremely low. He had no choice. He could only turn the attack that was blasted at Ling Xiao back to deal with this ice river 9 turns. In an instant, the flames swallowed the ice river and gradually melted. And then the remaining power still blasted on Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao was forced to retreat more than 10 steps. Cultivation C energy, 60%. Ling Xiao had to take out a handful of medicinal pills and swallow them into his stomach. He was already seriously injured. If he did not eat the medicinal pills, the next blow would probably directly kill him. Let's see how many times you can resist. Lu Ruhua did not expect that Ling Xiao was actually using him to break through. Relying on his strength, he began to attack wildly, and Ling Xiao could only passively defend. He was repelled again and again. He vomited blood again and again. However, the energy in his sea of cultivation was rising rapidly under the constant attacks. As expected of the 4 great domains, even the release of potential has become faster. Ling Xiao was secretly delighted. After about a dozen collisions, the energy in his sea of cultivation finally rose to 100%. Time to end this. Looking at Lu Ruhua, Ling Xiao suddenly used the golden light spell to dodge to the side. Then, he swallowed the divine vein pill and held the reincarnation immortal bone in his hand. Even in the 4 great regions, the divine pulse elixir was an extremely precious elixir, at least in the city of raging fire. Even if there was a price, it would be extremely expensive. As for the reincarnation celestial bone, although it was not as expensive as the divine vein elixir, it was definitely not cheap. In the eyes of the warriors of Raging Fire City, these 2 things were treasures. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure on you. You don't deserve it. At this moment, Lu Ruhua seemed to have forgotten about revenge. Instead, greed took over his heart. Greed flashed in his eyes. Once again, they launched a frenzied attack. For him, the reincarnation immortal bone and the divine vein pill could strengthen his divine vein and increase his vital essence. Maybe it could help him break through again. As long as he could break through to the 3rd level of the divine vein realm, he could go to the Purple Mansion Academy. This was something that countless people dreamed of. At this moment, Ling Xiao no longer chose to meet force with force. Instead, he used the Blizzard Ice Sealing Step, the Extreme Cold Field, and the Golden Light Spell to avoid Lu Ruhua's attacks. In terms of speed, Lu Ruhua was still not as fast as him. In particular, there was no way to compare with his Golden Light Spell. Under such circumstances, the reincarnation immortal bone in his hand was rapidly consumed. The divine vein pill in his stomach was also rapidly taking effect. He could feel that the meridians in his body were also rapidly changing. The change from the martial vein to the divine vein was a qualitative leap. Only by condensing the divine vein could the body withstand the next reincarnation. Otherwise, it would be courting death. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Lu Ruhua also realized. Such an attack could not hurt Ling Xiao at all. Because his speed was not as fast as Ling Xiao, he would only be dodged by Ling Xiao. So he had to change his strategy. Martial soul skill, Prairie Fire. With a furious roar, his martial soul suddenly bloomed with a blazing light. Then, with Lu Ruhua as the center, a large amount of flames crazily spewed out to the surroundings. It could reach a height of more than 10 meters. Even if he could jump, he could not exceed this limit. Ling Xiao was actually not unfamiliar with martial soul skills, because all his beast souls had martial soul skills. But before, he had never heard of other people's martial souls having martial soul skills. He had always thought that this was his special skill. But when he came to the 4 great regions, he realized, as long as he cultivated his martial soul, he could learn martial soul skills. Martial soul skills were different from martial skills. Martial skills were cultivated by martial artists. Martial soul skills were cultivated by the martial soul. This made the martial soul's role in a battle between martial artists further increased. Facing this prairie fire, Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. With the undying bird beast soul, how could he be afraid of flames? So he didn't escape at all, but used his movement technique in this flame and continued to dodge. Why? This is the martial soul skill that I painstakingly cultivated. In the entire Raging Fire City, there were no more than 5 people who knew martial soul skills. Why? I don't understand. What kind of monster are you? Finally, Lu Ruhua was a little anxious. Or rather, a little scared. He had already brought out all of his trump cards. In the end, he found that this thing did not harm Ling Xiao at all. This was simply like a basin of cold water poured down on his head, making him feel cold. Boom. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's aura soared into the sky. The surrounding flames were all dispelled. A chill instantly filled the entire space. On the ground, a layer of ice formed. Ling Xiao broke through. He finally stepped into the next realm, Divine Pulse Realm. To be precise, it was the Reincarnation Divine Pulse Realm. Once one reached this realm, one would have to prepare for the next reincarnation. After his cultivation broke through to the Divine Pulse Realm, Ling Xiao could feel that his strength had at least skyrocketed by 100 times. Lu Ruhua's advantage in front of him was of course gone, even if he did not use the everlasting heavenly rat beast soul transformation. He could kill Lu Ruhua, a martial artist at the second level of the Divine Pulse Realm, just by relying on the innate 30% Divine Demon Sword Soul. Although I am very grateful to you for helping me make a breakthrough, but since you want to kill me today, I have to kill you, lest the cause of Ma Qianqian's death spread out. I can't continue to stay in the Raging Fire City. Ling Xiao wanted to kill her to silence her. This place was extremely remote. Except for Lu Ruhua, there was a corpse on the ground. As long as he killed Lu Ruhua, at least in a short time, no one would know that he did it. In this way, he could also go to the Heavenly Dragon Auction House to buy the Northern Underworld Divine Water he wanted. A drop of Northern Underworld Divine Water could refine at least 10 Divine Pulse pills. Chapter 35-45. The North Underworld Divine Water was a treasure, especially for alchemists. In Ling Xiao's eyes, it could refine at least 10 Divine Pulse elixirs. However, if it fell into the hands of a garbage alchemist, it could only refine 1 Divine Pulse elixir, and the effect might not be good. Next, it's my turn to fight back. You beat me up so badly just now. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Ruhua with ridicule in his eyes. You? Even if you have a breakthrough, you are only at the first level of the Divine Pulse Realm. Do you think you can defeat me, a martial artist at the second level of the Divine Pulse Realm? Lu Ruhua was a little afraid, but how could he admit defeat? Although he was not as powerful as his father in the City of Raging Fire, he could be considered a top expert. If he couldn't even deal with this puny Ling Xiao, then he would lose face. Fire Dragon Collapse. With a roar, Lu Ruhua vented his anger and used the Fire Dragon Collapse to attack Ling Xiao again. However, this time, Ling Xiao just stood there and did not move. The Fire Dragon Collapse hit Ling Xiao's head directly. Lu Ruhua was overjoyed. Serves you right. You are courting death. However, the next moment, he turned pale with fright, because he found that his hands were grabbed by someone. Are you tickling me? Ling Xiao laughed. Now, there was no gap between their strength. In fact, Ling Xiao was even stronger. Therefore, the Peak King level defense was enough to render Lu Ruhua's Advanced King level martial technique useless. No. Impossible. How could this be? Let me go. Lu Ruhua struggled wildly. However, Ling Xiao's arms were like huge iron pincers, and he could not escape at all. Don't you like fire? Today, I will let you know what fire is. Ling Xiao smiled. He instantly transformed into the immortal bird beast soul. Then, the immortal fire exploded. Lu Ruhua shouted in horror. Let me go. I am the young city lord of the City of Raging Fire. How dare you kill me? Idiot, it's already come to this. If I don't kill you, I'll be crazy. Ling Xiao sneered. Not only did the flames not stop, but they became even more ferocious. A moment later, Lu Ruhua's entire body was burnt to a crisp. Poor Lu Ruhua. She possessed a flame martial spirit and had burned countless innocent people to death. Now, he had suffered retribution and was burned to death by the flames. This could be considered an eye for an eye. Lu Ruhua's flame was only a demonic flame, not even an alien flame. However, Ling Xiao's flame was an immortal flame, which was extremely domineering. However, it seems a little wasteful. Using the heavenly flame is enough. Ling Xiao discovered that no matter what kind of flame it was, it would become more ferocious than before after reaching the 4 great domains. It was absolutely feasible to burn Lu Ruhua to death with the deviant flame. Looks like I have to slowly familiarize myself with this world in the future. There are many things that are different from the western regions. He looked around. There was no one there. Ling Xiao quietly left the scene. Perhaps Lu Ruhua did not expect that she would die in such a cowardly manner. She was actually killed in the City of Raging Fire. She originally wanted to kill Ling Xiao, so she chased away the nearby people. In the end, there was not even a messenger. On the contrary, it saved Ling Xiao a lot of trouble. Of course, he did not forget the belongings on the 2 of them. He directly took the things inside and left the storage ring where it was. Who knew if there was any soul imprint on the storage ring? In order to avoid being followed, it was better not to. Anyway, Ling Xiao had the Mountain River world. The storage ring was just a cover for him. It was meaningless to have too much. There's actually a puppet eagle. I'll go back and study it to see if I can imitate it. Ling Xiao found the puppet eagle that was used to monitor him among Lu Ruhua's belongings. He had never made a puppet before because he did not know the principle. However, after learning that the foundation of the puppets in the 4 great domains was formations, he became very interested. Even if he could not make a puppet for fighting, it would be good to make a mount or something. The beasts here were too strong. It was not easy to catch and tame. A puppet mount was obviously more suitable. For the sake of safety, he directly used the Shadow Warrior to leave the alley. It would not be good if someone saw him. The Shadow Warrior could ensure that nothing would go wrong. When he was far away, he showed his true body and mixed into the crowd. He did not return to the inn, but continued to buy medicinal herbs. Many people in the inn saw him come out. It would not make sense if he did not buy something back. In fact, his worries were a little unnecessary. In the eyes of others, he was just a martial artist at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. With his strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to kill Lu Ruhua and Ma Qianqian and hundreds of martial artists at the same time. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. Ling Xiao still made all the preparations. In the market, he found many medicinal herbs similar to those in the western regions, but the efficacy was no less than 100 times better. Using these herbs to refine pills was simply the best option. Ling Xiao almost ran through the entire market and prepared all the supplementary medicinal herbs to refine the Divine Pulse pill. A total of 10 sets. As long as he got the North Underworld Divine Water, he could quickly refine 10 Divine Pulse pills. After buying all the materials for the Divine Pulse pill, he went to buy some materials for the Healing pill. The Healing pill was a pill that could be used at any time. It could be used by everyone, from ordinary people to top martial artists. However, with different supplementary materials, the efficacy of the Healing pill would also change. The grade would also be improved. The materials that Ling Xiao bought were more suitable for martial artists in the Divine Pulse realm. Therefore, it was also called the Divine Pulse Healing Pill. It was simple and easy to understand. The materials were not expensive. In fact, he was not short of money. Before coming to the 4 major regions, he left most of his spirit stones in the western regions to help rebuild the western regions. But he had about 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones with him. It only cost him about 500 to buy these medicinal herbs. It was worth mentioning that he got nearly 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones from Lu Ruhua and Ma Qianqian. It was definitely enough to bid for the North Underworld Divine Water. The auction price of the North Underworld Divine Water was estimated to be about 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones. He now had more than 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Although the North Underworld Divine Water was precious, it could at most be used to refine the Divine Pulse pill. The price of a Divine Pulse pill was only 2,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Only an idiot would buy it if the price was higher. After all, not everyone could be like Ling Xiao, who could refine 10 Divine Pulse pills with 1 drop of the North Underworld Divine Water. Most alchemists could refine 1 pill, which was already very good. It could be called a miracle if they could refine 2 pills. If Wang Yongming really treated Meng Fian well and did not cause trouble for him, he did not mind selling a Divine Pulse pill to Wang Yongming. But if Wang Yongming had ulterior motives, not only would he not give him anything, but he would also kill Wang Yongming, in case Meng Fian was deceived. The best way to test it was to bid for the North Underworld Divine Water. He wanted to see what Wang Yongming planned to do. Chapter 3546. At that time in the inn, because the situation was not optimistic, Ling Xiao proposed that Meng Fian had an innate golden battle body. Let Meng Fian worship Wang Yongming as her master. But the more it was like this, the more he couldn't take it lightly. If a good girl fell into the fire pit because of him, then his sin would be big. Back at the inn, Ling Xiao sealed his room. With the last lesson, he directly used a formation to protect the room. Whoever intends to rush in, just wait for bad luck. After sealing the room, Ling Xiao began to refine pills. His way of refining pills was different from most people. Others still need a medicinal cauldron to refine pills. But he wrapped the herbs with strange fire and refined pills directly in the air, using the spirit energy of heaven and earth to condense the spirit energy cauldron. This effect was better than refining pills directly in the metal cauldron. It just required a strong control ability. Only Ling Xiao could do it. When he was refining pills, Meng Yi and others came once. Because they were going back today, they hoped to say goodbye to Ling Xiao. Now that Meng Fian had become Wang Yongming's disciple, she naturally would not go back together. However, the teenagers of Meng Village waited at the door for a long time. But they didn't wait for Ling Xiao to come out. In desperation, they could only entrust Meng Fian to help them say goodbye. Then the group left in a hurry. The city of raging fire was a place of trouble, and the longer they stayed here, the more troublesome it would be. In fact, this was the case. They had just left the city of raging fire for half an hour. Suddenly, the city of raging fire was under martial law. There were rumors that Lu City Lord's son Lu Ruhua and Lu Ruhua's woman Ma Qianqian were killed. City Lord Lu was looking for the murderer. When Ling Xiao finished refining the healing pills, the inn was also surrounded. Although City Lord Lu did not dare to rush in to search. However, anyone who left the inn would have to be interrogated by them, except for Envoy Wang. But Ling Xiao didn't plan to go out anyway. He had inquired that the auction would be held in 3 days. These days, there were more foreigners in the city of raging fire. In addition to the northern underworld divine water, there were many other treasures that attracted people's attention. This, in turn, gave Ling Xiao an excellent cover. If City Lord Lu wanted to find out who killed his son, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Smiling, he continued to stay in the room. However, this time, it wasn't alchemy, but cultivation. After breaking through to the first level of the divine vein realm, Ling Xiao could already cultivate the 9 transformation technique. The 9 revolutions fiend god technique was an elementary emperor-level martial skill, incomparably precious. In order to cultivate, one had to be a divine vein realm martial artist. The first move was called Descent of the Fiend Gods. When it was used, it could utilize the power of the fiend gods, and its attack power would skyrocket. Its destructive power was terrifying. What was even more interesting was that the 9 transformations God-Fiend technique did not have any requirements for weapons. It could be used barehanded, or with all kinds of weapons. Its essence could be infused into any weapon. It was no wonder that the 9 transformations God-Fiend art was used in conjunction with the 100 transformations weapon. The shape-shifting divine weapon had countless transformations and could use the 9 revolutions God-Fiend art. However, it was a pity that Ling Xiao's current cultivation was still unable to use the 100 transformations weapon, which was a heavenly emperor-level weapon. Even if he used the Ice Age now, he still couldn't make full use of it. With his current strength, it was more suitable for him to use the 9 Supremacy Sword, which was a precious emperor-level weapon. In fact, in the 4 major regions, especially in a small place like the City of Raging Fire, precious emperor-level weapons were extremely precious. If Ling Xiao hadn't obtained the inheritance of the Ice Emperor and the Ancient Sword Emperor, it would be impossible for him to have weapons like the Ice Age and the 100 Transformations weapon. Fortunately, the Ice Age and the 9 Supremacy Sword could both use the 9 Revolutions God-Fiend art. It could even be used barehanded, and the requirements for weapons were not that high. This was a good thing. In 3 days, he finally comprehended the first move of the 9 Revolutions God-Fiend art. Although it was only a small success, that was an emperor-level martial skill. Even someone at Wang Yongming's level couldn't possibly have an emperor-level martial skill. He had observed that Wang Yongming was only at the third level of the Divine Vein realm. He was the lowest disciple of the Purple Mansion Academy. Such a disciple came to the City of Raging Fire and became the #1 expert. It was enough to see the level of the City of Raging Fire and the strength of the Purple Mansion Academy. After stopping his meditation, Ling Xiao washed up and walked out of the room. 3 days had passed, and there was still no conclusion about the death of Lu Ruhua and Ma Qianqian. However, under pressure, City Lord Lu could only restore everything in the city to normal. Then he continued to secretly investigate the cause of his son's death. He alone couldn't afford to offend experts from all directions. Big Brother Ling, you finally came out. I thought something happened to you. Outside the door, Meng Fian was waiting there in boredom. When she saw Ling Xiao, she was very happy. Did Meng Yi and the others return safely to the Ming village? Ling Xiao asked. Big Brother Ling, don't worry. The reason why we were ambushed by the Black Warriors was because of the traitor Meng Chong. When we returned, everything was fine. Meng Yi and the others returned safely to the Ming village. Meng Fian said with a smile, That's good. Where's your master? Why are you here alone? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Master has already gone to the Heavenly Dragon Auction House. Today is the day of the auction. Once the auction ends, Master will bring me to the Myriad Flames main city. When Meng Fian said this, she was very excited. This time, it's all thanks to you, Big Brother Ling. If you didn't discover that I have the innate golden battle body, Master would never have accepted me. It's impossible for Master to accept me as a disciple. Seeing how happy she was, Ling Xiao didn't have the heart to pour cold water on her, so he changed the topic. I also want to go to the auction house to sell some things. Do you want to come with me? Sure. It's too boring to stay here alone. However, I have to dress up. Master said that he won't let me go out. It won't be good if he sees me. Meng Fian giggled. Then wear this. Ling Xiao gave her a human face mask. This thing was made of a special material. It could record the appearance of others. After wearing it, one's face would change. This treasure was obtained by Ling Xiao from the ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum. Although he didn't need it, his friends might need it. Hence, he took one. Now, Meng Fian could use it. After Meng Fian dressed up, Ling Xiao also dressed up. He had the Yin-Yang Demon King's transformation technique. He could easily change his appearance and body. Even his aura would change. In this auction for the Northern Underworld Divine Water, he would definitely have a conflict with Wang Yongming. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it was better to disguise himself. If Wang Yongming was a good person, even if he was just a decent person, he shouldn't offend him. He didn't want to affect the relationship between Wang Yongming and Meng Fian. Otherwise, he would become a sinner. After doing all this, the two of them didn't go through the main door. Instead, they jumped out of the window and onto the street. Chapter 3547. In front of the Heavenly Dragon Auction House, it was unusually lively. Warriors from various cities hoped to get what they wanted at this auction. It was not for the Northern Underworld Divine Water. After all, there were other things in addition to the Northern Underworld Divine Water. Ling Xiao directly showed his Supreme Card. The personal information in his Supreme Card could only be accessed by the highest level people. The shopkeeper of the City of Raging Fire was not qualified, but the authenticity of the Supreme Card could be easily identified. Seeing Ling Xiao take out his Supreme Card, the shopkeeper personally came out to greet him and arranged him into the best VIP box. He was more respectful than Wang Yongming of the Zifu Academy. Ling Xiao was not afraid of causing a commotion. Anyway, he had changed his appearance and figure. Once it caused a commotion, he could change back. The auction house of the City of Raging Fire was not small. It could accommodate at least 100,000 guests. The huge auction site was now crowded with people. Without the Supreme Card, one might not be able to find a seat. Most people were sitting in the seats outside. There were not many who were qualified to enter the box. After all, there were only a dozen boxes in total. Ling Xiao occupied the best position. Coincidentally, Wang Yongming was arranged next door. Accompanying him was City Lord Lu and the shopkeeper. Ling Xiao released his soul force to eavesdrop on the conversation next door, because it might be helpful to him. City Lord Lu, How is the investigation going? Have you found out who killed them? It was Wang Yongming who asked. City Lord Lu treated him as a VIP, so he still had to show a little concern. Alas, to tell you the truth, it has been 3 days, and there is no clue. If I find out who this person is, I will skin him alive. City Lord Lu sighed and was burning with anger. In my opinion, we have to narrow down the scope. The person who can kill Ruhua and Qianqian is definitely not an ordinary person. His cultivation is probably above the 3rd level of the Divine Pulse realm. The shopkeeper reminded. What you said makes sense. I also checked so. But the martial artists above the 3rd level of the Divine Pulse realm all have extraordinary backgrounds and can't be easily touched. We can only investigate secretly. City Lord Lu also had his own frustrations. In Raging Fire City, he was the lord of one side, but outside of Raging Fire City, who would put him in their eyes? Don't worry, do your best to investigate. No matter what, I still owe City Lord Lu and the shopkeeper a favor. Once I find out, I will definitely come forward. Wang Yongming knew how to conduct himself. As for whether or not he would help, that was another matter altogether. However, saying these words at this time made the other two feel very comfortable in their hearts. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. Above the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm? Hee, it would be strange if you could find out. Even now, his cultivation was only at the 1st level of the Divine Vein realm. It was impossible for them to suspect him. He could sit back and relax. He was about to withdraw his soul power and focus on the auction. All of a sudden, he frowned. Fei Yin, did that Wang Yongming do anything to you these past few days? Ling Zhao's voice turned cold. Because when his soul power slid past Wang Yongming just now, he actually felt the aura of the innate golden battle body from Wang Yongming. How was this possible? The innate golden battle body wasn't trash on the street that could be encountered casually. Moreover, he didn't find Wang Yongming with this aura in the inn before. Then there was only one possibility. That guy did something to Meng Fian's body. It's nothing. It's just that Master will draw some of my blood every day. He said that he wanted to test my cultivation aptitude. For the past few days, he has been drawing my blood every day. Meng Fian didn't know why Ling Xiao suddenly became so serious, so she thought about it and said, "Give me your hand." Ling Xiao said, "Oh." Meng Fian blushed and reached out her hand. Ling Xiao pinched her wrist and transmitted a stream of vital essence into it. A moment later, his face suddenly became extremely gloomy. "Dog." He cursed fiercely. "Brother Ling, what's wrong with you?" Meng Fian didn't know what was going on. "Fian, have you been feeling very cold and uncomfortable when you sleep at night these past few days?" Ling Xiao asked. "Yes, how did you know, Brother Ling?" Meng Fian was surprised. "Damn Wang Yongming. He actually used your blood to nurture a parasite. He wants to use this parasite to take away your innate golden battle body. Generally, this kind of constitution is related to the bloodline. He is obviously changing your blood, but it hasn't been completely successful. No wonder he didn't want you to come out. He was probably worried that your situation would be discovered by others. This parasite sucks your blood every day and then transmits it to his body. After 10 days, you will die, and he will be able to obtain your innate golden battle body." Ling Xiao had heard Yuan Venerates mention this many times. As an alchemist, it was impossible for him not to understand. "What?" Meng Fian screamed. "Shuh, that guy is next door. Lower your voice." Ling Xiao made a shushing gesture and said, "Fian, do you believe me?" If Meng Fian didn't believe him, then he definitely wouldn't interfere in this matter. But if Meng Fian believed him, he would definitely interfere in this matter. Meng Fian was hot-blooded and wanted to become Wang Yongming's disciple. In the end, she was treated as a tool. It really made one's heart turn cold. "Brother Ling, I believe you." Meng Fian wasn't stupid. She also felt that her body was getting weaker these few days. She had always felt that something was wrong, but she didn't know what was going on. After Ling Xiao said this, she instantly understood. "Okay, believe me, listen to me, don't make a fuss. I will definitely kill that bastard for you. However, it will be very troublesome to change half of your blood. We have to get that parasite first. When we return to the inn today, pretend that you don't know anything and let him put the parasite in your body. Just leave the rest to me. Ling Xiao said. Don't worry, brother Ling. I will listen to you. After all, Meng Fian was not a lady from a big family in the city, but a woman from the Meng village. Her character was very strong. Okay, don't think about it now. Start paying attention to the auction. Ling Xiao couldn't do it here. There were too many people and too many eyes. On the other hand, the inn was different. He had a way to kill Wang Yongming without anyone knowing. Of course, after learning that Wang Yongming was this kind of bastard, he had to snatch the northern underworld divine water from this guy. As long as it was something that could make this bastard angry, he was willing to do it. The northern underworld divine water was only the main material for refining the God Pulse pill. Generally speaking, it wasn't too expensive. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones was quite a lot. But this thing was still a treasure in a small place like Raging Fire City. Chapter 35-48. It was also a strategy of the auction house to put the Dark North heavenly water at the end of the auction. Otherwise, if the guests left after the good stuff was auctioned first, there would be no atmosphere. Ling Xiao was also paying attention to other things. If there was something suitable for him, he didn't mind bidding for it. Anyway, he had the Supreme card, so he only needed to pay half or even 1/10 of the price. However, it was a pity that none of the items up for auction caught his eye. Even advanced king-level martial skills were being auctioned off as supreme-grade treasures. What else could he expect? The high-level king stage martial arts technique was put on the second-to-last auction and was won by City Lord Liu. Then, the Dark North heavenly water was taken out. The host took out a crystal-clear jade bottle, which could be seen clearly from the outside. There was a drop of black liquid. That was the Dark North heavenly water. The host said with a smile, "There's no need to say more. I think you all understand. This is the Dark North heavenly water, the legendary material for refining the God Pulse pill. However, you may not know that the Dark North heavenly water has other functions besides refining pills. First of all, the Dark North heavenly water is indispensable when practicing the Dark North mystic art. And the Dark North mystic art is an Emperor stage martial arts technique. Second, the Dark North heavenly water can also be used to cultivate the Dark North divine body. The Dark North mystic art can absorb a martial artist's vital essence. The Dark North divine body can increase the absorption speed of heaven and earth spirit chi by 10 times. It can also absorb a lot of the vital essence that attacks you. No matter which one it is the best. Without further ado, the starting price of this item is 1,000 upper spirit stones, and each increase must be no less than 100 upper spirit stones. Now let's start. This starting price was definitely not expensive. Because of all the previous auction items, the highest starting price was the high-level king stage martial arts technique, which was only 100 upper spirit stones. Here, it became 1,000 upper spirit stones in an instant. After all, the Dark North heavenly water had 2 special effects in addition to refining the God Pulse pill. For many people, it was very attractive. 1,100, 1,200, 1,300. As soon as the host's voice fell, the auction house became lively in an instant. Although 1,000 upper spirit stones was not a small number for the martial artists of the City of Raging Fire, but there were also rich people. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there were a few hundred tycoons among the nearly 100,000 guests. Bang! Suddenly, a voice came from the private room. One of them opened the window of the private room and shouted, 1,500 upper-grade spiritual stones. Please give me some face. The one who spoke was Wang Yongming. At this moment, he was no longer as humble as before. His performance was very domineering. Perhaps this was his true face. After all, he was a student of the Purple Mansion Academy. Coming to this Raging Fire City, he was a top existence. If he wanted others to give him face, very few people would dare to not give him face. As expected, after he finished speaking, no one else made a bid. The host was a little depressed. The shopkeeper felt uncomfortable in his heart. However, 1,500 upper-grade spirit stones was not a small sum. That was the price they had set for the northern underworld divine water. Wang Yongming was giving them a lot of face. He didn't bid from the start. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to reach such a price. "Sir Special Envoy, you are really polite. If you need this thing, just say the word. I'll just give it to you." The shopkeeper was also hypocritical. If he really asked him to give it to him, he wouldn't dare. To put it bluntly, he was just a shopkeeper here. However, the northern underworld divine water was sent to him by his superiors. Unless he paid for it himself, he wouldn't dare to give it away. However, 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones was really not a small sum. Take Wang Yongming as an example. As the most ordinary student of the Purple Mansion Academy, the subsidy he received a month was only 10 upper-grade spirit stones. If he added the rewards from performing tasks, it was already very good to get 100 upper-grade spirit stones a month. 1,500 upper-grade spirit stones, that was more than a year's income. Fortunately, many people gave him money when he came to the city of Raging Fire this time. He had also accumulated 30,000 upper-grade spirit stones. That was why he was so generous. However, no matter how good the northern underworld divine water was, 1,500 upper-grade spirit stones was not bad at all. If he wanted to pay more, it would be purely because there was something wrong with his brain. Unless someone could use a drop of northern underworld divine water to refine multiple divine pulse pills. A divine pulse pill could be sold for 2,000 upper-grade spirit stones. If it was auctioned, it could probably reach 3,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Ordinary alchemists could only refine one pill, so no matter how expensive the northern underworld divine water was, it had a limit. Hurry up and knock the hammer. What are you waiting for? No one will bid again. The shopkeeper shouted at the host below. It was also to curry favor with Wang Yongming. Wait a minute. I'll pay 2,000 upper-grade spirit stones. For Ling Xiao, the northern underworld divine water was more than this price. He could use a drop of northern underworld divine water to refine 10 perfect divine pulse pills. Each perfect divine pulse pill could be sold for 4,000 upper-grade spirit stones. In total, 10 pills were 40,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Excluding the cost of auxiliary herbs, 500 upper-grade spirit stones. There was still a profit of 35,000 upper-grade spirit stones. So for Ling Xiao, even if the northern underworld divine water was sold for 20,000 or even 30,000 upper-grade spirit stones, it was worth it. After all, he only needed to pay half the price. Hearing this price, everyone was stunned. In the city of Raging Fire, there was someone who dared not to give face to the Zifu Special Envoy, and 2,000 upper-grade spirit stones for a drop of northern underworld divine water. Was there something wrong with his brain? Unless this person got the northern underworld mysterious art, or the cultivation method of the northern underworld divine body. Otherwise, it was definitely not worth it. There's a good show to watch, Yes, don't look at the special envoy, usually gentle and elegant, but no one in the Zifu Academy is easy to mess with. That kid is courting death. Yes, but this person seems to have a high status. He even occupied the best box. Is his background more important than the Zifu special envoy? Everyone also noticed that the voice came from the best private room. Without a certain status, it was impossible to sit there. Bastard! Who dares to not give face to the special envoy? Courting death. Wang Yongming's eyes flashed with malice, but after all, he could still endure and did not say anything. But City Lord Liu, because of the death of his son, was in a very bad mood at this time. Suddenly, he heard that someone dared to not give face to Wang Yongming in public. That was not giving him face. After all, everyone saw him with Wang Yongming. Courting death? Is the city lord of the city of Raging Fire tired of living? Do you want to die? Unfortunately, this old man has seen a lot of things, and I am not afraid of the threat of a little city lord of the city of Raging Fire. At the auction, the highest bidder wins. Do you not put this old man in your eyes? Or do you not put the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company in your eyes? Ling Xiao was dressed as an old man at this time. Therefore, his voice was naturally the same as the old man's. He pretended to be an expert. Anyway, with the Supreme card, the shopkeeper would probably think in this direction. Chapter 3549. Everyone sucked in a breath of air. Even City Lord Liu's expression changed. This person's tone was arrogant, and he was staying in the best private room. Was he really an expert? It would be bad if he ended up kicking an iron plate instead of flipping out. Shopkeeper Ma, who is this man? Lord Lu asked. I don't know the details, but he has the Supreme Card of our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. You know, with the Supreme Card, he can even mobilize the experts of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company to help. Even I am no exception. Shopkeeper Ma smiled bitterly. What? Hearing Shopkeeper Ma's words, Lord Lu's face turned even uglier. Did a big Buddha really come to a small place like Raging Fire City? Forget it, Lord Lu. When Lord Lu was in a dilemma, Wang Yongming smiled and said, the price was too high, so he couldn't continue to increase it. Besides, he didn't know the details of this man. He couldn't easily offend him. That guy better not be bluffing. Otherwise, I will skin him alive. How dare he not give me face? City Lord Lu muttered to himself before sitting back down. Lord Lu, don't be angry. Although the Dark North Heavenly Water is precious, it is definitely not worth 2,000 upper-level spirit stones. I'm afraid that the other party is really playing with us. We can't afford to offend him. Although that was what he said, he was thinking the same thing as City Lord Lu. If the other party was really an expert, it would be fine. If the other party wasn't an expert and was just bluffing to scare him, he wouldn't have let him off so easily. Since Wang Yongming didn't insist, this drop of Dark North Heavenly Water naturally belonged to Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao asked Ming Fian to go back first. After he got the Dark North Heavenly Water, he paid with the Supreme Card. The total cost was only 1,000 upper-level spirit stones. This time, it was definitely a profit. After that, he turned and left. Shopkeeper Ma wanted to ask him to stay for a cup of tea, but he didn't give him any face. After leaving the auction house, Ling Xiao didn't go to the inn. Instead, he went straight out of the city. As he expected, Wang Yongming directly chased him out. This special envoy Wang really doesn't show his emotions on his face. He should have been the angriest just now. Shopkeeper Ma said to Castellan Lu as he watched Wang Yongming leave. That's why I don't want to offend him. Although he looked humble on the surface, he was extremely vicious inside. I don't think that old man will survive this time. City Lord Lu sneered. That might not be the case. Those who can obtain the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's Supreme Card all have extraordinary identities. I'm guessing he won't be able to take advantage of you. Shopkeeper Ma smiled and shook his head. Suddenly, he thought of something. Old Lu, do you think it's possible that Wang Yongming killed Qianqian and Ruhua? This guy's heart is vicious. A few days ago, he came to the trading company to buy some things. I took a look and they were all highly toxic drugs. I don't know what he's up to. Impossible. City Lord Lu shook his head and said, he wants to kill Qianqian and Ruhua. There is no benefit at all. That's not necessarily true. Shopkeeper Ma frowned. While they were talking, Ling Xiao had already left the city. After entering the forest, he chose to use the earth-crossing golden light technique and instantly disappeared from Wang Yongming's sight. Even if he fought now, he was absolutely not afraid of Wang Yongming. However, he had to wait. Tonight, when the goo worm entered Ming Fian's body and helped her resolve the aftereffects of the blood exchange technique, then he would fight Wang Yongming to the death. Wang Yongming's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm. Now that he was at the 1st level of the Divine Vein Realm, coupled with the Beast Soul transformation and the innate Sword Soul, he was able to unleash his full potential. Coupled with the Emperor-level martial skill that he had just cultivated, it should not be difficult to kill Wang Yongming. If it really did not work, he could still use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Anyway, this guy must not be left alive. Wang Yongming suddenly lost Ling Xiao's aura and immediately became furious. Bastard, it seems that this old man has already discovered me. He's not someone to be trifled with. His face was gloomy. The Northern Underworld Divine Water was very important to him because he had recently obtained the Emperor-level martial skill, the Northern Underworld Mysterious Technique. He had to rely on the Northern Underworld Divine Water to cultivate. Who would have thought that someone would dare to compete with him for the Northern Underworld Divine Water? He stood there for a long time. He took a deep breath and finally calmed down. Fine, I shouldn't be too greedy. I can still find more Northern Underworld Divine Water. It's not like there's only one drop in this world. But The innate golden combat body is extremely rare. As long as I succeed in the blood exchange technique, I'll have the innate golden combat body, and my cultivation will definitely break through to the divine core realm. At that time, those who look down on me will be in trouble. His status in the Purple Court Academy was extremely low. He belonged to the new recruit camp. The Purple Court Academy was completely run by the military. The new recruit camp consisted of the disciples who had just joined the academy, as well as those disciples below the 5th level of the divine vein realm who couldn't break through. If his status was too low, he would receive too few resources, and he would often be bullied by others. It was not a pleasant feeling. Therefore, he wanted to obtain the innate golden combat body. He wanted to become stronger. It was a good idea, but to become stronger by bullying others, it was shameless and dirty. Let's go back as soon as possible. We can't let that little girl run away. Looking around, Wang Yongming knew that it was impossible to get the northern underworld divine water. Therefore, he went back the way he came and returned to the inn. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already returned to the inn. He was still living in his heavenly room. After using an array formation to shield the room, he began to refine pills. From morning to evening, it took 10 holy pulse elixirs to complete the refinement. Looking at the 10 pills with perfect luster, Ling Xiao felt a little proud. If he hadn't learned such alchemy skills from Yuan Venerate back then, his cultivation speed wouldn't have been so fast. Let's try one first. He had heard that a martial artist at the 1st level of the divine vein realm could break through to the 2nd level of the divine vein realm after swallowing a divine vein pill. However, this was only a rumor. Therefore, he wanted to try it first. He wanted to see if this pill really had that kind of effect. However, at this moment, the trace of soul power he had left in Meng Fian's body suddenly sent a signal. Wang Yongming had started again. Let's put cultivation aside for now. Saving someone is more important. Ling Xiao removed the array formation, opened the door, and walked toward Wang Yongming's room. It was already nighttime. The inn was closed, so there was no one outside. However, Ling Xiao still used the ability of the Shadow Dancer to sneak over. He wanted to get rid of Wang Yongming without anyone noticing. Therefore, he couldn't let anyone find out. Through the Tai Chi eye, Ling Xiao could see the situation in the room. Meng Fian was lying on the bed and had obviously fainted. A venomous insect was crawling on her body and then burrowing into it. As for Wang Yongming, he was sitting at the side and forming hand seals. It was unknown what he was doing. However, it definitely wasn't anything good. Meng Fian seemed to be in great pain. However, because Wang Yongming had done something to her, she couldn't wake up from her sleep. She could only endure endless pain and torture. Chapter 3550. This dog is really not human. Ling Xiao was getting more and more annoyed. Although he wasn't clear about Wang Yongming's true fighting strength, he was still able to defeat Wang Yongming. However, the other party's cultivation was at the 3rd level of the divine vein realm, which was the lowest standard of the Purple Mansion Academy. His combat power shouldn't be too strong. Otherwise, he would have left the recruit camp long ago. It could be seen that Wang Yongming intended to continue to stay in Raging Fire City until the blood exchange plan was completed before he chose to leave. After all, it was not safe to bring Meng Fian along. There were not many experts in Raging Fire City, but that did not mean that there were none in 10,000 Flames main city. But that didn't mean that the Zifu Great Country didn't have any. He was afraid that something would happen, so he stayed behind. Fortunately, I discovered it early. Otherwise, in a few days, Meng Fian would really be killed by this dog. Ling Xiao felt a strong killing intent rise in his heart. Meng Fian, what a good girl. He wouldn't even let go of a little girl like her. Was he even human? Seeing that it was about time, Ling Xiao suddenly rushed into the room. He grabbed Meng Fian, who was lying on the bed, and threw her into the beast ring. The beast ring could not contain too many people. This was because the beast ring was originally used to store demonic beasts. Humans all possessed martial spirits, which would affect the rules of the beast ring, resulting in additional weight. Ling Xiao didn't care if he was alone, but if there were too many people, it would be troublesome. The mountain river world was the same. 1 or 2 people would not be a problem, but if there were too many people, Ling Xiao would have to bear a huge pressure. His actions were simply too fast. As a result, Wang Yongming didn't react at all. Wang Yongming instantly lost his connection with the goo worm. The parasite, which was controlled by the Yuan Venerate, started to release the absorbed essence blood back into Meng Fian's body. Wang Yongming wanted Meng Fian's innate golden battle body. The method was to first let the goo worm absorb Meng Fian's blood essence and condense it into the purest essence. After that, he would refine the goo worm and fuse it into his body. Therefore, as long as the goo worm was captured, Meng Fian would be saved. The instant he saved Meng Fian, Ling Xiao released his barrier martial spirit. Since he wanted to kill Wang Yongming quietly, he could not let others know. The barrier martial spirit could block everything. So it's you? If I had known earlier, I would have killed you. Wang Yongming recognized Ling Xiao. When he first came to the inn, it was Ling Xiao who introduced him to Meng Fian's innate golden battle body. But this kid's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. He actually dared to meddle in his business? Boy, I actually have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known that this girl has the innate golden battle body. Now, hand him over to me obediently. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. Wang Yongming looked coldly at Ling Xiao. At this moment, he no longer had any pretense or disguise. Instead, it revealed its true face. Ferocious and crazy. I really regret it. Why didn't I see through your ambitions back then? If I had known that you were such a dog, I wouldn't have told you about Meng Fian's situation even if you beat me to death. Ling Xiao was indeed a little regretful, although it was for Meng Fian at that time. However, it was too careless of him to rashly reveal Meng Fian's innate golden battle body without investigating the other party's situation. Ha 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 ha. So what if you knew? What can you do with your strength? Wang Yongming didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all and laughed very proudly. I can do a lot of things. Kill Lu Ruhua and Ma Qianqian. Snatch your north underworld divine water. Isn't that enough? Ling Xiao laughed. He had to find his opponent's weakness. The enemy was too strong. If he wanted to win, he had to pay attention to strategy. Not only was Wang Yongming's cultivation stronger than Lu Ruhua, but he should also know Peking level martial arts. Therefore, in terms of martial arts, except for the 9 transformation technique, he had no advantage. Even if he used the innate sword soul and beast soul transformation, their strength would at most be on par. The final winner would depend on their performance. It's actually you. It seems that you have a lot of treasures on you. Wang Yongming stared at Ling Xiao and suddenly revealed a greedy look. Yes, I do have a lot of treasures. For example, this divine pulse pill. Do you want it? And it's a perfect one. Even if you're a martial artist at the 3rd level of the divine pulse realm, you might be able to break through with the help of the divine pulse pill. Ling Xiao took out a divine pulse pill and waved it in front of Wang Yongming's eyes. The more greedy the other party was, the less focused they would be. This was naturally a good thing for him. Interesting. I thought you were an insignificant piece of trash, but I didn't expect you to not only have guts. And you have a lot of treasures on you. I, Wang Yongming, am really lucky this time. First, I met the innate golden battle body, and now I've met you. Even the heavens are helping me. Wang Yongming laughed, and a terrifying aura was released from his body. There was nothing to say. He wanted to snatch those treasures from Ling Xiao and Meng Fian. He had to defeat Ling Xiao today if he wanted to get Meng Fian back. Otherwise, everything would be empty talk. Looking at Wang Yongming's expression, Ling Xiao knew that he had taken the bait. He had the best way to deal with greedy people. However, before he used his strategy, he still wanted to have a good fight. This was his style. Moreover, it was extremely beneficial for his cultivation breakthrough. He had thought about it. The Divine Pulse Pill could allow a 1st-level Divine Pulse Realm cultivator to break through to the 2nd level. However, he had to increase the energy in his cultivation C to 100%. Right now, his cultivation C energy was still at 0. Since he had such a strong opponent, he naturally had to make the best use of it. He absolutely couldn't waste it. Disciple, this girl's situation is not good. Yuan Venerate's voice suddenly rang out. What's wrong? Ling Xiao suddenly became nervous. Her life is not in danger, but it will be very difficult for her to recover her innate golden battle body. Almost half of her blood essence was sucked away, and it will be impossible for her to get it all back. Unless you can kill Wang Yongming, and then use this goo worm to suck back the essence blood that belonged to this girl from Wang Yongming's body. Otherwise, she would be stuck at the divine vein realm in the future. It is basically impossible for her to break through to the divine core realm. Yuan Venerate explained. Don't worry, I will kill this bastard. Ling Xiao wanted to kill Wang Yongming because he hated him. This kind of person had cruelly destroyed the dreams of a young girl. One had to know that Ming Fian used to worship and respect Wang Yongming. But in the end, this bastard had actually done such a despicable and shameless thing. Ling Xiao wasn't a kind person, but he still had a bottom line. He would kill as many people like this as he saw them. He would never be soft-hearted. He couldn't be soft-hearted either. Furthermore, if he couldn't kill Wang Yongming, Ming Fian wouldn't be able to fully recover. This girl was the first friend he had made after coming to the 4 major regions. Although their friendship wasn't too deep, since they were friends, he couldn't just ignore them. Furthermore, if the Heavenly Dynasty wanted to enter the Western region, they would need an outpost. He felt that the Ming village was a good place. Chapter 35-51. Wang Yongming, don't kill nameless people. Who exactly are you? Why do you have the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's Supreme Card? Wang Yongming was still a little afraid of Ling Xiao's identity. After all, those who had the Supreme Card might have an extraordinary identity. It doesn't matter what my name is. As for the Supreme Card, you don't need to know. Or are you afraid and don't dare to make a move? Ling Xiao mocked. Don't dare to make a move? Wang Yongming's face suddenly turned cold. Indeed, I am a little afraid of your identity. But this is the city of raging fire. Even if I kill you, I believe I won't be exposed. No matter who you are, everything you have belongs to me. Shameless boasting. As Ling Xiao spoke, he quickly transformed into the unbounded heavenly rat. This Wang Yongming was definitely not to be trifled with. An expert at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm and had a Peak King level martial skill. No one could guarantee that he didn't have other magic treasures. For example, that puppet cat. Although it was lying on Wang Yongming's shoulder as if it was dead, once it attacked, its power wouldn't be weak. Let's try it first, Ling Xiao thought to himself. Then, he took out the Ice Age, used the Blizzard Ice Ceiling Steps, and pounced towards Wang Yongming. It was useless to guess how strong the opponent was. He had to fight with his own hands to know. His cultivation had increased to the 1st level of the Divine Vein Realm, and he was more skilled in controlling the Divine Emperor weapon, Ice Age. Although he still couldn't fully exert its power. Compared to a precious Emperor weapon, it was much more powerful. It was equivalent to the power of an immortal Emperor weapon. As the Ice Age was unsheathed, the air in the room suddenly became extremely cold. Thick layers of ice formed on the windows, the door, and the floor. The temperature dropped sharply. On the Ice Age, cold air lingered. The closer one got, the more terrifying it was. Innate God-Demon Sword Soul. The Sword Soul was released. A powerful force was injected into the Ice Age. The Ice Age actually underwent a strange change. The sword body was divided in the middle. One side was as black as ink, and the other side was as white as snow. One black and one white, the line was extremely clear. Visually, but in fact, this black and white represented the dual power of the God-Demon Sword Soul. The power of darkness and light were completely integrated into the Ice Age. This caused the power of Ice Age to skyrocket. He had to thank Jian Chun and Chu Ling. If he hadn't met those two in the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the Divine Demon Sword Soul. It was even more impossible for him to upgrade his Sword Soul to the Xiantian 3rd stage. Everyone in the 4 regions cultivated martial souls. At the very least, all of his opponents had cultivated their martial souls. Ma Qianqian's martial spirit had reached the Houtian 1st stage. Lu Ruhua was at the Houtian 3rd stage. This Wang Yongming's martial spirit before his eyes had directly cultivated to the Houtian 5th stage. Therefore, even though there wasn't much of a difference in their cultivations, there was still a difference in the grades of their martial souls. The difference in strength was huge. However, none of their martial spirits were stronger than his. This was his advantage. It's actually a divine grade Emperor weapon. Good boy, You really have a lot of treasures on you. Seeing the Ice Age in Ling Xiao's hands, Wang Yongming's eyes almost popped out. The terrifying aura emanating from the Ice Age made him extremely excited. I feel more and more that it's right for me to stay in the Raging Fire City. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met an idiot like you and wouldn't have been able to obtain such a peerless divine weapon. Wang Yongming smiled and didn't take Ling Xiao to heart at all. On the contrary, he was full of enthusiasm for the treasures on Ling Xiao's body. Although after Ling Xiao took out the Ice Age, he could feel that Ling Xiao's strength had increased. But he didn't care. Because a martial artist at the 9th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm, no matter how much he struggled, it was impossible for him to be his opponent. But he didn't know that Ling Xiao had deliberately hidden his strength in order to give him a surprise. It was to catch him off guard. Hee, if you have the ability, come and take it, but my sword is very hot. Ling Xiao smiled. A divine-grade emperor weapon made you so excited. Then if I took out the 100 transformation divine weapon, wouldn't you go crazy? There is nothing that I, Wang Yongming, can't get if I want it. Wang Yongming sneered, and his aura suddenly erupted. Facing Ling Xiao's attack, not only did he not have the slightest intention of defending, he even rushed over. His target was not Ling Xiao, but the Ice Age in Ling Xiao's hands. This guy actually wanted to snatch the Ice Age away. He treated Ling Xiao's attack as child's play. Idiot! Ling Xiao saw Wang Yongming's reaction and felt disdain in his heart. He didn't expect that his plan would go so smoothly. Just one Ice Age. This made Wang Yongming completely crazy. But thinking about it, even in the Zifu Academy, only elite students were qualified to obtain an immortal-grade Emperor weapon, let alone a divine-grade Emperor weapon. If he obtained this Ice Age, it was very likely that he would enter the ranks of elite students. At that time, he would receive more attention and resources. He would soar into the sky. At this moment, Ling Xiao's attack was already approaching. He suppressed the power of his attack, using a special array to control the leakage of power and confuse the opponent. It was only 2 or 3 meters away from Wang Yongming. At that moment, Ling Xiao released the array. He blasted out his terrifying attack, Instant Freeze. The cold sword chi spewed out from the Ice Age. In just an instant, it froze Wang Yongming's arms. The crystals kept climbing up Wang Yongming's body, trying to freeze Wang Yongming into ice. And the terrifying tiny sword chi had already pierced Wang Yongming's body. Not good. At this moment, Wang Yongming felt fear. With a cry of alarm, his figure retreated rapidly. At the same time, the incantation on the purple spirit robe began to flicker. Obviously, in order to resist Ling Xiao's terrifying attack, Wang Yongming had no choice but to use the purple spirit robe's defense. Not yet. Wang Yongming was an expert. He could feel the power of Ling Xiao's attack. Even the purple spirit robe could not resist Ling Xiao's powerful attack. Helplessly, at that moment, the puppet cat on his shoulder instantly grew bigger and blocked in front of him. The Ice Age heavily bombarded the puppet cat's body. The puppet cat screamed. Its body was directly pierced through by the Ice Age, and then black smoke came out. It was completely useless. But because of this, Wang Yongming finally got rid of the danger and successfully blocked Ling Xiao's powerful attack. Damn it, you're not a 9th level Reincarnation Divine Realm martial artist at all. What is your cultivation level? Wang Yongming felt that he had been played. If it weren't for the puppet cat just now, he would definitely be seriously injured even if he didn't die. It was too dangerous. Moreover, he had spent a few years to buy the puppet cat. It was broken just like that. He felt that his anger had never been so strong. Kid, you're really cunning. But what are you going to do next? I already know your strength, so I will never underestimate you. I will definitely kill you, and then take away all the treasures on your body. Wang Yongming roared. Chapter 3552. Wang Yongming looked at Ling Xiao coldly. He actually suffered a big loss in the first exchange. Although he wasn't injured, he even used the purple spirit robe and the puppet cat. If it was a spar, he would have lost the first round. But he wasn't afraid because of this. After all, it was because he underestimated his opponent that led to such a situation. What a pity. Ling Xiao also felt a little regretful. If it wasn't for the puppet cat, He could have seriously injured his opponent with this blow. The following battle would naturally be much easier. Now, it was just back to the initial confrontation. The only good thing was that the other party didn't have the puppet cat, so he didn't have to worry about that thing suddenly appearing and attacking him. Just as he was thinking about this, Wang Yongming's overwhelming aura had already rushed over. Aura was a very mysterious thing. Most people could only use their aura to intimidate the opponent. The stronger the cultivation and the stronger the soul power, the stronger the aura. This was why when the cultivation gap was huge, the strong didn't even need to make a move. They only needed to release their aura to make the enemy kneel down and surrender. They could even kill the opponent directly. Killing with aura was no joke. It could really be done. Wang Yongming's cultivation was at the 3rd level of the Divine Pulse realm, so his aura was naturally not weak. So if he wanted to deal with Ling Xiao, he would naturally use it. As the other party's aura exploded, a terrifying pressure came from the opposite side. It was like an inverted river, directly slapping down. If it was an ordinary martial artist at the 1st level of the Divine Pulse realm, they would really kneel down and surrender in front of him. However, Ling Xiao was naturally not an ordinary person, especially now that he was in the transformation of the unbounded heavenly rat, and he had a powerful innate god-fiend sword soul. In addition, he had a terrifying soul power that surpassed ordinary people. His aura was not inferior to the other party at all. With a loud explosion, it was like a giant beast that directly smashed the monstrous waves into pieces and blocked them. It can be confirmed that this Wang Yongming's cultivation should be at the peak of the 3rd level of the Divine Pulse realm. He's not far from the 4th level of the Divine Pulse realm. No wonder this guy clearly has the same cultivation, but he is stronger than the City Lord of Raging Fire City. It seems like this is the reason. Ling Xiao calculated in his mind. Now that he knew the exact strength of the other party, he would naturally be able to target them more effectively in the following battles. So your cultivation isn't at the 9th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm, but the 1st level of the Divine Vein Realm. Looks like we've all been fooled by you. Moreover, that move of yours just now should be a peak king level martial skill. Who would have thought that even trash like you would have the qualifications to cultivate a peak king level martial skill? How enviable. However, you're not the only one with a peak king level martial skill. Wang Yongming did not intend to continue probing. If he wanted to truly kill Ling Xiao, he had to use his most powerful martial skill. With the combination of the purple spirit robe, my strength is close to the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm. You definitely can't compare with me in terms of the power of a peak king level martial skill. As Wang Yongming spoke, he began to condense true essence. Suddenly, a murderous aura exploded on the spot. Then, it actually emitted a sinister aura of hell. All the students of the Purple Mansion Academy will be able to obtain a peak king level martial skill after entering the academy. It's the Demon Azura Fist. Basically, all the students of the Purple Mansion Academy know this martial skill. However, there are only a few who can truly cultivate the Demon Azura Fist to the perfection of martial skill. Unfortunately, I'm one of them. Looking at your cultivation, it's unlikely that you can cultivate a peak king level martial skill to the perfection of martial skill. Therefore, today, you can only wait to die. Kill. Even the King of Hell is afraid of the Demon Azura Fist, and even ghosts and gods are frightened. In an instant, Wang Yongming condensed the Demon Azura Fist. The sinister aura of hell condensed on his fists, revealing a terrifying demonic aura. It could affect people's souls. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt a chill in his body. Of course, that was all. The most terrifying thing about the Demon Azura Fist was the demonic aura, which could make many martial artists tremble with fear. It even directly gave up on fighting. The effect was even better when combined with the aura. However, Ling Xiao's soul power was too strong. When the demonic aura entered his soul realm, it was like a drop in the ocean and could not be found anymore. It completely disappeared. However, Wang Yongming did not know. His attack still came as expected. Like an Azura from hell, he waved his sharp claws and scratched toward Ling Xiao's throat. The surrounding space became incomparably dark at that moment, as if hell really came. Speaking of which, Wang Yongming's cultivation was only one level higher than Lu Ruhua's. However, Ling Xiao believed that if Wang Yongming wanted to kill Lu Ruhua, it would be as easy as turning over his hand. The reason was simple. First, Wang Yongming's combat experience was more abundant. It was obvious that he had experienced countless killings. It seemed that the rumors were true. The disciples of the Purple Mansion School were completely militarized. They even often helped the army to carry out missions. Second, Wang Yongming's martial soul was of a higher level, so the power released was more terrifying. Third, Wang Yongming had a Peking-level martial skill, which Lu Ruhua did not have. In the case of the same cultivation, the level of the martial soul and the level of the martial skill were the key factors that could determine the outcome. Demon Azura Fist, throat cut. As if the voice of hell, it sounded in Ling Xiao's heart. That terrifying voice really made people tremble with fear. But it was a pity. I have the Sky Tyrant martial soul. I have the inheritance of the 12 divine beasts. I have the Black Tortoise divine body. And I have the soul power that even the Soul Clan envies. What's this little bit of frightening threat? Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. Ice Age stabbed out again. He was not afraid of anyone with a Peking-level martial skill. Especially when his strength was not much weaker than the opponent, he was even more fearless. This guy is really difficult to deal with. He saw the cold smile on Ling Xiao's face. Wang Yongming was shocked. The most terrifying thing about the Demon Azura Fist was that the killing intent that was honed in actual combat was integrated into it. It could make the enemy feel fear, and then lose without a fight. However, Ling Xiao in front of him seemed to be completely unaffected. How could he not be surprised? This kind of thing had never happened before. You said that you underestimated me just now, so you were almost killed by me. Then this time, I'll let you see who is the king of Peking-level martial skills. In an instant, a large amount of true essence poured into Ice Age. Ice Age bloomed with incomparably bright light. The surrounding air also became colder. Wang Yongming even felt as if he was about to be frozen. Logically speaking, this was absolutely impossible. After all, as a martial artist, even if he was only a reincarnation divine realm martial artist, he would not be frostbitten by the cold air. However, the cold air released by the Ice Age was incomparably terrifying. It was as if his whole body could be frozen into ice. It forced him to circulate his true essence to expel the cold. Chapter 3553. The Ice Emperor was only at the 9th stage of the reincarnation divine realm. However, both the Ancient Sword Emperor and the 8 Ancient Emperors had received guidance from Ji Fuling and Yu Xianyue. As a result, their weapons and martial skills were superior to their own strength. The Ice Emperor might not be able to unleash such great power in the hands of the Ice Age. After all, Ling Xiao's current strength had surpassed the Ice Emperor's in the past. In addition, the innate sword soul gave Ling Xiao an absolute advantage. Even Wang Yongming felt that it was very troublesome. Ice Emperor's sword technique. Ice Age 9 turns. With a furious roar, the ice river suddenly erupted from the Ice Age. Then, it penetrated through the 9 spaces and attacked Wang Yongming in an extremely strange trajectory. At this moment, the Ice Emperor seemed to have merged perfectly with Ling Xiao. Although the Ice Emperor's demonic spirit was useless, his experience was still there. This made Ling Xiao's use of the Ice Emperor's sword technique even more mysterious. Good boy. I didn't expect you to have an even more powerful Peking-level martial technique. Wang Yongming frowned, and the Azura Qi in his body surged crazily. He shattered the ice that had frozen him. This time, no matter what attack Ling Xiao used, he would kill Ling Xiao. Die. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could be stronger than him. After all, his cultivation was at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm. Ling Xiao was only at the 1st level of the Divine Vein Realm. He couldn't lose. He couldn't lose. The Azura Qi merged into the Azura Demonic Fist, and he seemed to have turned into a terrifying Azura. The Demonic Claw slammed into Ling Xiao's Ice Age. Without a doubt, the duel between Peking-level martial techniques was the most classic duel Ling Xiao had ever had since he started cultivating. Even if the opponent was very strong, even if the opponent was a powerful martial artist from the 4 major regions, but he also had a reason to win. Rumble, terrifying roars continued to sound, and the two attacks began to confront each other in the void. The power of the explosion caused the two of them to continuously retreat. A crack also appeared on the ground. Although the crack wasn't deep, this was the four great domains. It was already extremely difficult for cracks to appear. It was obvious how terrifying their attacks were. If this had happened in the western region, the ground would have probably been completely split apart because of this. It would have been like purgatory on Earth. It was comparable to a natural disaster. In this battle, Ling Xiao still suffered a small loss, retreating 4 or 5 steps further than Wang Yongming. This was the effect of the purple spirit robe. The purple spirit robe could double one's attack and defense. It didn't sound like much, but the problem was that Wang Yongming was already very strong, and his foundation was very high. It would be troublesome for Ling Xiao to double it. Of course, that was all. Ling Xiao could feel the energy in his cultivation sea rising. However, it was not as fast as he had imagined. After half a day of fighting, it had only increased by 10%. This meant that Wang Yongming did not pose much of a threat to him until now. It wasn't like when he fought Lu Ruhua at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine state. That battle was the real difference in strength. A student of the Purple Mansion Academy only has this much strength? Ling Xiao was not very satisfied. The strength that Wang Yongming had shown really disappointed him. He still had many trump cards that he had not used. For example, the first move of the 9 transformation technique of the Celestial Demon, Descent of the Celestial Demon. He had been looking forward to Wang Yongming forcing him to use that move. However, it seemed that until now, Wang Yongming's performance had not surprised him too much. Everything was within his expectations. Good boy. You really surprised me. I didn't expect that even if I used a Peking stage martial technique, I still couldn't kill you. It seems that what you said before was true. You really killed Lu Ruhua and Ma Qianqian. Wang Yongming frowned. Ever since he became a student of the Purple Mansion Academy, he had been to many cities. At the very least, this could be considered the biggest test for him in an ordinary city. He had never encountered such a situation before. I said long ago that I killed them. You just didn't believe me. Ling Xiao said lightly, well, if there's nothing else, I'm going to kill you. I'm really a little impatient to waste time with trash like you. How dare you call me trash? Wang Yongming's face was extremely gloomy. When Wang Yongming came to an ordinary city, he would always be treated as a guest of honor. Who dared to not give him face? This guy in front of him dared to call him trash. Good. Very good. You asked for all of this. Don't blame me. Blood venomous insect possession. Wang Yongming roared angrily, and his eyes suddenly became extremely blood-red. A blood-red insect flew out from his storage ring and drilled into his body. Then, his strength actually continued to rise. Ling Xiao could feel that Wang Yongming's blood venomous insect possession was very similar to his bloody demonic rat. Although the effect was not so amazing, after the blood venomous insect possession, Wang Yongming's strength seemed to have soared by as much as 5 or 6 times. He already possessed the ability to suppress him. It was just that the side effects of this blood venomous insect possession were probably not small. Ha ha, brat. I'll let you die today. Bang. Wang Yongming suddenly flew up on the spot. Although it was only around a meter in height, his speed was astonishingly fast. Like a cannonball, he blasted towards Ling Xiao. The horrifying Azura fiendish energy also increased by a full 5 or 6 times compared to before, becoming even more violent. What Wang Yongming was actually most reluctant to use was this blood venomous insect possession. Each time he used it, he had to endure tremendous pain. The blood venomous insect would continuously suck his fresh blood and true essence. The longer it took, the more it would consume, and the greater the damage he would suffer. But today, he had no choice but to use this blood venomous insect possession. Otherwise, he would not be able to kill this young man in front of him at all. He believed that doing this was worth it. Even if his body was injured, being able to obtain those treasures on Ling Xiao was also absolutely an incomparably worthwhile thing. Of course, even so, his blood venomous insect possession could only last for 10 minutes at most. If he did not take the initiative to remove it after 10 minutes, then the blood venomous insect possession would not be as simple as just sucking blood. It might even devour his internal organs. At that time, he would be finished before the enemy even made a move. Therefore, He had to end the battle within 10 minutes. He did not care what cultivation level Ling Xiao had exactly. Anyway, there was not much point in using it as a reference now. No matter what cultivation level the other party was at, his combat strength had already reached the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm. Whether he admitted it or not, it was the same. Azura Fists, Throat Slit. This attack was 5 or 6 times stronger than the previous throat slit. The power of the blood-venomous insect possession had already manifested. In the void, the demonic claw crazily attacked. Ling Xiao frowned. Ice Age still stabbed out fearlessly. Ice Age 9 turns. It was still the same move. Before he used the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, this move was considered his strongest move. The Icy Chi was tyrannical again. The Ice Age 9 turns crazily gushed out. It collided with Wang Yongming's Azura Fists. Chapter 35-54. At that moment, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Ice Age was almost sent flying by the immense power of the Shura demonic fist. The terrifying power passed through the Ice Age and sent him flying. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, he was injured. This was the 2nd time he was injured after coming to the 4 major regions. Although the injury wasn't too serious, he had no choice but to swallow a healing pill that was refined from the 4 major regions' medicinal herbs not long ago. Ha ha ha, kid. Go to hell. Wang Yongming was unforgiving. Seeing that Ling Xiao was injured, he rushed over crazily, not giving Ling Xiao a chance to recover. Otherwise, he didn't think that he would have the confidence to kill Ling Xiao. No, I have to try that move. Seeing that Wang Yongming was coming again, Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with ferocious killing intent. At that moment, the demon god's sword soul behind him seemed to come alive. The shadows of the demon god and god appeared, each holding a sharp blade, a black demon sword and a white divine sword. Ling Xiao's body was constantly releasing a terrifying aura of light and shadow. Once again, he used the light and shadow profound. The Ice Age in his hand actually split into 2, turning into 2 swords, a black sword and a white sword, a demon sword and a divine sword. Even Ling Xiao's eyes were shining with 2 different colors. At that moment, Wang Yongming suddenly stopped, and his eyes were filled with horror. How can it be? This is an Emperor-level martial skill. The aura of an Emperor-level martial skill. As a member of the Purple Mansion Academy, he had naturally seen others use Emperor-level martial skills. Therefore, he could tell that Ling Xiao was using an Emperor-level martial skill. This is impossible. How can you know an Emperor-level martial skill? Who are you? Who are you? Wang Yongming was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. If he had known that Ling Xiao knew an Emperor-level martial skill, he wouldn't have used the blood-venomous insect to possess him. He would have just run away. The increase in a martial artist's attack power from an Emperor-grade martial technique was extremely terrifying. It should be at least 10 times. The strength that he had gained through the possession of the blood-venomous insect was now meaningless. However, at this moment, he was too close to Ling Xiao. Retreating was impossible. He could only bite the bullet and attack. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. The black and white swords stabbed out at the same time. 9 transformation technique of the Fiend God, Descent of the Fiend God. An explosive sword light bloomed from the 2 swords. One was incomparably dark, while the other was dazzling. This terrifying attack not only destroyed Wang Yongming's demon Azura Fist, but also sent him flying. Blood splattered on the ground in midair. Even though Wang Yongming was wearing a purple robe, there were still many sword wounds on his body. Some were even penetrating wounds. Although it wasn't fatal, it was very scary. After landing on the ground, Wang Yongming was terrified. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would take advantage of the situation to pursue and attack. He would never have thought that this insignificant martial artist, a martial artist that he completely looked down upon, would be able to do so. He actually became an existence that suppressed him. This was simply like a dream, and it was a nightmare. Fortunately, Ling Xiao didn't pursue and attack him. This made him heave a sigh of relief and swallow a healing pill. He began to regulate his breathing and heal his injuries. Is he looking down on me? Forget it. Healing my injuries is more important. Wang Yongming didn't know what was going on with Ling Xiao, but he was clear about his current situation. If he didn't heal his injuries in time, there was a possibility that he would bleed to death. In fact, did Ling Xiao really look down on Wang Yongming? Of course not. At this moment, Ling Xiao's body was undergoing a strange change. He forcibly released the 9 transformation technique of the Divine Vein First Tier. This caused him to lose more than half of his true essence in an instant. Just as he was about to consume a healing pill to recover, suddenly, something strange happened. The heart of gold that had merged with his heart actually completely replenished the true essence that he had lost. Not only that, but the energy in his cultivation sea also increased by 10%. And this energy all came from his potential. Is this one of the special effects of the heart of gold? Ling Xiao was extremely shocked. This heart of gold made his heart extremely sturdy and indestructible. There was a second effect. It could actually extract his potential to recover his true essence when he used an emperor-level martial technique. At the same time, it increased the energy in his cultivation sea. This was too heaven-defying. In the past, if Ling Xiao wanted to increase the energy in his cultivation sea, he had to find a martial artist who was stronger than him. Moreover, he had to put himself in danger. This kind of method of advancement was really a sign of self-abuse. But it was different now. No matter who the opponent was, as long as they used an emperor-level martial technique, the energy in his cultivation sea would increase. As for how much it could increase, it should be related to the amount of true essence he consumed. He thought for a while, and suddenly released the descent of the divine demon into the void again. This attack gave Wang Yongming a fright. He thought that Ling Xiao was going to attack him, but he didn't expect to attack the void. However, what was different from before was that although his true essence still recovered this time, the energy in his cultivation sea did not increase in the slightest. Looks like I have to attack the enemy to achieve that kind of effect. Otherwise, wouldn't it be heaven-defying? Ling Xiao was very clear that the mystic world had its own laws, and the laws of the 4 major regions also had their own special aspects. No one could go against the laws, unless it was the king of sovereigns who controlled the mystic world's laws. I reckon that attacking the enemy also has a condition. I have to use an emperor-level martial technique. Attacking when you don't need it is no different from attacking the void. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and carefully analyzed this newly obtained ability. Although there were all kinds of restrictions, it was still incomparably heaven-defying. One had to know that the experts he encountered next might have to require him to use an emperor-level martial technique. In other words, every time he used an emperor-level martial technique, his cultivation sea energy would increase. This way, not only was it safer, but his cultivation speed would also increase faster. In this way, the day when he and Yu Fanghua met again was not far away. The heart of gold was indeed terrifying, and he felt that the effect had not been fully explored. As expected of the golden, heavenly region's supreme treasure, it was also the most mysterious and magical thing he had obtained from the ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum. No wonder those fellows from the savage beast race did not hesitate to lower their strength to obtain this heart of gold. From the looks of it, it was indeed very useful. According to the ancient Sword Emperor, this heart of gold was closely related to the Golden Emperor of the Golden Heavenly region. The Golden Emperor was one of the 4 supreme experts of the 4 major regions. Since it was related to him, then this thing was definitely not simple. Perhaps his current development of it was only the beginning. This thing might be even more useful than the 100 transformation weapon. Although this was just a rumor and might not be true, Ling Xiao believed that this rumor was true. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the heaven-defying effect of the heart of gold. Chapter 35-55. The Golden Heavenly Nation was the only empire in the Golden Heavens domain. The Golden Emperor was the ruler of the Golden Heavenly Nation. One had to know that Ling Xiao might not even be able to survive in the 10,000 Flames main city. Above the 10,000 Flames main city was the Purple Mansion country and the Dongshan country. Ancient Sword Emperor, you've given me something amazing. Ling Xiao was actually most worried that his cultivation speed would not be able to keep up. With the heart of gold, his cultivation speed would probably be the fastest in the 4 major regions. He would completely crush the top geniuses of the four major regions. Someone asked why the ancient sword emperor did not use such a good treasure back then. It was not that he did not use it, but that he could not use it. In fact, most people would not be able to use the heart of gold even if they obtained it. After all, it belonged to the Golden Emperor. How many people in the four major regions could be stronger than the Golden Emperor? Ling Xiao was able to fuse with the heart of gold because of the Sky Tyrant martial soul. The Sky Tyrant martial soul had an absolute suppression on the heart of gold. The heart of gold could not resist at all. In addition, the Sky Tyrant martial soul had the special effect of containing everything. It was only natural that Ling Xiao would be able to fuse with the heart of gold. Otherwise, with his current cultivation, he would not be able to use the heart of gold. Even a glance at it would probably cause one to faint from the shock. Ling Xiao's cultivation was already behind most of the geniuses in the four major regions. He had to desperately chase after them to be able to catch up. As for the heart of gold, it could be considered as an accelerant, allowing him to catch up even faster. What he needed to do now was to continuously increase his potential. If he encountered any pills or treasures that could increase his potential, he could directly consume them. As long as he kept supplying potential, then the heart of gold would be effective forever. To be honest, Ling Xiao felt a little intimidated when he first came to the four major regions. A mere student at the lowest level of the Violet Mansion Academy was able to firmly suppress him. This made him somewhat anxious. After all, in the eyes of the Eternal Palace, he might not even be considered a grain of sand. His cultivation speed was not slow, but even so, he still felt that it would take too long. Now that the heart of gold had appeared, not only increased his cultivation speed, it also restored his confidence. The Immortal Palace was no longer so unreachable. Ha 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 ha, let's make the challenge even fiercer. What Ling Xiao wanted the most now was to head to a stronger place as soon as possible. They encountered even more experts. He was forced to continuously use emperor-level martial skills. In that case, his cultivation would increase crazily. Lunatic. Wang Yongming had already stood up. He did not know why Ling Xiao was laughing so crazily all of a sudden, but he still felt that something was wrong. The feeling that Ling Xiao gave him was too mysterious and too terrifying. Logically speaking, after a martial artist at the first level of the Divine Vein realm used an Emperor-class martial skill, they would definitely run out of true essence. However, this didn't happen to Ling Xiao. On the contrary, Wang Yoming also discovered that Ling Xiao seemed to be stronger than before. Of course, for every 10% increase in the energy in the Sea of Cultivation, one's strength would basically double. Hee, many people say that I'm crazy. Actually, I hope that you don't die too quickly today. Otherwise, it would really be meaningless. Ling Xiao smiled coldly, and the black and white swords in his hands condensed true essence again. One black and one white sword chi directly filled the entire room. The surrounding things were directly cut apart by the sword chi. This was the four major regions. The laws of everything were incomparably firm, but they were actually cut apart. This made Wang Yongming's face even more unsightly. Let's go all out. We can't escape anyway. Wang Yongming took a deep breath. He had already tried. The barrier released by the spirit boundary martial spirit was unbreakable. If he wanted to get out, there was only one way, and that was to kill Ling Xiao. So today's battle was basically a battle of life and death. Either he died, or Ling Xiao died. Thinking of this, he also felt relieved. As a student of the Purple Mansion Academy, he had also experienced such a predicament. It was no big deal. As long as he put in more effort, he would definitely be able to successfully get out of this predicament. Kid, don't be happy too early. My Purple Mansion Academy's martial artists won't admit defeat easily. After saying this, Wang Yongming actually took the initiative to launch an attack. It was still the demon Azura Fist. It seemed that this was his strongest attack. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi had already opened, because the Tai Chi could tell him if he should use an Emperor-level martial skill. Kill. 9 Transformation God Fiend Technique. Descent of the God Fiend. Ling Xiao roared and rushed forward. The descent of the God Fiend exploded again. As for Wang Yongming, he was once again sent flying by the explosion. The two of them fought crazily in this narrow barrier. To be precise, it was Ling Xiao who was one-sidedly beating Wang Yongming. However, Wang Yongming's defense was really terrifying. With the help of the purple spirit robe and the blood-venomous insect, he actually received a total of 10 attacks from Ling Xiao. He actually finally became dispirited. As expected, without being abused, the energy in my cultivation C can also increase crazily. After only 10 attacks from the descent of the God Fiend, the energy in my cultivation C has already increased to 100%. Next, I only need to swallow the Divine Pulse pill, and I should be able to increase my cultivation. Ling Xiao looked at the dispirited Wang Yongming and swallowed a Divine Pulse pill. When the Divine Pulse pill entered his stomach, it instantly had an effect. The door of breakthrough was directly blasted open. Ling Xiao's cultivation rose from the first level of the Divine Pulse realm to the second level of the Divine Pulse realm. Not only that, because the Divine Pulse pill was refined by Ling Xiao, its medicinal effect was extremely good. Therefore, in addition to helping him break through, nearly 50% of the energy was integrated into his potential cells. It became his potential. Next, it's time for you to die. Ling Xiao walked towards Wang Yongming. After breaking through, Wang Yongming was useless. And in this guy's current state, he didn't need an emperor-level martial skill at all. It wouldn't be of any help to his cultivation. What was the point of keeping him alive if he didn't kill him? You dare to kill me? Even though Wang Yongming was dispirited, he still maintained his arrogance. He was a member of the Purple Mansion Academy, and the Purple Mansion Academy was the strongest force in the Purple Mansion Kingdom. Even the royal family was a member of the Purple Mansion Academy. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao dared to kill him. The Purple Mansion Academy is indeed terrifying, but if I kill you now, who will know? Ling Xiao sneered and extracted the goo from Meng Fian's body, then used his soul to control it. It entered Wang Yongming's body and crazily sucked his blood. At this rate, Ling Xiao didn't need to make a move, and Wang Yongming would soon die. No, don't do this to me. I can recommend you and let you join the Purple Mansion Academy. I can even give you the treasures that I have stored for many years. Wang Yongming was finally afraid. The name of the Purple Mansion Academy couldn't scare Ling Xiao, so he could only use benefits to tempt Ling Xiao. Chapter 3556. There's no need for that. I'll go to the Zifu Academy myself. As for your treasure, I'll find it myself. Its location should be stored in your mind. Soul absorption. Taking advantage of the fact that Wang Yongming was still alive, Ling Xiao directly used soul absorption. Then he smiled. Although Wang Yongming was only a student at the bottom of the Zifu Academy, because he often went out to carry out missions, he had obtained a lot of high-grade spirit stones. The total was more than 100,000. These high-grade spirit stones were definitely good stuff. Just now, Ling Xiao directly consumed thousands of them to break through. If this was the case for one breakthrough, the consumption would probably be more in the future. High-grade spirit stones were also important items to replenish potential. Also, this thing was the source of the puppet beast's movement. The more, the better. However, Wang Yongming seemed to have stored a large number of high-grade spirit stones in his residence in the Zifu Academy. Wang Yongming's storage ring only had about 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. This should be a gift from shopkeeper Ma and City Lord Liu. But now it belonged to Ling Xiao. You'll definitely die a horrible death, definitely. In the roar of grief and indignation, Wang Yongming turned into a dry corpse and was burned by Ling Xiao. He didn't want others to know that he was the one who killed Wang Yongming. The parasite that had absorbed enough blood essence drilled out of Wang Yongming's body and was controlled by Ling Xiao to merge into Meng Fian's body again. After more than an hour, Meng Fian gradually woke up. At this time, she had been taken out of the beast ring by Ling Xiao. Big brother Ling. Seeing Ling Xiao, Meng Fian directly threw herself at him and shivered under Ling Xiao's arms. Until now, she still couldn't forget that nightmare. Okay, Fian. It's okay. It's okay. I've already killed Wang Yongming. You've also recovered your health. And it's a blessing in disguise. The innate golden battle body has completely awakened. Your strength has also advanced to the first level of the divine vein realm. This is definitely a great fortune for you after surviving a great disaster. Ling Xiao rubbed Meng Fian's head and said with a smile. Meng Fian didn't pay much attention to it at first, but when she heard what Ling Xiao said, she hurriedly looked inside herself. Sure enough, he found that not only had he made a breakthrough in his cultivation, but he had also gained a very powerful energy. That should be the innate golden battle body. To the martial artists of the Golden Sky domain, the innate golden battle body was the most outstanding aptitude. Unfortunately, Meng Fian had never noticed it before. Suddenly, she knelt on the ground and kowtowed several times to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao couldn't stop it in time. What are you doing? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Big brother Ling, although I just fainted and don't know what happened, I understand in my heart. If it wasn't for you, big brother Ling, not only would I not have been able to break through, I'm afraid I would have lost my life as well. Big brother Ling, you have given me a new lease of life. I, Meng Fian, am willing to repay you with anything. Even if big brother Ling wants my body, I won't reject him. Meng Fian said loudly. Fortunately, Ling Xiao hadn't removed the martial spirit barrier, otherwise, it would be so awkward. Don't mess around, I saved you purely because of your kindness, and I killed that Wang Yongming because I don't like that guy. You don't need to care so much. If you really want to repay me, there are many ways. You don't need to use such an extreme method. Ling Xiao said sternly. Sorry, I was too rude. Meng Fian was a little embarrassed and a little disappointed. Actually, she hadn't spent much time with Ling Xiao, but she was absolutely sure that Ling Xiao was someone worth entrusting her life to. She wasn't agitated, but made a decision after careful consideration. But it seemed that she was still a little reckless. It's fine. Ling Xiao glanced at Meng Fian and sighed. Let's not talk about this anymore. Now that Wang Yongming has been killed, we have to leave quickly. I'll have to trouble you to stay in my beast ring for a while. I'll go check out. Okay. Meng Fian was very obedient now. If it was before, she might suspect Ling Xiao and be wary of Ling Xiao. But after experiencing the incident with Wang Yongming, she didn't think so anymore. In order to save her, Ling Xiao was willing to fight with an expert like Wang Yongming. This was an extremely dangerous thing in itself. After Meng Fian entered the beast ring, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to check out, and he only checked out the next day. Checking out in the middle of the night would definitely attract attention. Wang Yongming's corpse had already been dealt with, and Meng Fian had suddenly disappeared. Many people would probably think that Meng Fian had followed Wang Yongming to the Wanyan main city, so this matter wouldn't be exposed for a while. As for whether the Purple Mansion Academy would investigate Wang Yongming's death, Ling Xiao didn't think so. There were hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Purple Mansion Academy, and Wang Yongming was only at the bottom. He was even worse than the outer sect disciples in the sect that he had been in before. When the outer sect disciples were killed or disappeared, the sect wouldn't even ask about it. With how big the Purple Mansion Academy was, they wouldn't even ask about it. This matter would probably become a complete mystery in the future. Of course, these were all things for later. It was time to clean up the traces, and Ling Xiao would definitely not leave any clues behind. He brought Meng Fian out of the raging fire city and arrived at the sleeping forest. Only then did he let Meng Fian out. Big brother Ling, why don't you come to our village and have a seat? Let me do my part as a host. Meng Fian really wanted to repay the kindness. However, after thinking about it, with Ling Xiao's current strength, even if she wanted to repay the kindness, it wouldn't be easy. After all, Ling Xiao was too strong. So, going to the village to entertain Ling Xiao for a meal could be considered as a bit of fun. All right, Ling Xiao immediately agreed. His thoughts were very simple. If the warriors of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire were to come to the four regions, their first battle would definitely be in the Sleeping Forest. If they had the Ming village as a stronghold, it would be much safer. This time, he went to the Ming village as a guest, and at the same time, to see if it was possible to reach a cooperation with the Ming village. With Meng Fian leading the way, Ling Xiao spent a full 4 or 5 hours to arrive at the Ming village. The environment of this place was very good, but it was a bit too remote. The Ming village was a water stronghold. There were more than a dozen small islands connected to form such a place. The stronghold was small, but in fact, it was not small. According to Meng Fian, there were 50 to 60,000 people in the stronghold. The spiritual energy in this place was quite abundant, and the aquatic products were abundant. For cultivators, it was indeed a good place. When Ling Xiao and Meng Fian appeared outside the water stronghold, someone had already noticed them through the watchtower. When they arrived at the entrance of the water stronghold, someone had already come out to greet them. "Eldest miss, why are you back? This is the Zifu special envoy, right?" This group of people looked at Ling Xiao with admiration and said excitedly. Ling Xiao was about to explain, but was interrupted by Meng Fian. "I have something important to see my father." "Eldest miss, please." Everyone hurriedly led the two of them in. At this time, Meng Fian lowered her voice and said, "Big brother Ling, since they think you are the Zifu special envoy, you should act as this identity first. Otherwise, there will be a lot of trouble." Chapter 3557. All right, that's all for now. Because he wasn't familiar with the people of Ming village yet, Ling Xiao wouldn't easily expose the fact that he was from the western region. Pretending to be the special envoy of the Purple Palace sect wasn't a bad idea. Not only would he be able to gain everyone's respect, it would also save him a lot of trouble. While both of them were talking, a figure suddenly flew towards them like a gust of wind. "Big brother Ling, young lady." The man was Mengyi. "Let's talk later. Mengyi, you come with us." After what happened with the Dark Warriors and the City of Raging Fire, Meng Fian trusted Mengyi a lot. Therefore, she had to let Mengyi know what she was going to say next. "Young lady, the chief isn't here. A monster appeared in the fish pond recently, and the chief brought some strong warriors to hunt it down." Mengyi said with a bitter smile. "Let's go to my room first." Meng Fian thought for a moment and said. Along the way, Ling Xiao was the center of attention. It was probably those young men he saved who told him what had happened. Therefore, everyone treated him with a good attitude. They were all very enthusiastic. This simple and honest village just gave people a more relaxed feeling. Meng Fian's room was on a small island. She only needed to cross a wooden bridge to reach the island. The house was made entirely of bamboo. Not only was it waterproof, it was also very comfortable. After entering the house, Meng Fian and Ling Xiao briefly explained what had happened. Of course, Ling Xiao ignored the fact that Wang Yongming had been killed. He only said that Wang Yongming had killed himself because of the backlash from using the blood goo. Only Meng Fian knew the truth. But she had promised Ling Xiao that she wouldn't tell anyone. After all, this was a very serious matter. Although the Purple Palace Academy might not investigate this matter, if the news spread like wildfire, they would have to do something about it. Ling Xiao didn't have the confidence to fight with hundreds of thousands of Purple Palace Academy warriors. After all, the weakest among them was at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm, and the strongest was at the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm. They might even be at the Divine Core Realm. He couldn't afford to offend them. After hearing what they said, Mengyi was dumbfounded. That monster with a human face but a beast's heart. It was really dangerous this time. If it wasn't for Big Brother Ling, I'm afraid you're really gone. There's no need to be so angry. I've profited from a disaster this time. Not only did I not die, but I've also made a breakthrough in my cultivation. Furthermore, with the awakening of the innate golden combat body, the overall strength of our Ming village will only become stronger. After experiencing the incident with Wang Yoming, Meng Fian had already dispelled the thought of heading to the Purple Mansion Academy. He knew that with her experience, he was afraid that she would still be fooled if she went. It would be better for them to stay in Ming Village and cultivate. Once he reached the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm, he would think of a way to enter the Zifu Academy. That's true. Big Brother Ling, you are indeed a god. Meng Yi's eyes were filled with envy. Ling Xiao believed that nothing would happen if he told the two of them about his situation. But he still didn't say anything. After all, there were 50 to 60,000 people in the Ming village, so it was better to take it easy. Boom! Suddenly, at this moment, a terrifying rumble came from afar. Everyone was startled by his sudden appearance. It's in the direction of the Thousand Waters Lake. Not good. The Stockade Master and the others are in trouble. Mengyi suddenly stood up and said, I'm sorry, Big Brother Ling. I originally wanted to treat you well. But now, it seems like we can only solve the problem in front of us first. What problem? Is it the monster in the water? Ling Xiao asked curiously. The monster in the water is a small matter. We can deal with it. The problem is the Black Warriors. Ever since Meng Chong was killed, the Black Warriors have been attacking us. That bastard Meng Chong told the Black Warriors a secret of our village. Meng Yi gritted his teeth and said, "Although I shouldn't ask, if it's convenient, can you tell me what the secret is?" Ling Xiao asked. "I won't hide it from Big Brother Ling. There is a plant called nine-eyed lotus growing in the water of our Meng village. This thing is very powerful. No matter what kind of combat body or divine body you cultivate, as long as it is a defensive martial skill, it can be strengthened. If you can refine the nine-eyed lotus into a nine-eyed lotus pill, the effect will be even better. We have only used this thing for ourselves. Therefore, no matter what kind of cultivation our Ming village's martial artists have, their bodies are very strong. Now that the Black Warriors know about it, they came to snatch it." Meng Yi replied. He has already treated Ling Xiao as one of his own, so he didn't plan to hide it. "Take me with you to see it." Ling Xiao thought for a while and said, if possible, he would like to improve his Black Tortoise Divine Body. Now, the high-level King-level Black Tortoise Divine Body was obviously not enough. At the very least, it should be the peak King-level Black Tortoise Divine Body. "Okay, let's go together." Meng Yi, Meng Fian, and Ling Xiao took the boat and headed towards the Thousand Water Lake. The Thousand Water Lake was named because it was divided by countless small islands. Compared to the Ming village, the environment there was worse because there were many terrifying demon beasts living there. However, there would also be some natural treasures in that place. For example, the nine-eyed lotus was one of them. There were waterways between the lakes, and the boat was moving quickly through the waterways. In the distance, they could see some figures. However, it seemed that there was a fierce battle going on. Meng Yi was a little anxious, so he rowed faster. However, at this moment, the boat suddenly shook violently. On the calm surface of the lake, a huge wave suddenly rose. Under the lake, there was a dark shadow lurking. "Oh no, we're in luck. We actually encountered that monster." Meng Yi's face instantly changed, and he didn't know what to say. They were about to reach their destination, but they encountered such a monster. "Don't panic. Continue to row. I'll deal with the thing in the water," Ling Xiao said lightly. Through the Tai Chi eye, he had basically confirmed the strength of the monster in the lake. It was a snake, a huge snake with 9 heads. Its strength had reached the 3rd level of the 1-star Divine Vein realm. He felt that its combat strength was stronger than Wang Yongming. However, Ling Xiao didn't care. His cultivation had broken through to the 2nd level of the Divine Vein realm, so he didn't care about this level of demon beast. Meng Yi rowed the boat crazily. Meng Fian also helped at the side. At this moment, many people on the shore saw the boat in the lake and came over. It seems to be Miss Fian and Meng Yi on the boat. Who is that stranger? They wanted to see Ling Xiao's appearance clearly. Suddenly, a huge 9-headed snake jumped out of the water. Everyone on the shore was shocked. "Chief, this is bad. The 9-headed snake has appeared. Miss and the others are in danger." Everyone cried out in alarm. However, as the chief, Meng Tsong couldn't do anything. At this moment, he was fighting with the Black Warrior. It was a one-on-one battle for the rights to the nine-eyed lotus. He couldn't get away. Even if he wanted to admit defeat, it was impossible. His opponent's every move was deadly. Obviously, he didn't want to give him a chance to admit defeat. Chapter 3558. The most troublesome thing was that the Black Warrior was obviously stronger than Meng Tsong. Meng Tsong was covered in wounds. If it wasn't for the nine-eyed lotus that gave him a strong physique and recovery ability, he would probably be dead by now. He was worried about his daughter, but there was nothing he could do. Many people on the shore jumped onto the boat, ready to help. At this moment, they saw a shocking scene. The young man on the boat was only 17 years old. He was holding a sword with a smile on his face. The 9-headed snake was pouncing on the boat. If it hit, the boat would be smashed into pieces. The people on the boat wouldn't be able to survive. However, the young man didn't seem to be afraid at all. He was facing a terrifying 1-star Divine Vein 3rd-level demonic beast. Even their fort master couldn't do anything to this terrifying existence. He casually stabbed out with his sword. Instant freeze. Ling Xiao spat out 4 words. Then, The huge demonic beast was instantly frozen into a block of ice. It was smashed into pieces by his punch. Only the core of the demonic beast was kept in the mountain river world. This core could be used to upgrade the nine-headed snake general's beast soul. Now that Ling Xiao's cultivation had broken through so quickly, the beast soul's grade couldn't keep up with his cultivation. He was lucky to get the nine-headed snake's beast core. This way, he could at least upgrade the nine-headed snake general's beast soul to the 3rd level of the divine vein realm. He wouldn't need to use the unbounded heavenly rat's beast soul to transform into a random cat or dog. He could deal with an ordinary beast soul transformation. This is too fierce. That's a terrifying 1-star divine vein 3rd level demonic beast. He killed it in one move? Could he be the special envoy from the Purple Mansion Academy? No wonder the young miss is with him. This young man is only 17 years old. I heard that the special envoy should be around 20 years old. I don't think so. Then you were just curious. There are so many students in the Purple Mansion Academy. It's not strange that there are young ones. Almost everyone in the Ming village practiced martial arts. Although most of the martial artists were only at the reincarnation divine realm, they had a certain level of insight. They had seen how powerful the nine-headed snake's attack was. Their chief, a cultivator in the 2nd level of the divine vein realm, was sent flying by the nine-headed snake in a single move. Because of this fellow, even the nine-eyed lotus could not be harvested. Now that the Hydra has been eliminated by this young man, the next enemy to deal with is the Black Warrior. Regardless of Ling Xiao's identity, everyone was full of admiration and worship for Ling Xiao. For some reason, the Black Warrior who was fighting with the head of the Ming family, Ming Song, after seeing Hydra killed, he hurriedly turned around and left. It seemed that the nine-headed snake had some kind of connection with the Black Warrior. Naturally, Ming Song didn't give chase because it would be useless even if he did. His strength was no match for the others. When the boat reached the shore, Ming Song rushed over without looking at his daughter. Instead, he cupped his fists at Ling Xiao and said, "Thank you for your help, young hero. Not only did you kill that nine-headed snake, you also scared away that dark warrior and brought peace back to our Ming village. Chief, please get up. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. You, on the other hand, seem to be heavily injured." Ling Xiao hurriedly helped Ming Song up and said, "It's fine. I'll be fine after eating this." He directly plucked a nine-eyed lotus and ate it. After a while, his injuries began to heal rapidly. No wonder the Black Warrior targeted this nine-eyed lotus. It's definitely a good thing. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. "Young hero, you can go ahead and harvest it if you like. You're the benefactor of our Ming family." Ming Song was very generous. "Let's not talk about this for now. There are some things that I need to discuss with you." Although Ling Xiao liked the nine-eyed lotus, he wasn't in such a hurry. When he left, he would harvest some and use them to concoct the nine-eyed lotus pill. Let's go over there. The Ming family had built a residence at the place where the nine-eyed lotus grew. Ming Song called Ling Xiao, Ming Fian, and Ming Yi into the residence. The rest of them continued to stand guard outside. Suddenly, 2 heads popped out from the water far away. They were wearing black diving masks with the insignia of the Black Warrior on them. "I didn't expect the nine-headed snake to fail," one of them said. "What a useless beast. The leader spent a lot of effort to subdue it. It was actually killed by that young man in one move. It's useless." The other person also said, "What should we do next?" The first person asked, "I'm afraid we're not that young man's match. We have to report this to the leader immediately. Let the leader make the decision. I believe that with the leader's strength, killing that kid should be a piece of cake. When the time comes, the nine-eyed lotus will be ours." The second person thought for a while and said, after the 2 of them finished speaking, they dived back into the lake and disappeared. Late at night, Ling Xiao stayed in a room near the nine-eyed lotus to cultivate. His cultivation had broken through to the 2nd level of the divine vein realm. He was pondering how to combine the 9 supremacy swords into one. Combining 5 swords into one was a peak king-level martial skill. Combining 6 swords into one might be an emperor-level martial skill. Its power might not be inferior to the 9 revolutions celestial demon technique. He had asked the ancient sword emperor about the 9 supremacy sword technique. The ancient sword emperor said that he didn't know either. That was because he had found the sword technique in the primordial divine tomb. Before him, many experts had been buried here. He had only cultivated 5 swords into one. After that, he focused on cultivating the 9 revolutions Godfiend technique. Without the experience of others, Ling Xiao had to study it himself. Anyway, he had nothing to do. In the process of studying martial skills, he could comprehend more powerful martial skills. At this moment, a young man from the Ming village walked towards Ling Xiao's residence with wine and food. This was Meng Tsang's good intention. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would be hungry, so he made this arrangement. Of course, food was something with rich spirit qi. It was very helpful for increasing a martial artist's strength. He believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't refuse. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed by and placed a dagger on the servant's neck. "Listen to me. Go over obediently. Don't make a sound." "Second bandit chief, what are you doing?" "Young Hero Ling is our Ming village's great benefactor." The servant was shocked, but he also smelled the person's scent. It was actually the second bandit chief of the Ming village. He was also Meng Chang's godfather. "Shut up and do as I say. Otherwise, I'll kill you." The second bandit chief felt that his identity had been exposed and there was no need to hide anymore, so he threatened. All right. The servant had no choice but to continue walking forward. When he arrived at Ling Xiao's residence, he gently knocked on the door bolt. "Young Hero Ling, our bandit chief asked me to bring you wine and food. They're all good things with rich spirit qi. They're very beneficial for cultivation. The door is open. Just come in." Ling Xiao said indifferently. The servant pushed the door open and walked into the room. When he saw Ling Xiao, he suddenly blinked. Chapter 35:59. The second bandit chief hid behind the servant, completely concealing his aura. In addition, the sky was already dark, so no one could tell that there was a person there. Suddenly, the second bandit chief charged out from behind the servant, and 3 throwing knives flew out from his hand. The throwing knives flickered with a green light. There was no need to ask to know that they were coated with poison. Moreover, these 3 throwing knives were obviously magical treasures. Although they were only mortal-grade emperor artifacts, they could greatly increase the accuracy and attack power of the throwing knives. Ling Xiao's closed eyes suddenly opened. He sneered and said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. You're too late. Break." With a casual wave of his hand, a terrifying energy shot out from his palm and easily flung the 3 throwing knives away. They pierced into the gap in the room. Then, Ling Xiao did not stop. His body trembled as he pounced toward the second bandit chief. The second bandit chief was shocked. He threw out all the throwing knives on his body. In an instant, dozens of cold lights shot out. Then, the second bandit chief hurriedly turned around and fled. Ling Xiao sneered. He did not touch them and just rushed over. It was as if those throwing knives did not exist. The throwing knives were actually knocked away by the energy in his body and scattered on the ground. At this moment, Ling Xiao's figure had already arrived in front of the second bandit chief. A hand stretched out like a poisonous snake. How can he be so terrifying? The second bandit chief was shocked. He frantically increased his speed and fled. However, it was useless. Ling Xiao slapped the second bandit chief's face, and the second bandit chief was directly sent flying out of the room. He fell outside. The commotion had already alarmed the people of the Ming village. Because this was the 9-eyed lotus's growth area, there were many warriors of the Ming village stationed here. Their reaction was very fast. Under the moonlight, everyone was shocked when they saw the second bandit chief who was knocked to the ground. "Second bandit chief, what happened to you? Quick, stop that lunatic for me. He wants to steal our 9-eyed lotus. Since I found him, I'll kill him to silence him." The second bandit chief pointed at Ling Xiao, who walked out of the room, and shouted loudly. These people felt that it was unbelievable. But since it was the second bandit chief, it should not be wrong. Therefore, they quickly surrounded Ling Xiao. "Young Hero Ling, is what second bandit chief said true?" Although they had surrounded Ling Xiao, the people of Ming village were not ungrateful people. They saw with their own eyes that Ling Xiao killed the Hydra and saved Ming Fian and Ming Yi. How could he act rashly? What are you talking about? This kid is with the Black Warrior. Think about it carefully. With his strength, how could he move against Hydra? There must be a Black Warrior helping him secretly, and the person who helped him might be underwater. Also, why did the Black Warrior who was fighting with the chief run away as soon as he saw him? He definitely knew him. Have you ever heard of a Black Warrior being scared? Those people are men of sacrifice. This second bandit chief was really a smart man. With such an explanation, many people from Ming village began to doubt him. Young Hero Ling, please explain, everyone said. At this time, Meng Tsong, Meng Fian, and Meng Yi were not here. These people did not trust Ling Xiao as much as they did. Explain what? This person tried to assassinate me in the middle of the night. I was just fighting back. Is this how the people of Ming village treat their guests? Ling Xiao said as he walked toward the second bandit chief and said coldly, no matter what you say today, you can't escape death. I, Ling Xiao, do things based on my heart. You tried to kill me, so I won't let you see tomorrow's sun. Young Hero Ling, this is Ming village, and second bandit chief is our second in command. If you want to attack, then I'm sorry. The people of Ming village naturally had to protect their second bandit chief. How could they easily believe the words of an outsider? Not to mention, this outsider wanted to kill their second bandit chief. That's right. Why are we talking nonsense with this kid? Let's work together and kill him. I think second bandit chief is right. This guy is a spy of the Black Warrior. Kill him. Kill. Suddenly, four figures dashed out from the crowd. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a sneer. Although the rest of the people of Ming village believed in their second bandit chief, they only stopped Ling Xiao and prevented him from killing people. But these four people were different. They actually planned to work together to kill Ling Xiao. How vicious their intentions were. Have you finally shown your foxtail? Ling Xiao said sarcastically, Leader Ming Tsong. I'm right, right? He suddenly looked at his house. From inside, three people walked out. Meng Tsong, Meng Yi, and Meng Fian. It turned out that Ling Xiao had long suspected that there were spies of the Black Warrior in Ming village, so he cooperated with them to put on such a show. But he didn't expect to catch a big fish like the second bandit chief. Along the way, he also caught 4 poisonous fishes that were hidden very deeply. Second brother, how do you explain this? Meng Tsong said coldly, don't talk nonsense. The servant you kidnapped just now was Meng Yi, but it was dark, and you wanted to kill young Hero Ling, so you didn't notice. Don't tell me you want to deny it? How could this be? The second bandit chief's face instantly became very ugly. What are you afraid of? Since we've been exposed, there's no need to hide anymore. The 4 of us are all second LV of the true energy realm. We didn't kill Meng Tsong because we wanted to learn how to cultivate the nine-eyed lotus. With the 4 of us, killing Meng Tsong will be easy. As for that kid, there's nothing special about him. The 4 people were even more shameless than the second bandit chief. Since they had been exposed, there was no need to hide anymore. Hiding it was unnecessary and stupid. Fine. Today I'll tell you why. The second bandit chief stood up and said coldly, Meng Tsong, if we join the Black Warrior, Ming village will only become stronger. But you don't want to. Do you know that the leader of the Black Warrior is a 4th LV of the Divine Pulse realm? If he wants to, he can easily destroy Ming village. As a matter of fact, more than half of the nearby 72 villages have been destroyed by the Black Warrior. Do you want Ming village to suffer the same fate? Shut up. Don't make it sound so dignified, as if you care a lot about Ming village. As far as I know, more than half of the destroyed water stronghold belong to the Black Warriors. And the result? Large numbers of water bandits were killed simply because they were too weak. The rest of them were enslaved and forced to do things they didn't want to do. Is this the future you want? Meng Tsong said disdainfully, you are a man. Don't you dare to speak the truth? Truth? The truth is that I want to replace you and become the chief of Ming village. Also, your daughter will become my wife. The second bandit chief finally revealed a ferocious smile and said loudly, ha ha ha, that's right. Why should we be afraid of Ming village? Don't worry, second bandit chief. We have already contacted the chief. Tonight, the chief will personally appear. Don't worry, Ming village will be yours tonight. Chapter 3560. Before Ling Xiao could make a move, Meng Tsong had already arrived in front of him. However, the four of them were martial artists in the second level of the Divine Vein realm. Meng Tsong might be stronger than any of them, but he was only in the second level of the Divine Vein realm. He only relied on his strong physical body. How could he withstand the joint attack of the four? With a loud bang, Meng Tsong was pushed back dozens of steps and almost fell to the ground. Village head Meng, remember this. You owe me a favor tonight. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He held the Ice Supreme sword in his hand and walked towards the four. The four of them sneered. One of them said, "How much stronger can you be compared to Meng Tsong? It's useless against us." After that, the four of them attacked at the same time. They pounced on Ling Xiao. "Be careful, brother Ling," Meng Fian and Meng Yi shouted nervously. However, their voices didn't fade away completely, for corpses fell from the sky. Their throats were all cut open. A look of extreme terror appeared on his face. At the moment before they died, they realized what kind of terrifying existence they had offended. The others were also dumbfounded. This young man with the surname Ling was too domineering and powerful. He killed four martial artists in the second level of the Divine Vein realm with a single slash. With such strength, it was no wonder he was from the Purple Mansion Academy. He is indeed a Purple Mansion Academy special envoy. Otherwise, there is no way to explain his terrifying strength. That's right. I had my suspicions before, but it seems like there is no need to doubt it now. However, after killing the four of them, will he really attract the leader of the black martial artists? I'm also worried about this. The black martial artists have three leaders. The leader is in the fourth level of the Divine Vein realm. The second and third leaders are in the third level of the Divine Vein realm. The three of them basically dominate the sleeping forest. Our Ming village has never dared to provoke them. Even if we are attacked by the black martial artists, we will obediently let them go. Everyone was a little worried, afraid that Ling Xiao's actions would attract even stronger enemies. However, Ling Xiao was disdainful of them. His cultivation was in the second level of the Divine Vein realm. Killing a martial artist in the third level of the Divine Vein realm was as easy as chopping vegetables. Even if it was a martial artist at the fourth level of the Divine Vein realm, once he transformed into the unbounded heavenly rat, he would be able to defeat them easily. Or rather, he hoped that the leader of the Black Warriors could be stronger. In that case, he would be able to use an Emperor-level martial skill. When he used an Emperor-grade martial skill, his cultivation would increase. Ignoring the discussions of those people, he walked towards the second bandit chief and said coldly, "Are you going to kill yourself, or do you want me to kill you? If you dare to kill me, you will become the enemy of the Black Warrior. The leader will not let you go." The second bandit chief roared, "You mean you don't intend to commit suicide? Fine, I'll end you." Ling Xiao laughed coldly. He raised his hand and slapped the second bandit chief's head. He knew that Meng Tsong and the others couldn't do it. Since that was the case, he would be the one to deal with it. In any case, this person had tried to assassinate him in the middle of the night. If he killed this person, it wouldn't be considered as killing an innocent person. Dark warrior body. The second bandit chief roared in anger. Black smoke rolled out from his body, and a layer of black armor gathered on the surface of his body. Although he was looking forward to the leader of the Black Warriors coming to save him, based on the current situation, the leader of the Black Warriors might not be able to make it in time. So, he could only take the initiative to protect himself. The Dark Warrior body was an advanced king-level martial skill. It was given to him by the leader of the Black Warriors. In order to gain his loyalty, after he got it, he cultivated it as if he was drunk. Now, he had achieved a lot. After releasing the Dark Warrior body, the second bandit chief was relieved. In his opinion, no matter how strong Ling Xiao was, it would be impossible for him to destroy the Dark Warrior armor in a short time. As long as he could buy some time and wait for the leader of the Black Warriors to arrive, he would be able to live. Crack. The crisp cracking sound completely shattered all of the second bandit chief's hopes. Ling Xiao only punched the black armor with an ordinary fist, but it was easily torn apart. With Ling Xiao's current strength, his ordinary attack could reach the advanced king-level martial skill. The second bandit chief's cultivation was only at the first level of the Divine Pulse realm. Even if he had an advanced king-level martial skill, his defense was not that strong. At most, it could reduce 20% of the damage, but it was still meaningless. Stop! How dare you touch the people of the Black Warriors? Today, you will die without a burial place. At this moment, two voices came from afar. The voices were ruthless and ruthless. The warriors of the Meng village were so scared that their bodies trembled. This terrifying aura was clearly from a more powerful existence. It was definitely not something they could resist. Oh no, the Meng village is finished. Everyone's hearts were filled with terror. However, Ling Xiao did not seem to hear the warning at all. He still slapped the second bandit chief's head with his palm. Crack! The second bandit chief's head was shattered. The terrifying palm power penetrated the second bandit chief's body. On the surface, he looked unscathed, but inside, he was completely destroyed. After all, he is your second bandit chief. I will not destroy his body. You can deal with it yourselves. After killing the second bandit chief, Ling Xiao looked back at Meng Tsang and said, "Thank you, young hero Ling. But if the leader of the Black Warriors comes, even you will not be able to resist. You should leave." Meng Tsang said. It was not that he did not want Ling Xiao to help, but because he felt that there was no use for Ling Xiao to stay. At most, there would be one more casualty list. Instead of everyone dying, it was better to leave Ling Xiao alive. In the future, he might be able to avenge them. Young hero Ling, you are a genius of the Zifu Academy. Sooner or later, you will be extremely powerful. In the future, if possible, help us get rid of the Black Warriors. It will be considered as revenge for us. This was Meng Tsang's heartfelt words. That's right, brother Ling. You should leave quickly, Meng Yi said anxiously. However, Ling Xiao only smiled and did not pay any attention to him. Instead, he looked at the two figures in the distance. They were very fast, a man and a woman. Their cultivation could not hide under his Taiji eye. They were obviously in the third tier of the Divine Vein realm, but in terms of strength, they should be weaker than Wang Yongming. After all, Wang Yongming was a member of the Zifu Academy. He had received more formal training than these commoners. The two of them arrived quickly. The man had black hair and a black dragon tattooed in between his eyebrows. The woman had silver hair, but she was not old. When the two of them saw Ling Xiao, their eyes were filled with malice. "Brat, you dare to kill him after hearing our words. You have guts." The black-haired man said coldly, "Brother Long, why are you talking nonsense with him? Why don't you just kill him? Although the second bandit chief is just a chess piece that can be discarded at any time. But before you beat a dog, you have to look at its owner. This brat completely ignored our warning. He did not take us, the Black Warriors, seriously." The silver-haired woman's temper seemed to be more violent than the black-haired man's. Her words were also more aggressive. Chapter 3561. If we just kill him like this, it will be too easy for him. Kid, do you want to cripple your own cultivation and let us bring you back to the Black Warrior headquarters? Or do you want us to use the cruelest method to kill you? The black-haired man stared at Ling Xiao as if he was staring at a dead man. His eyes emitted a sinister look, filled with murderous intent. "Hee, I won't choose either of them. I choose you to die." Ling Xiao looked at the two men and said calmly. When the crowd saw how calm he was, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They had no idea how strong this disciple of the Purple Mansion Academy was, but they could only depend on him. There was no one in the Meng village who could deal with these two leaders of the Black Warriors. It is not up to you to choose. Today, not only will you die, you will also die a horrible death. But we are merciful. We will leave you with one last breath and let you see how the Meng village will be destroyed." The silver-haired woman sneered. Whoosh! With a flash, the silver-haired woman appeared in front of Ling Xiao at an astonishing speed. Then, she struck out with her palm, aiming at Ling Xiao's head. It seemed like it was because Ling Xiao had killed the second chief. She also planned to use this method to kill Ling Xiao, so that she could face him. "You are quite fast." Ling Xiao sneered and raised his palm to block the attack. The silver-haired woman unleashed a powerful force from her palm, causing the dust on the ground to fly. The terrifying palm energy made the faces of the Ming village's warriors turn ugly. However, Ling Xiao was still calm, as if nothing had happened. At this moment, the black-haired man also moved. A long sword appeared in his hand, thrusting toward Ling Xiao's heart. Ling Xiao used his right hand to block the silver-haired woman, while his left hand punched toward the long sword in the black-haired man's hand. Clang! The fist and the long sword collided, and sparks flew out. Is this all you have? This is really disappointing. Ling Xiao sneered and transformed into the nine-snake General Beast Soul. This nine-headed snake, General Beast Soul, had been strengthened by the nine-headed snake he had just obtained. It was already at the third level of the Divine Vein Realm. The moment the Beast Soul possessed his body, Ling Xiao's strength, speed, and true essence all increased by 10 times. The terrifying snake head poked out from behind him. It bit at the man and woman in a frenzy. The two men tried to avoid him. However, he found that Ling Xiao's hands were tightly gripping him, and he couldn't break free. In just an instant, they were bitten by the snake's head. It let out a hysterical scream as its body gradually turned black and finally turned into a pool of pus. So powerful. When the people from Ming Village saw this scene, they all cried out in shock. The strength that Ling Xiao displayed was simply inconceivable. They had lived here for many years and had never seen such a terrifying young man. Young miss, tell me honestly, did Big Brother Ling kill that Wang Yongming? Mengyi wasn't an idiot. He saw how easily Ling Xiao killed a martial artist at the third level of the Divine Vein Realm. Naturally, he would think of this. Sure, it's fine as long as you know it. Don't tell anyone, or else it will cause a lot of trouble. Meng Fian hurriedly said. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Mengyi worshipped Ling Xiao even more. Even the Purple Mansion Special Envoy wasn't a match for his big brother Ling. This was really shocking. Village Chief, this is bad. The Ming village is surrounded by the Black Warriors. Just when everyone was overjoyed, a warrior from the Ming village suddenly ran over and said loudly. He was currently injured. However, it didn't seem like his life was in danger. However, since the Ming village was surrounded by the Black Warriors, the others might be in danger. Where are they? Meng Tsang asked. They are just ahead. Their leader is also there. Hearing this, Ling Xiao sneered and jumped into the water. He stepped on the surface of the water and moved forward. The rest of the people jumped onto the boat and chased after him. Fian, you said last night that this young hero Ling isn't from the Purple Mansion Academy. But look at his control of true yuan. It's really exquisite. This kind of floating on water skill is something that ordinary people can't do. Even if they have the same cultivation as him, they still can't do it. Where did he come from? Meng Tsang couldn't help but ask. Actually, we don't know either. We met Big Brother Ling in the Sleeping Forest. At first, we thought he was a spy of the Black Warriors. If it wasn't for him, we would have all died. Mengyi said, Sleeping Forest? Is it near the western region? Meng Tsang asked. Yes, how did you know, village chief? Mengyi was stunned and asked. That's impossible. Meng Tsang already had an answer in his heart, but no matter how he thought about it, he still felt that it was impossible. For tens of thousands of years, there had never been a martial artist from the western region that could come from there. What's impossible? Meng Fian and Meng Yi were confused. However, at this moment, the boat had already reached the island at the front. At this moment, the island was in a mess. The Black Warriors had already attacked. Although the Ming village's martial artists fought back with all their might, there was still a difference in strength. Meng Tsang anxiously jumped onto the shore. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly saw Ling Xiao leaping into the air. Suddenly, the 9 snake heads on his back released 9 layers of poisonous fog. The poisonous fog spread among the crowd as if it could distinguish between friend and foe. The Black Warriors were poisoned to the ground. Even if they didn't fall, their combat strength was greatly reduced. They were easily killed by the Ming village's martial artists. Seeing this scene, Meng Tsang's eyes almost popped out. How can there be such a powerful existence in the western region? Has the law there changed? Meng Tsang hadn't even made a move yet, but almost all of the enemies were dead. Only the black warrior leader was left. He madly rushed toward Ling Xiao. Die! The leader of the black warriors was enraged. His black sword pierced towards Ling Xiao. The terrifying power caused the ruins on the ground to tremble. Ling Xiao hastily blocked it, but he was directly hit to the ground. Meng Tsang was shocked. Ling Xiao was now the hope of the Meng village. If something happened to him, the Meng village would basically be finished. Fortunately, although Ling Xiao fell to the ground, he didn't seem to be hurt. Die! After defeating Ling Xiao with a sword, the black warrior leader suddenly felt more confident. Originally, when he saw Ling Xiao appear, he was still worried that this was some incredible expert. But now, it seemed that he was just so. He shook the sword in his hand and attacked Ling Xiao again. The power of this sword was even more ferocious than the previous one. The air kept shaking because of it. Clang! A dazzling sword light bloomed in the void. The terrifying sword light instantly pierced through the void. It cut through everything. Venerable Ice's cold sky sword art directly collided with the black warrior leader's sword. It completely destroyed the opponent's sword energy. At the same time, the sword energy of Venerable Ice's cold sky sword art also collapsed. You also use a sword. The black warrior leader looked at Ling Xiao and frowned. The moment he drew his sword, it was obvious that his combat strength was much higher than when he was barehanded. Chapter 3562. So you also use a sword. But it's a pity that not everyone can use a sword. Seeing Ling Xiao unsheath his sword, the leader sneered and released a terrifying sword intent. Behind him, the sword martial spirit was released. The sword martial spirit emitted a terrifying aura. 6th-stage sword spirit. Out of all the martial artists that Ling Xiao had met in the 4 major regions, the one with the highest grade of martial soul was the leader of the Black Warriors. His cultivation was stronger than Wang Yongming's, and his martial spirit was also more powerful. He was indeed not easy to deal with. I can try the move I just learned. Ling Xiao had been practicing in the house. Although he was interrupted by the second chief, he still had some gains. He had finally comprehended the 6 swords in one, and with his current cultivation, he could use it once. But with the heart of gold, as long as he had potential, he could constantly recover, constantly improve. Seeing the big leader of the Black Warriors thrusting his sword over, a crazy storm of sword chi appeared in the sky. This storm blew the earth. The ruins on the ground were shattered. Ling Xiao stood there, looking at his opponent indifferently. Fire Supreme Sword, Ice Supreme Sword, Soul Supreme Sword, Exquisite Sword, 7-star Sword, Snake Supreme Sword. 6 sword lights appeared at the same time, circling around his body. Then they suddenly condensed into one, blooming with 6 dazzling lights. 6 swords in one, 6 supreme swords in one, kill. Following Ling Xiao's shout, the 6 colored lights crazily poured out. At that moment, the leader's face changed dramatically. Impossible. It's actually an emperor-level martial skill. He only had one thought at this time, and that was to escape. Escape crazily. Unfortunately, it was too late to escape now. The 6 colored sword lights were extremely fast, and in a flash, they shattered the leader's sword storm. And then without stopping, they directly pierced through the leader's body. The leader was still in midair, but a big hole had already appeared in his body. How can this be? Why is there such a strong warrior here? He was not reconciled. The reason why he led the Dark Warriors to hide in the sleeping forest was because the nearby forces were relatively weak. This way, he would be able to find more opportunities to devour resources and make himself stronger. But why? Even until his death, he did not understand how he had encountered such a powerful opponent. Bang! The corpse fell into the ruins, creating a cloud of dust. There was dead silence all around. All the fighting stopped in an instant. For the warriors of Meng Village, this was simply a great surprise. They had thought that this would be a battle of life and death. At least half of the 50,000 to 60,000 people would be sacrificed. But now, although there were sacrifices, the casualties were only about 1,000 people. Because of the appearance of this terrifying young man, the Black Warrior almost collapsed at the first touch. Now, Even the leader of the Black Warriors was killed by this young man in one move. On the other hand, there were only a few hundred Black Warriors left because they had been poisoned. At this time, all of them dropped their weapons and knelt down. He repeatedly begged for mercy. Tie them all up and lock them in the water prison. Finally, Meng Tsang was the first to recover from his shock. He ordered to capture those Black Warriors who had surrendered. Anyway, there were not many people left. Even if they really rebelled, they had a way to deal with them. After giving this order, he walked toward Ling Xiao. Once again, the dignified village chief directly knelt down. The warriors of the surrounding villages also knelt down, including Meng Fian and Meng Yi. Young hero's great kindness. My Meng village will never forget it. Never forget it. Everyone began to shout. Only then did Ling Xiao wake up from his contemplation. Just now, Ling Xiao was checking the condition of his body. Just as he expected, the 6 swords combined into one had indeed reached the level of emperor-level martial skill. And this attack also increased the energy in his sea of cultivation by about 10%. This speed was quite fast. The more powerful experts he met in the future, the faster the speed of improvement would be. He was now looking forward to the trip to the Purple Mansion Academy more and more. Everyone, get up. I can't accept such a big gift from you. Although Ling Xiao said so, he seemed very calm. He saved tens of thousands of lives of the Meng village and solved the biggest crisis of the Meng village. In fact, asking for anything was not too much. It was just a big gift. It was nothing. Big brother Ling, didn't you say that you have something to discuss with my father? Meng Fian said. I almost forgot. How about it? Village Chief Mingtsong. Why don't we go to your room and talk? Ling shouted have something to say. With what he had done to the Meng village, it should not be difficult to let a few warriors come here to further their studies. Of course, no problem. As long as young hero Ling asks, even if you want me to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, there is no problem. Meng Tsang patted his chest and said, it's not that exaggerated. Ling Xiao smiled and entered Meng Tsang's room with Meng Tsang, Meng Fian, Meng Yi, and a few elders of the Meng village. Before he could say anything, Meng Tsang said, if young hero likes the 9-eyed lotus, you can pick them all. They will grow again next year anyway. As soon as he said this, the other village elders did not object to it. What a joke. Ling Xiao had saved the entire Meng village. All he did was pick some 9-eyed lotus. It was nothing. Let's not talk about that. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, it's like this. The place I came from is lacking in resources, so the warriors are relatively weak. Other than me, the strongest one is only at the 5th or 6th level of the reincarnation divine realm. What I mean is, can we let the Meng village become a place for our warriors to further their studies? Their talent is not bad, but unfortunately, they lack resources and such a good cultivation environment. Sigh, I was wondering what young hero was going to say. This is a small matter. But how many people can come? Meng Tsang asked. Not many. At most, there are about 10 of them. Ling Xiao thought for a while and said, he would naturally send a message back and choose the 10 most outstanding people. Bai Feng mentioned Darkfrost, Jin Fulong, Long Sha, and so on. Although these people had positions in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire, this was a small matter. The matter over, there was no longer a big deal. The most important thing now was to let some experts appear in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. One had to know that the laws over there had changed recently. Originally, only martial artists at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm were allowed to go there. It might not be so in the future. If the warriors of the 4 regions attacked the western region, they could only wait to be slaughtered. However, as long as a few supreme experts appeared, it would be a different story. He believed in the aptitude of Darkfrost and the others. Once they came to this place, their cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. There are only so few people. Leave it to me. Meng Tsang agreed immediately. Okay, then I'll thank you here. What are you thanking me for? If it weren't for young hero Ling, our Meng village would be finished. Meng Tsang still knew what was good for him. Chapter 3563. Then, I will talk about my second request. I plan to go to the Zifu Academy. However, I have never been there before, so I would like to ask for a map from you. Do you have it? He had already told Ming Song and the other village elders about his identity. However, most of the people in the Ming village did not know about it. Aya, I'm afraid we can't help you with this. You should know that we are a poor village. The only maps we have are the Sleeping Forest and the City of Raging Fire. We don't have any other maps. Ming Song frowned. Village head, when I was young, I went to the 10,000 Flames main city. When I came back, I bought a map. I have never used it, so I will give it to this young hero. No matter how grateful we are, it cannot be compared to the great kindness this young hero has shown our Ming village. One of the village elders smiled and stood up. I will be back soon. Young Hero Ling, with the map of the 10,000 Flames main city, things will be easier. You can go to the 10,000 Flames main city first. Once you are there, you should be able to buy the map of the Purple Spirit Country. After that, you can go to the capital of the Purple Spirit Country. From there, it will be much easier to go to the Purple Mansion Country. Meng Tsang explained. I understand. Thank you. Ling Xiao wanted to go to the Zifu Academy directly, but it seemed that it would be more troublesome. However, haste makes waste. He might as well use the time on the road to improve his cultivation. He would try to become stronger when he reached the Zifu Academy. After a while, the village elder returned and gave the map to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took a look at the map and memorized it in his mind. With the Tai Chi Eye, he basically had an eidetic memory. I will leave this map in the Ming village. I have memorized it. Maybe my friends will need it in the future. Ling Xiao was like a vanguard. He would pave the way for the Celestial Empire. The martial artists of the Celestial Empire only needed to follow the path he had taken. This way, it would be much safer. Memorized it? Everyone was stunned. This young hero Ling was not only strong, but his memory was also terrifying. He remembered it in just a moment. Yes, I will leave when the sun rises. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Young hero Ling, the journey to the Purple Kingdom is fraught with danger. Not only were there bandits and robbers, but there were also evil cults like the Black Warriors. They had committed all kinds of crimes. Although you are powerful, you are still alone. It would be better to travel with others. I remember that there is a Raging Inferno Guild Hall in the Myriad Flames main city. That is the place where Raging Inferno City's martial artists gather. Perhaps it will be of help. Meng Tsang added. Thank you for your reminder. I won't stand on ceremony with the nine-eyed lotus then. Ling Xiao was not a bashful person. Since he had saved the entire Ming village, there was nothing wrong with using the nine-eyed lotus. Ha ha ha, I was worried that young hero Ling wouldn't use it. Meng Tsang laughed out loud. Ling Xiao smiled as well. He stepped on the water and plucked all the nine-eyed lotuses. Then, they returned to the room from before. He spent nearly an entire night refining the nine-eyed lotus into 1,000 nine-eyed lotus pills. He first used one to raise his black tortoise divine physique to the peak of the king realm. Then, he took out 100 pills and went to Meng Tsang. These nine-eyed lotus pills were refined by me. You can use them. The effect is 100 times better than the nine-eyed lotus. Also, I got these peak of the king realm martial skills from the leader of the Black Warriors. You can use them as well. I only have one request, and that is to treat my brothers and sisters well. Ling Xiao had always believed in one principle. Feelings would fade, but benefits would not. He had given so many benefits to the Ming village. In addition, these people were afraid of his strength. Naturally, they would do their best to take care of the people of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. This way, he could go to the Purple Mansion Academy with peace of mind. Young hero Ling, don't worry. I, Ming Tsang, swear that as long as the Ming village exists, I will take good care of the people you mentioned. Ming Tsang said very seriously. Yes, when they came, they would naturally wear a token. It's easy to recognize them. It's dawn. I should set off. Looking at the rising sun in the distance, Ling Xiao knew that he could not delay any longer. Big brother Ling, will we have a chance to meet in the future? Meng Fian bit her lips and said reluctantly, Don't worry, with your potential, you will come to the Purple Mansion Academy sooner or later. If I'm still there, we will definitely meet again. Farewell. After saying that, he did not say anything else and directly left. Although he could not fly, his speed was still very fast. Girl, Young hero Ling is not the same as us. Don't waste your feelings. Meng Tsang glanced at his daughter and sighed. He was an experienced person. How could he not see that his daughter liked Ling Xiao? But what kind of person was Ling Xiao? At such a young age, he already had such terrifying strength. In the future, he would definitely stand at the top of the 4 major regions. How could these people reach it? I know, father. Meng Fian gritted her teeth. She knew, but she was still unwilling to give up. She wanted to become better and be worthy of Ling Xiao. After leaving the Ming village, Ling Xiao followed the route on the map and headed toward the 10,000 Flames main city. On the way, he released a puppet eagle to help him stay alert of the surroundings. He had snatched this puppet eagle from Lu Ruhua. He had modified it after studying it. Basically, it could operate for about a month by consuming a piece of high-grade spirit stone. It was very frugal. However, it could only be used to survey the environment. It could not fight. Now, Ling Xiao's cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the Divine Vein realm. If he went all out, he could defeat a martial artist at the 4th level of the Divine Vein realm without using the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, just like the leader of the Black Warriors. Because he did not have an Emperor-class martial technique, he was at a disadvantage in front of him. He could even kill him in one move. If he used the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, he could even fight a martial artist at the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm. But this was only for ordinary martial artists. If it was some geniuses, they would not be able to surpass so many levels. Therefore, Ling Xiao's desire for strength was very urgent. On the way, he did not avoid those powerful demonic beasts. As long as he could use his Emperor-class martial techniques, he would kill every demonic beast he saw. It was the same if he encountered some bandits. To him, fighting could increase his cultivation. Therefore, there was no need to avoid fighting. The Heart of Gold not only retained the method he used to increase his cultivation, but it also added a new method to increase his cultivation. To him, this was an extremely good thing. Since the heavens wanted him to fight, then he would fight to his heart's content. After all, he was a person who liked to fight. To martial artists, when they stopped fighting, or when they were afraid of fighting, or when they were tired of fighting, it meant that their martial path had come to an end. The martial path was like sailing against the current. If you did not advance, you would fall behind. While you were relaxed, others were not. Chapter 3564. The distance between the city of raging fire and the city of 10,000 flames was not short. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's speed was not slow either. Along the way, he even subdued some wild demonic beasts to help him travel. Finally, after 10 days, he arrived at the border of the city of 10,000 flames. Looking at the huge city walls that were like a country, Ling Xiao knew that he had arrived at his destination. In terms of size, the city of 10,000 flames was at least 100 times larger than the city of raging fire. The population was probably 100 times larger as well. The normal population of the city of raging fire was about 1 million. The normal population of the city of 10,000 flames was about 10 million. He felt that if this was the case, the population of the entire golden firmament might be much more than what he had calculated previously. It was really frighteningly large. The layout of the city of 10,000 flames was similar to that of the city of raging fire. It was just that all the roads were more spacious. There were also more roads to enter the city. There were several official roads in the north, south, east, and west directions. Moreover, the city of 10,000 flames did not have a city wall. This was something that Ling Xiao had never seen before. Perhaps they felt that the city wall was meaningless. In front of powerful martial artists, the city wall was like a piece of paper. In the end, it was still the strong that decided the outcome of the battle. Entering the city of 10,000 flames did not require anything. There was not even a city guard. Everyone could enter and leave freely. Only when something happened in the city of 10,000 flames would they set up checkpoints to investigate. On the way, he saw many martial artists riding puppet beasts. Some puppet beasts were even modified to look very strange. They did not look like demonic beasts at all. They were just vehicles that carried people. There were also a few people riding real demonic beasts. Most of them were experts. After all, it was not easy to tame demonic beasts. On the way, he noticed that there was a checkpoint in front. He only knew when he walked in. It turned out that something had happened in front. There was a fight, and one side was killed. Speaking of which, this kind of thing was not considered much in other cities. If the people did not report it, the officials would not investigate. In the martial world, what was killing a person? However, in the Purple Kingdom, it was actually so strict. He noticed that the cultivation of those soldiers in special clothes was not inferior to Wang Yongming's. One of them was even at the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm, stronger than Wang Yongming. He couldn't help but be startled. Since when did the strength of a soldier become so terrifying? Just as he was deep in thought, he heard a commotion from the crowd. He hurried over. This was because he was also very concerned about this matter. This was related to his development in the Purple Kingdom. If he didn't get to the bottom of this, it would be very troublesome. Among the few people who spoke, the weakest cultivation was at the 9th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. 2 of the stronger ones were already at the 1st level of the Divine Vein Realm. It was said that other than the children, the weakest person in the 10,000 Flames main city, regardless of gender, was at least at the 9th level of the Reincarnation Divine State. Those who had not reached this level of cultivation were not allowed to stay here for long periods of time. At most, he could only stay for a few days. Did you see that? It's the Z Mansion Army. That's right. The Purple Mansion Army is the official army of the Purple Mansion Kingdom. The minimum requirement was the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm. The Zifu Academy specializes in cultivating talents for the Zifu Army. Tisk, TSK, how enviable. The Z Mansion Army is much better than the local army in terms of treatment and status. 10,000 men of the Purple Mansion Army are stationed in the 10,000 Flames main city, and they specialize in dealing with conflicts between warriors. I know about that, but I heard that a 4th level Divine Vein Realm warrior is involved in this murder case. That's why even a sergeant is here. Every sergeant is at the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm, and they are only in charge of 10 men. I wonder how strong the centurions, kiliarchs, and captains are. Hee, I've heard about this before. I heard that a centurion is in charge of 10 teams, a total of 100 men, and the centurion is at least at the 6th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Kiliarchs are at least at the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Captains are at least at the 8th level of the Divine Vein Realm, and the stronger ones might even be at the Divine Core Realm. I heard that once a student from the elite class of the Zifu Academy graduates, he or she will be promoted to the position of captains. That's what I call awesome. But captains are nothing. I heard that the Purple Mansion Army has 50 million men, but the actual number might be even higher. That means there are at least 5,000 captains. Hearing up to here, Ling Zhao's mind was filled with terrifying waves. He thought that the hundreds of thousands of students in the Purple Mansion Academy were already abnormal enough. He never expected there to be something even more abnormal. The Purple Mansion Army actually had 50 million men. Luckily, he didn't feel complacent about it. If not, he would have just compared it to the Purple Mansion Army. They were only slightly stronger than ordinary Purple Mansion Army soldiers. Because of these 50 million Purple Mansion Army soldiers, the security of our Purple Mansion Kingdom is so good. Even if a warrior kills someone, he or she will have to investigate it thoroughly. Have you heard about it? A few days ago, a Purple Mansion Army soldier went missing in the city of Raging Flame. In order to investigate this matter, dozens of Purple Mansion Army soldiers have headed to the city of Raging Flame. Perhaps in other places, this kind of thing isn't a big deal, but in our Purple Mansion Kingdom, we can't allow this kind of thing to happen. That's right. Among all the kingdoms, no one is safer than our Purple Mansion Kingdom. All the surrounding kingdoms are filled with sects, and killing is a common occurrence. I heard that if a sect slaughters another sect, the imperial court won't do anything about it. After all, it's just a rumor. We are just ordinary people, and we might never be able to leave the Purple Spirit Kingdom, let alone the Purple Mansion Kingdom. As for the other kingdoms, we can only hear about them through hearsay. Sigh, when will I have the chance to visit the other kingdoms? It's not a bad idea. Listening to these people's discussion, Ling Xiao was carefully calculating in his mind. Not to mention the other kingdoms, just the Purple Mansion Army alone had 5,000 warriors at the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm. It was said that some of the stronger ones could even reach the divine core realm. This was really frightening. Luckily, the ancient Sword Emperor didn't attack the divine Devil City and come to the 4 major regions. Otherwise, even if they weren't killed, they would have been scared to death. After all, in the 4 major regions, existences like the ancient Sword Emperor could be found everywhere. As for existences like the 8 ancient emperors, they were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Ling Xiao was glad that Meng Tsong had reminded him. With his current cultivation, he could only fight with a 5th-level Divine Vein Warrior by using the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. In other words, he wasn't even qualified to be a Centurion. With such strength, he wanted to go to the Purple Mansion Academy? What a joke. It was better for him to take one step at a time. Maybe he could spend some time in the Purple Spirit Kingdom and raise his cultivation to a higher level, then he could go to the Purple Mansion Academy. Those people's discussion didn't stop. After talking about the Purple Mansion Army, they also talked about the situation in the Myriad Flame Main City. The City Lord of Raging Flame City was only at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm, the same as the most ordinary Purple Mansion Army. Chapter 3565. The mayor of Wanyan Main City had reached the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Compared to the mayor of Raging Fire City, who was at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm, he was much stronger. And this cultivation was the strength of a Chiliarch of the Zifu army. It could be seen that every Chiliarch had the strength of a main city's mayor. They really couldn't be underestimated. However, the stronger the Zifu army was, the more Ling Xiao wanted to join. Only the more powerful the place was, the more powerful the opponent would be. Only then would one be able to obtain resources that would allow one to rise rapidly. He followed Meng Tsong's recommendation and found the Raging Fire Guild Hall first. There were a few warriors from Raging Fire City resting there. These people were at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm, which just met the minimum requirement of the Zifu army. They should be preparing to join the Zifu army. Ling Xiao also joined the conversation. Because he was also from Raging Fire City, they didn't reject him. I joined the Zifu army mainly to fight for a good future. One of them glanced at Ling Xiao and didn't pay much attention to him. He continued to talk about his own affairs. As long as you can become a Chiliarch, you can become the mayor of Raging Fire City after your service. After your service, you can become the mayor of this main city. At the very least, you can become a sergeant and sit on the throne of an ordinary main city's mayor. The mayor of Raging Fire City was actually not qualified. He only became the mayor of Raging Fire City because he had a relative who was a Centurion. Don't think about those things now. Whether you can survive the bloody battlefield or not is the key. Another person interrupted. Bloody battlefield, survival in a dangerous place. Without enough strength and brains, it's very easy to die there. Bloody battlefield? Ling Xiao heard a new word. Young man, you haven't heard of the bloody battlefield? One of them smiled and asked, then you still dare to join the Zifu army? Aren't you afraid of dying inexplicably? Please enlighten me. Ling Xiao took out 2 upper-grade spirit stones and handed one to each of them. These upper-grade spirit stones were good things. They could earn them by just saying a few words. It was impossible for them not to tell him. After the 2 of them took the spirit stones, one of them said, "This bloody battlefield is a small world. You know about small worlds, right?" "Yes, I know." Ling Xiao nodded. "Now that you know this, it's easy. The bloody battlefield is a very spacious place. Its area is equivalent to 30,000 small countries combined. Isn't that terrifying?" "It is indeed terrifying." Ling Xiao couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. The 10,000 Flames main city was frighteningly large, and within the small purple spirit kingdom, there were more than 1,000,000 main cities like this. The surface area of this bloody battlefield was actually the surface area of 30,000 small countries, similar to the purple spirit country added together. Wasn't this a little too big? Hee, it has a large area and is rich in resources. It was said that the bloody battlefield came from outer space and fell into the hands of the Purple Mansion Kingdom. It was transformed into a training ground for the Z Mansion Army. Every capital of a small country had a portal that led to the bloody battlefield. In the capital of the Zifu Empire, there are quite a few teleportation portals like this. I heard you say that this is the training ground of the Z Mansion Army, right? What kind of training is there? Ling Xiao became more and more curious. To put it bluntly, it's a fight. It's PUBG. Within the bloody battlefield, there are many unique and extreme climates, and there's also a terrifying bloody beast. No one knows what the bloody beast is, but after it's killed, it will reappear every once in a while. It's as if there's no end to it. In addition, the worst part is actually the battles between the Z Mansion Army. In order to cultivate the most outstanding Z Mansion Army, the Purple Mansion Kingdom allows the soldiers of the Z Mansion Army to fight and kill each other. Then, they use this extremely cruel method to select the strongest warriors. This is because in the bloody battlefield, random spatial rifts will often open. From these rifts, divine weapons, natural treasures, and martial arts manuals can be spat out. Once these things appear, they'll become the fuse that ignites a fierce battle. As they spoke of this, the two men's expressions became very serious. To them, the bloody battlefield was probably an extremely terrifying place. If possible, they probably wouldn't want to go to such a place. But martial artists were martial artists. When faced with such a place where danger and opportunity coexisted, they would often want to give it a try. They definitely wouldn't be willing to give it up so easily. That's right, young man. You have to think carefully. The bloody battlefield is as bloody as its name. In fact, many people from the city of Raging Fire join the Z Mansion Army every year. But only about 10 or 20% of them can really survive. To tell you the truth, my big brother died in the bloody battlefield. The other man also sighed with emotion. Of course, in the bloody battlefield, the Z Mansion Army will collect the battle data of everyone. In addition to the treasures in the bloody battlefield, once they reach the outside world, they would be able to obtain huge rewards. This is indeed an opportunity. But if you make enemies in the bloody battlefield, won't you be afraid of revenge outside? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. That's possible. Don't worry. The Z Mansion Army is allowed to fight and kill each other in the bloody battlefield. You can also take revenge inside. But in the outside world, such things are absolutely not allowed to happen. Otherwise, there will be a very serious punishment. That's something that no one can bear. I see. Ling Xiao nodded. This was a good idea. The bloody battlefield was simply too suitable for him. What he needed now was to fight. A large number of battles. After obtaining the Heart of Gold, he might encounter a large number of experts in the bloody battlefield. He estimated that his potential would be released explosively. His cultivation would definitely increase explosively as well. Originally, he had planned to join the Z Mansion Academy, but now, he suddenly changed his mind. Listening to these people, it was obvious that the Z Mansion Army was more suitable for him. And the Z Mansion Academy was probably a place that specialized in training officers for the Z Mansion Army. It was a bit like a military academy. He didn't particularly like it. He preferred to fight, because fighting could not only bring rich battle experience, but it could also increase his cultivation. To him, this was the most suitable choice. A general's success was built on the bones of thousands. Perhaps in the Z Mansion Army, this was very appropriate. To become a general at the level of a major, you had to constantly kill in the bloody battlefield. Thank you for your advice. Take these spirit stones. I have to go to the purple spirit capital of the small purple spirit country. Ling Xiao stood up and gave each of them a high-grade spirit stone. Little brother, I see that you are a good person. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't go to the purple spirit capital alone. There is a mission hall in the 10,000 Flames capital. Many martial artists would go there to accept missions. Some of them are escorting missions. It is a group mission. Perhaps you can join them. That way, it will be safer. Therefore, spirit stones were still useful. If he didn't have spirit stones, these two probably wouldn't have given him such advice. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.